Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Lady of Intrigue. The Green Hornet strikes again. The fighting men of the Coast Guard must be relieved of their shore duty so that important convoy and invasion operations may be carried out. And as fast as they go, their places must be filled by spars, the women's reserve of the United States Coast Guard. The advantages for a young girl in the spars are many. The pay is excellent, specially designed uniforms are provided free of charge, and an interesting and active life is offered. Recruits are trained in Palm Beach, Florida, and then assigned to various bases throughout the country. Any woman between the ages of 20 and 36 who has had at least 2 years of high school and has no children under 18 is eligible for service with the spars. Apply today at your nearest Coast Guard office or recruiting station, or write directly to the Commandant, U.S. Coast Guard, Washington, D.C. And now, the Green Hornet. Varna Clare had risen quickly to the top ranks in the acting profession. Her beauty, of course, had been an asset from the start, but it was through the efforts of highly paid press agents that she had reached the pinnacle to which many aspired. People had already ceased to question how a struggling young actress could afford to hire such press agents as those who had made her famous. They remembered only that she was the great Varna Clare, whose name was on the lips of the nation. Varna Clare, who was giving her time and talents touring the camps to entertain the servicemen.
Oh, you were wonderful, Miss Clare. Wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Major Barry. Oh, I'm so glad the boys have enjoyed my little offering. Oh, they're such an appreciative audience, really they are.
Well, why shouldn't they be when the beautiful Varna Clare comes to entertain them?
Oh, Major, you say such nice things. After all, I enjoy appearing before those wonderful boys. It's I who should feel honored.
Well, have it your way, Miss Clare. Do you really have to go back to the city tonight? Can't you stay over at the hostess house and go back in the morning?
Oh, thank you, Major, but I really must go back to town. If I thought these boys were to be here for a while longer, perhaps I could come out again. Oh, this particular group was so responsive.
Well, I'm afraid they won't be here much longer, Miss Clare. They'll be moving out.
Oh, what a disappointment. Will they be leaving very soon?
Quite soon. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, I understand. Well, I'll come out sometime after new men arrive.
Well, that'll be fine. I'll let you know. And thank you again for coming out. It's been a great treat for all of us.
Oh, goodbye, Major. And good luck to you and all your boys.
The next afternoon, in the living room of Varna Clare's apartment in the city, she was entertaining a guest.
So you think those troops will move out from the nearby camp this week, Varna?
I feel certain of it, Victor. The Major said they were leaving very soon.
But wasn't it rather stupid of you, Varna, not to question some of the men? You, above all people, could have asked them questions without creating suspicion.
You forget, Victor, that I'm the great Varna Clare. I couldn't be expected to become too intimate with the men in the ranks.
Tommy Rott. You're also Fräulein Wirth, trained for the work you're expected to do as a Nazi spy.
Of course, Victor. You need not to remind me. But you must let me work in my own way. Oh, come, Victor. Don't look so displeased with your little Varna. Please.
Oh, Varna. When you talk like that, what can I do? And you are so beautiful. No wonder the Americans have gone crazy over you.
Now you're talking like my Victor, not like an official.
I wish I could forget that I'm an official, as you call it. But in wartime, such things cannot be forgotten. So far, you've given me some excellent information. Little do they know how we find out about troop and convoy movements.
Oh, they wouldn't suspect Varna Claire of that, I'm sure.
No wonder you're really a great actress, Varna. Even off the stage. That exquisite face and form of yours hides a cold, hard heart. Which is as it should be, of course.
Victor, that certainly isn't complimentary.
It wasn't meant to be. But I do compliment you on your good work for our cause, Varna. The famous Mata Hari will be forgotten in our German history when your exploits are made known.
Mata Hari? But Victor, she was caught and executed.
Yes. And should you forget your purpose here and seek too much glory only as the great Varna Claire, then you too may be caught.
Taking such a large convoy through is quite a responsibility, isn't it, Commander?
Indeed it is, Major. I wouldn't want to be in charge of it. I'd be a nervous wreck, I'm afraid.
Is this what you'd call a rough going, Commander?
No, Major. This is more or less usual for the North Atlantic at this time. You don't mind it after you're used to it. You take in the middle of the winter, for instance.
Torpedo on the port bow!
Full speed ahead. All hands to battle stations.
Full speed ahead! All hands
I'll get down to my men.
Hello there, beautiful.
Axford, wait until Mr. Reed finds out you've been drinking.
Drinking, is it? Me who never dropped a drink. I mean, never drink a drop. Oh, say, no. You got me all mixed up, that you have.
You were right the first time, Axford.
Casey, I'm not speaking to you from this minute on. I'm insulted, that I am.
Is that a promise?
Don't ask any questions. I'm not speaking, as I said before.
All right. I'll keep quiet if you do.
Casey. I say, Casey.
Do I hear somebody calling me?
If you'll say you're sorry for insulting me, I'll say I'm sorry for what I said to you.
Oh, I see. Now you're sorry you called me beautiful, is that it? I suppose you mean I'm homely.
No, I didn't say that. Whatever I said, just forget it, and maybe you can let me have, say, $1 or $2 till tomorrow, maybe?
So that explains why you came in calling me beautiful, huh, Axford? Why don't you budget your pay so you'll eat the day before payday?
Look, when I get married, I'll get the lectures. All I want from you is yes or no.
Why, Axford, well, this is so sudden.
Hold on, wait a minute. What I mean is, yes, you'll lend me $2, or no, you won't turn me down. Now, which is it?
Well, either way, I see you win. All right, here.
Sure, now, that's more like it. I did mean what I said about not talking to you, Casey.
Yeah, I wish you had. I'd have saved $2.
Someday I'll get even, that I will.
What are you mumbling about, Axford?
Oh, nothing, Reed, nothing at all. Hey, wait a minute, Reed.
What are you looking at?
There, on the back of your paper, a picture of Varna Claire. Ah, what a colleen.
So that's the way she affects you, huh?
Why don't you take a look, Reed?
Well, I've seen her many times in person, Axford. Anyhow, I'm reading more important things in write-ups about Varna Claire.
Like, what, for instance?
Those sinkings in the North Atlantic, Axford. This incorporated press article states that the authorities think information's leaking out about troop movements.
Oh, is that so? Who's giving it out, I wonder?
That's what they'd all like to know, Axford. Oh, by the way, there's a reception being given for some of the survivors of one of the ships that was sunk a while back. 3 men, one of them Major Barry.
Major Barry?
Yes, he was written up as quite a hero. Remember, he stayed with the ship getting his men off until it went down. He and the 2 with him were given up for lost, but they were picked up later.
Oh, that guy. Sure, I remember now.
I thought you'd like to go interview
Well,
him.
now, why can't Lowry go?
The reception is at the apartment of Varna Clare. I forgot to mention that, I believe.
Oh, it is it? Well, now, there's no use Lowry wasting his time. I'll go after all.
I thought you would. Be over there this afternoon at 5 o'clock. And get a good story from Barry if you can.
And what is the name, please?
Michael Axford from the Daily Sentinel.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. This isn't the Daily Sentinel. You have the wrong address.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm Michael Axford, and I work for the Daily Sentinel. You get it?
Oh, yes, of course. We get all the papers. If you go now, there are other guests arriving.
Listen, stiffneck. I came here to see Major Barry. I'm a reporter, and my name's Michael Axford. Now, let me in and close the door.
Oh, yes. Come right in, Mr. Barry. I'll tell Miss Clare you've arrived. Pardon, please. Mr. Barry to see Major Axford. Yes, of course.
Sure, the old coach crazy's a loon, that he is.
So you're the gentleman Peterson was talking about. I'm Miss Clare.
Sure, and I'd know you anywhere, Miss Clare. That I would know.
Poor Peterson gets everything mixed up so. But he's so trustworthy, and he's been with me so long.
Sure, I guess anybody'd go daffy being around you, Miss Clare.
I beg your pardon.
What I mean is, well, you're so, sure, I can't find words fine enough to say it, that I can't.
Oh, what a quaint compliment. What did you say your name is?
Michael Axford, ma'am, from the Daily Sentinel. I came to see Major Barry.
Oh, here's Major Barry. Major, this is Mr. Axford from the Daily Sentinel. He's most anxious to meet you.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Axford?
Well, hi, Major. Sure, no, you got a strong grip there. That you have, Major.
Oh, well, thank you. Miss Clare said you wanted to see me about something?
Major, this is a newspaper reporter. It's an interview he wants.
Well, I really haven't anything to say.
Oh, no, ain't that too bad? No girlfriend to talk about, maybe? Someone who saw you off when you started from camp, Major?
Well, the last girl I talked to before I left camp was Miss Clare. But she couldn't be termed my girlfriend, sad to say. She was entertaining in camp that night.
Oh, you're quite gallant as usual, Major.
Will you have cocktails?
No, thank you, Peter.
No, not right now.
Sure, and I don't care if I do, my good man.
But I'm sorry you don't care for any, sir.
Hey, now, that guy would drive me batty, that he would.
Oh, really, Mr. Axford, you must forgive Peterson. He's so forgetful. I'll go get you a cocktail.
Now, ain't that something? Me, Michael Axford, being waited on by the great Varna Clare herself.
Well, she's beautiful, all right. And very patriotic, too. She's entertained in most every camp and training center in the country. I think she likes you.
Is that so? Say, no, I think I'd better find her and help her get that cocktail. See you later, Major.
All right, Mr. Axford.
He's a nice guy, but he's always laughing at nothing. Oh, there's Miss Clare, out there in the porch.
But I tell you, Victor, it's too risky. They may start putting 2 and 2 together and find out that right after I visit the camp, something happened.
We will look out for the risks, Varna. You will do just as we direct. Time is valuable, information right now very vital. Who's that?
The reporter.
Come here, you.
Say, now, are you maybe addressing me? Would it be or not, I'm asking?
Never mind the double talk. Why were you standing there listening to our conversation?
Miss Clare, who is this guy, if I may be asking?
He's a friend of mine, Mr. Axford. He's concerned because he thinks you may have misunderstood what we were saying.
You mean about it being risky for you to go to the camps because they put 2 and 2 together? And about information being vital or something? Holy crow, what am I saying? Say, if what I'm saying agrees with what I'm thinking, then there's something screwy going on.
Quiet, you.
Glory be. Sure, I'm almost believing that's a real gun I'm seeing.
It is a gun. Get going, you imbecile.
What is all this, I'd like to know?
You better do as he says, Mr. Axford. Go with it. And quietly. I warn you, if you don't, he's capable of shooting you down in cold blood right here and now.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. A lot of us seem to have the idea that terms like ceiling price, rationing, brown and red stamps are wartime words adopted for the sole purpose of confusing us. Well, I suppose they are confusing. A trip to the grocer these days entails much more than selecting food for the family. But there are mighty good reasons for putting these words into our vocabulary. Take the matter of ceiling prices. Without them, not only would prices skyrocket, but many people would find they couldn't buy their fair share of necessities. All stores are required to post in a prominent place the official list of ceiling prices, so you can check this list while doing your shopping. If you'd like a list to have at home, get in touch with your local rationing board. Keep this part of the home front pledge so that food can continue to fight for freedom. And now back to our story. That night, after waiting to hear the results of Axford's interview, Britt Reed became impatient and had Miss Case phone Varna Claire's apartment.
Well, Miss Case, what did you find out?
Well, I talked to the butler first. He said he'd never heard of Mr. Axford. So I finally talked to Miss Claire herself. She said she remembered a reporter being there from the Daily Sentinel, but that he'd left some time ago. She said all her guests were gone. And she sounded very displeased at being disturbed.
She would. Funny Axford didn't get back. You say you called police headquarters?
Yes. Sergeant Burke said he hadn't been there. He added that he hoped he wouldn't be.
Well, Axford and Burke get along like a couple of high school rivals.
Any more calls you want me to make, Mr. Reed?
No, Miss Case, I'll wait a little longer for Axford. You go ahead home.
All right. I'll go out and get my things.
It's funny Axford didn't phone in his story. If he got one. I'll wait another half hour. And if he doesn't come in, I'll go on home. And believe me, he'd better have a good reason when I do see him. Yes, Axford had better have a very good reason.
The next morning, Britt Reed arrived at the Sentinel building and stopped to talk to Miss Case in the outer office.
Has anybody had any word from Axford that you know of, Miss Case?
From Axford? Well, don't tell me you haven't seen or heard from him since he left here yesterday.
That's right, I haven't. He lives at my place, you know, and he didn't come home last night.
Mr. Reed, maybe something's happened to him. An accident, I mean.
Could be, though I think we've heard something about it. However, I think you'd better call the hospitals and contact Sergeant Burke in case he's heard anything.
Yes, Mr. Reed. I'll get on it right away.
In the meantime, I think I'll run over to Miss Claire's apartment and see what I can find out about him there. I'm rather worried about Axford, and I don't mind admitting it.
Yes? What can I do for you, sir?
Well, I'd like to have a few words with Miss Claire. Tell her Mr. Britt Reed's calling.
Mr. Reed? Well, I don't believe he's here.
I'm Mr. Reed.
Oh, so you are. Come right in, sir.
Thank you.
I'll take your hat.
Thanks. Well, now will you tell Miss Claire I'm here?
Miss Claire? Oh, you came to see Miss Claire.
Well, perhaps I don't speak clearly. I did come to see Miss Claire. Varna Claire.
Oh, but Miss Claire isn't here, sir.
Why didn't you say so in the first place? Will you give me my hat, please?
Oh, your hat, of course.
That butler must be either stupid or crazy.
Here's your hat, sir.
Thanks. Say, this isn't my hat. It's much too big for... Axford. It's Axford hat. And that's one thing he never went without.
Britt Reed questioned the butler without avail in regard to Axford's whereabouts. That evening, he went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You think Axford not just forget to take hat, Mr. Britt?
Not Axford, Cato. You know as well as I do he wears his hat all the time, only takes it off when he has to. I have a feeling that apartment has something to do with his disappearance. I'm going back there to look it over more thoroughly.
Miss Claire might interfere.
Well, Varna Claire's entertaining at the Naval Training Center. She probably won't be home until late.
Black Beauty's all ready. Also gas gun and the mask.
Good. The Green Hornet's going to find out not only where Axford went, but also why he disappeared, Cato. Come on. It's up to the Green Hornet to clear up this mystery once and for all.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Arriving in the alley behind Varna Claire's apartment building, Britt Reed left the Black Beauty and, by way of the fire stairs, made his way to the service door of Varna's apartment. Using a skeleton key, he quietly entered. After making certain that the butler was in the servants' room, Britt Reed went to Miss Claire's private sitting room and, by the aid of a flashlight, started to search her desk.
I don't know what I expect to find, but there must be some clue that'll get...
Peterson! Peterson!
Coming, Miss Claire.
Come to my sitting room.
Oh, she's coming in here. Let's see. What's in there? A bathroom. I'll hide in here. It's my only chance.
Hurry, Peterson. I haven't much time.
Oh, I'm right here, ma'am.
Has Victor Rusk called me?
Well, it seems to me someone did come here, ma'am, but then I don't think it was Mr. Rusk. Or was it?
Oh, I don't know why I ever keep you around, Peterson. Except that you're too forgetful to remember things you shouldn't. But you don't remember things you should either.
Yes, ma'am. Perhaps I should say no, ma'am.
Oh, keep quiet. You're so exasperating.
Of course, Miss Claire, if you say so.
Well, I do say so. Get my coat out of the closet and put this wrap in there, and hurry.
Yes, your coat, of course. Oh, here's your wrap, ma'am.
I just gave that to you to put away, Peterson. Oh, never mind. I'll keep the wrap. I'm going upstairs to Mr. Rusk's apartment. While I'm gone, put clean towels in the bathroom and be sure to see that the private service entrance in the kitchen is locked. Sometimes, Peterson, I wonder if you're not smarter than you seem. I'll be back shortly.
Now, let me see. Oh, yes, put clean towels in the kitchen and lock the bathroom door. There. Now, I must remember to put towels in the kitchen before I forget it.
Well, locked in. That guy certainly goes out of his way to do things wrong. She's gone to the apartment of a man named Rusk. Must be in this building. She said she was going up. I've got to find a way out of here. A small window. Let's see. 10 stories above the street. Hey, wait a minute. That ledge must be about 2 feet wide, and it runs around the building just under this window. I'll have to risk it. Here goes. One little slip of the foot on that, and both Britt Reed and the Green Hornet will be gone from this good earth forever.
Sure, it is just my luck to be nothing but a flatfoot. While Cassidy and Clancy ride around in a squad car all night. Oh, well, Hey, what the... Looks like a guy up there about to commit suicide or something. I'd better call headquarters right away.
Meantime, in the apartment above the one occupied by Miss Claire, Axford, tied hand and foot, was lying on a bed in Rusk's bedroom.
Ah, that must be Varna now. I'll leave you in here, Mr. Reporter. Miss Claire and I have some business to discuss.
Some more spy business, no doubt.
Remember, if you don't remain quiet, it'll not be well for you. If the police do start a hunt for that reporter, it's increasingly dangerous for us to keep in this building.
Well, it took you long enough to open the door.
Come in, Varna, my dear.
Is that reporter still here?
Yes, in the bedroom. But he won't be here long. What's the news you have this time?
Several squadrons of air pilots are leaving from the training center day after tomorrow.
Huh. Well, pieced together with other news we've gathered, I believe another convoy is getting ready to move out.
Who can that be?
I'll see. With this gun in my hand.
Oh, Mr. Rusk, this gentleman wishes to see you.
Carl, why didn't you come here directly? Come in.
I thought you meant come to Varna's place.
This dope brought me up here.
Well, of course, sir.
Where's the guy you want me to take out of here?
In the bedroom. Peterson, you can go on downstairs now.
Very well, sir. Shall I show you the way?
Victor, this man is crazy.
I assure you, sir, Mr. Victor is quite sane.
Peterson, go to my apartment at once.
Oh. Oh, yes, of course. Well, how strange. Do you wish to see someone?
What's he talking about?
Outside, stupid.
The masked man.
Grab him, Peterson.
I got him.
Hey, not me, dumb cop.
Hold it, all of you. Oh, no, we won't. I'll shoot. Take it, Nazi.
Oh, Carl, do something.
This dope is holding me.
Well, that makes it easier for me. Here.
Shall I let him drop, sir?
Peterson, you utter fool. Grab this man.
Go next, lady. Maybe Peterson will catch you.
Don't you dare. Don't you realize who I am?
Oh, I'll catch you, Miss Claire. Oh, I dropped Carl. See, I caught you. Oh, my, she's quite limp, sir. Oh, people are coming, I believe.
Axford, he's all right. The police are coming, so I'll get out.
Yes, of course, sir.
I think you're a nut, Peterson, but you sure were a help. So long.
Hey, what's going on in here? Hey, ain't that Varna Claire?
Of course. She doesn't feel well, sir.
It's Axford. Go get him, Mulligan.
Okay, Sarge.
That's about time you got here. Bring him out here, Mulligan. Now, you. What's this all about, anyway?
It is rather confusing, isn't it?
Say, what are you trying to...
That Claire dame is a spy, and so are them others. I heard them plotting, and he has papers and things in his pocket. They're to blame for all the sinkings and such.
Glory be. Axford, you're a hero or something. And believe me, Reed'll be glad to see you. He's having a fit about you.
Uh-oh. Maybe I lose my job for not getting that interview with Barry.
What a man, Axford. Say, you haven't any more sense than this guy here. Who is he, anyhow?
That's Miss Claire's butler, a dope if there ever was one. Can't remember a thing.
Oh, but you're wrong, Mr. Barry. I remember the man with the mask and that peculiar gas.
The Green Hornet he's speaking of.
Then he was in with them, too.
Whatever his name was, he was in, but he got out. Did I hear you mention the Green Hornet, sir?
That you did, me good man.
Well, so you're the Green Hornet. You know, I never expected to make your acquaintance.
What's the use? Come on, Sarge. Get them spies out of here. You can take that butler along and make a cop out of him. He's just your type. Both you go haywire when you meet up with the Green Hornet.
If you're one of those who believe the war is all over but the fighting, that we have all the equipment needed for the final blow, think this over. In order to transport a single Marine division for the storming of a single Pacific island, the Navy must use at least 13 ships of 10,000 tons each, plus the smaller craft that must complement this fleet. The capture of each one of these islands calls for an amphibious invasion, and either the attacking force wipes out the Japanese garrison or it's thrown back into the sea. It's all or nothing. A few extra landing craft may well spell the difference between victory and defeat. The Navy's all-important landing craft schedules must be kept if these invasions are to be successful. It means that we still have a big job on our hands here at home. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. with his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Orphan from San Armand. The Green Hornet strikes again. We all know that America is the land of opportunities. Folks in foreign countries know it too. But sometimes they don't quite understand those opportunities. They may think that security in our old age, a college education for our children, is handed to us on a silver platter. We know that we have the opportunity of ensuring our future and our children's future, but we also know that we must take advantage of that opportunity. And one of the best ways is to invest our money in war bonds. For war bonds are the safest possible investment. So take advantage of this opportunity to provide for your own security or for your children's education. Put every dime and dollar you can spare into war bonds and hold on to those bonds until they've reached their full value at maturity. And now, the Green Hornet. It was a dark and stormy night in the little town of San Armand, in the northwestern section of France. Jacques Bourget, with his wife Lorraine and their young son Pierre, sat before the old fireplace in an effort to ward off the chill that permeated the cottage, a chill that carried with it a foreboding of things to come. For many things had happened in their village since the Germans had come, and each night the darkness brought with it that feeling of futility, of anxious waiting for something worse to happen. Suddenly, the silence of the cottage was broken by a furtive knock at the door.
Jacques, someone is at the door. Perhaps...
Do not be afraid, Lorraine. If it was the Nazis, they would knock much more strongly.
Aren't you going to open the door, Papa? Quiet, Pierre. It is better, perhaps, that we do not.
It may be someone in need of our help, Lorraine. I will go and see.
If you think it best, Jacques.
Yes? What is it?
Please, I'm an English pilot. I had to bail out of my plane. The Germans are hunting for me already.
Come in, quickly. Come near the fire. You must be wet and cold.
Thank you.
Ah, you wear the uniform of an English flyer, mon ami.
Yes, madam. The Germans are seeking me now. Of course, if you think I shouldn't stay here...
We will help you, monsieur. We will do our best to hide you.
Mama, what will the Germans do if they
Go
find...
along into the other room, Pierre. It is time for you to go to bed. Now, run along, my little.
Oui, Mama. Good night, Papa.
Good night, Pierre. Close the door and get right into bed.
Oui, Papa.
Now, monsieur, we must think quickly. You can hide in the loft until tomorrow. If they come, they will not look for you there. It is so small. Tomorrow we shall contact our friends of the underground, and they will help you further.
Taking a great risk for me. It would be easier for you, perhaps, if you turned me over to the Germans.
Oh, never, monsieur. We would not do that.
If they find me here, they will shoot you, madam. I hesitate to put you and your friends in danger.
We are not afraid, monsieur. We have helped many.
I see. Well, in that case, I'll take your kind offer.
Très bien. Now we shall discuss what you shall do in the morning before the dawn breaks. I will first get you some old clothes to wear. And I will take you where you're going.
Late that night, after the pilot had been hidden in the small loft, the Bourget family were aroused by heavy banging on the door.
Oh, Jacques, they have come. The Nazis.
Yes, we must be careful. Pierre.
I am awake, Papa.
I want you to hide as you have done before. They have a way of questioning children too closely. Quick.
Oui, Papa.
Good. Now let them in before they break the door down.
You are slow in letting us in, you swine.
Pardon, Monsieur le Capitaine. My wife and I were sleeping.
Corporal, search this hammer quickly.
Yeah, mein Capitan. Come with me. We will not leave a spot unsearched.
Pardon, Monsieur le Capitaine. What is it you are seeking so late at night?
As if you did not know. The swine in this village know too much. They've trailed a British pilot in this direction. He's being hidden somewhere. And if we find him in one of your filthy cottages, the whole village will suffer. I promise you that. Too many have been helped lately by your so-called underground methods.
Get out there. Move quickly.
I am going, monsieur. Please, you are hurting my arm.
Perhaps, mein Capitan, we can make the woman tell if they have seen the Britisher.
You have searched thoroughly?
Yeah, Herr Capitan. They found no one.
Since you have found no one, monsieur, is that not enough? There is nothing for us to tell.
It is not easy to hide anyone in this little cottage, Monsieur le Capitaine. It is as your soldiers have said. There is no one to be found.
Perhaps you're looking for me, Captain. I'm up here in a very secure hiding place.
Oh, mon ami, you should not have done it.
So you saw no one, here, my friends?
Well, Captain, our little plan worked. This man is Jacques Bourget. He and his wife took me in and hid me.
Mais non.
Also, they gave me the names of others in the village who were to help me escape.
No.
They are dirty traitors.
They did not suspect our trick, I see.
But I do not understand. You are an English pilot. Why do you
To you, that's what I seem to be. In reality, my friend, I'm a member of the German Gestapo. My English education came in handy tonight, along with this English uniform.
Take these swine away. Gather all the villagers in the public square at once. Every man, woman, and child. They have flaunted their hatred in our faces long enough. They will not help any more enemies of the Third Reich. For at dawn, they shall all be eliminated. And the villagers send them on, razed to the ground. Take them away.
A year had passed. In his office at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, young publisher, was talking to Michael Axford, reporter and self-designated bodyguard to the young newspaper tycoon.
Since there's not much doing, Axford, maybe you'd pick up some news at police headquarters this afternoon.
Sure, and I might at that, Reed. Are you leaving for the day already?
Well, not exactly, Axford. I'm going to a little reception at the Phelps this afternoon.
Say, aren't they the people who adopted one of them there war orphans or something?
Yes, they adopted a young French boy. Must be about 12 or 14 years old. We carried a story on it a while back.
Sure, I remember. He was a kid who was the only one left in some village over there, wasn't he?
That's right. That poor boy must have gone through a lot. I understand the Nazis wiped out the whole town, but they missed him because he was in hiding. He was taken out of the country by underground methods and eventually was adopted sight unseen by the Phelps. I'm anxious to get a look at him. He must be a brave little chap.
Surely must be at that. Imagine a kid going through all that now. Well, I'll be on my way. And I hope Sergeant Burke is in a decent mood for once so I can get a little news for the Sentinel. See you later, Reed.
Well, Britt. Oh, it's so nice to see you again. This is our little guest of honor, our new son, Pierre.
How do you do, Pierre?
How do you do, monsieur?
You like America, Pierre?
It is so big, monsieur. And everyone is so nice to me. I like America très bien, monsieur.
Oh, that's fine. I think you'll be very happy here.
I am already happy with Mama and Papa Phelps. And I go to school, too, monsieur.
Pierre has a wonderful time learning new words from the other children. He's a very serious little boy, though, Britt. I tell him he must learn to play more. Isn't that so?
Yes, of course. Don't you like to play games, Pierre?
I have not much time for games, Monsieur Reed. I must grow up fast so as to do my part in helping France.
Well, there's lots of time for that, Pierre.
Please, monsieur. You do not understand.
Yes, Pierre, I do understand. Only too well. Well, look, Pierre, over there on the table. Wouldn't you like one of those cakes?
Mais oui, monsieur.
I'll get one for you. I'll be right back.
I like him, Mama Phelps. He's a nice man, oui. So many nice people you have. Who is that man coming over here, Mama?
Hey, oh, that's Mr. Kenton. It's so nice that you could come, Louis.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Phelps. I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to make it.
We're very fortunate, then. Oh, I want you to meet my new son.
Huh?
Pierre, where are you going? Come back.
No.
No, no.
Whatever's come over the child?
What's wrong with Pierre?
I don't know, Britt. This is Lewis Kenton, Britt Reed.
How do you do, Mr. Kent? Pleased, I'm sure.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll run along and see what's the matter with Pierre. He seems to be upset about something.
Of course, Clarissa. Go right along.
Yes, please do. For a moment, I thought I'd frightened the boy. The way he looked at me and then ran away.
You never met him before, Kenton?
Never laid eyes on him before. I feel like some sort of a monster or something going around frightening children like that.
Well, perhaps you imagined you were the cause of Pierre's leaving. There might have been some other reason.
It's kind of you to say so. I felt rather embarrassed.
Well, I wouldn't let it bother me if I were you. Clarissa Phelps has a way with children. She'll calm him down. I would like to know, though, what caused the boy to be frightened like that. He seems to be a manly little chap and one who's not too easily frightened.
Come in.
Is everything all right, Clarissa?
Yes, I think so, Britt. Pierre's feeling better now, aren't you, dear?
Oui, Mama Phelps.
That's fine, Pierre.
You must not think I am crying, monsieur. Papa Bourget told me never to let people see me cry.
Well, I'm sure you have nothing to cry about, Pierre.
I try not to remember, monsieur, so that I will not cry when I am alone at night. But, monsieur...
What is it, Pierre?
I like you. You are the friend of Armand, Papa Phelps. You must make me a promise, s'il vous plaît.
Of course. What is it?
Yes, dear. What do you mean?
Do not let the Gestapo come to take them away like you did Maman and Papa Bourget.
The Gestapo? Don't worry about that, Pierre. Tell me, what makes you think the Gestapo might come here?
Please, do not ask me that, monsieur. I cannot tell you more. It would not be safe. But I know they can. You will promise, monsieur?
Of course, Pierre. I promise. And I think you're a very brave boy. Very brave.
Thank you, monsieur. It is not for myself that I am afraid, but for them.
I understand, Pierre. You can count on me to see that no one takes them away from you. Or you from them. And that's a real promise.
The next morning, Britt Reed was busy in his office at the Daily Sentinel when Michael Axford knocked on the door.
Come in.
Britt Reed looked up as Axford hesitatingly approached his desk.
Well, what now, Axford?
Nothing at all, Reed. Just feeling sociable this morning. That I am.
Well, now that you've made your social call, how about getting to work and earning your salary?
Well, now, as a matter of fact, seeing that I felt I was working pretty hard lately, I was fixing to ask you, that is, well, maybe it'll wait.
Saved by the bell. Hello? Axford? Yes, he's here. Just a minute. For you, Axford.
Do you see what I mean, Reed? Everybody asks for me around here. Hello? Oh, hello, Sergeant Burke. What's up? Is that so? Sure, we want to know about it. Thanks for calling. Yeah. I'll get in the story, then I'll come down there in case you get anything on it. What's that? Oh, is that so? Well, I'll have you know I never keep anybody from working it. Hello? Hello! I hung up on me.
Even Burke has your number, Axford. What did he call about?
Oh, yeah. He called to say that Mrs. Phelps just called the station. You know them people that you know.
What did Burke have to say?
Burke said that boy the Phelpses adopted has disappeared.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. This is an announcement about a woman who's wanted. Wanted in all 48 states. There's a liberal reward. This woman is alert, clear-eyed, and has the love of America in her heart. The reward is a reward for her, a share in America's victory. The Woman's Army Corps offers her choice of 239 important Army jobs, her choice of branch of service, Air Forces, Ground Forces, or Service Forces, and if she wishes a further choice, depending on where she lives, of course, her choice of the Army post or camp at which she'd like to have her initial assignment. If she has no special skill, Army training will equip her for a vital job. Yes, that is the woman who's wanted. The woman who wants to do a job for her country, for herself, and for America's fighting men. And now back to our story. That afternoon, Britt Reed went to the Phelps home to talk over the situation.
Tell me, Clarissa, just what are the circumstances surrounding Pierre's disappearance?
Britt, it's all so strange. Last night after you left, he was worn out, poor child, so I had him go to bed. Later, I sent up a light supper to him. Finally, after the last of my guests took their leave, I went by his door, but I didn't go in. I was sure he was sleeping. This morning, I found this.
Note? Let's see. Dear Mama, Papa, I will not let them bother you. Do not worry. Pierre.
I don't understand it, Britt. I'm almost frantic with worry about the boy.
He evidently left of his own accord anyway.
Why should he leave this way? He seems so happy here with us.
Well, from this little note, I'd say he has reason to believe someone's trying to harm you or your husband. It may be, of course, that the boy's past experiences have brought this about.
But it was all so sudden. You know how happy he seemed when you were talking to him down here last evening. When Louis Kenton came in, you know.
Yes, I do remember. Tell me, who is this Kenton? Where does he live? Do you know?
Louis Kenton? I don't really know a great deal about him. I took it for granted that he's English. He lives at the Maynard Apartments on River Boulevard. I've met him at several social functions. He's very nice.
I see. Well, don't worry too much. The afternoon edition of the Sentinel is carrying a picture and write-up of Pierre. I'm sure it won't be long until he's returned to you. I feel very sure of that.
That night, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
They have no word of boy yet, Mr. Britt?
No, Cato, not a word. The youngster left home of his own accord for some reason, and he's smart enough to keep hidden.
No doubt he learned how to hide from people while escaping from Germans in France.
Yes, I guess so. The experiences those war youngsters have gone through have made them smart beyond their years.
What do you think is the reason for boy leaving, Mr. Britt?
Well, Cato, I think I know the reason, but it's just a hunch. I also think meeting that fellow Kenton had something to do with his leaving. Cato, I'd like to know a little more about Louis Kenton.
You say Kenton speak with English accent?
I did tell you that. But remember, languages can be learned along with the proper accents by people who aren't native to the country whose language they speak.
That's true. You think the Green Hornet find out something about Mr. Kenton, perhaps?
The Green Hornet's going to do just that, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty, also the masks and gas gun. Come on. Britt Reed made a promise to Pierre that the Hornet will keep.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Meantime, in his apartment at the Maynard, Louis Kenton sat talking to a friend who seemed to be more interested in a newspaper than in what Kenton was saying.
Why don't you put down that paper and listen to what I'm saying, Mark?
I heard what you said. I was reading about that bit of sabotage which was so successfully carried out because of the information you supplied us concerning the war plant.
Oh, that. Well, if I do say so myself, no other Gestapo agent in this country could have gotten in. My perfect English did the trick.
Not to mention the forged credentials which you carry and which I got for you, Herr Kenton.
Have it your way, Mark. Wait. What is that on the back sheet? The picture looks familiar.
On the back sheet? Let me see.
Huh.
Oh, picture of a boy. Here, look for yourself.
Hmm? Pierre Phelps, adopted son of Mr. and Mrs. Milton Phelps, missing since last night. I met that boy over there when I went to the reception last evening. There's a write-up about him, too. Says he's a French orphan by the name of Pierre Bourget from the village of Saint-Amand. Saint-Amand? Mark. Now I remember.
Ach, what's come over you, Kenton? Now you remember what?
That boy. He recognized me. That's why he ran from me.
Will you please explain what you're talking about?
A year ago, I was assigned to find out about the underground at Saint-Amand. I went to the Bourget cottage as a British pilot. That boy was there. Somehow he escaped. Yesterday evening, he met me at the Phelps, and he ran away upstairs in terror. Mark, that boy knows I'm of the Gestapo.
Aha, so that is it. But he has run away from home.
Yes. But what if he tells someone and they decide to investigate me?
Evidently, he's not told yet. And he must be found first.
That is true. And we must get to him first. Somehow we must find that boy. Come, Mark. We will drive over near his home.
Yeah, it will be like looking for a needle in a... Look, Kenton. On the windshield.
Hmm? A seal. The seal of the notorious Green Hornet. Close the door.
Yeah. The little compartment door is open, Kenton. What did you have in there?
A gun. Why, it's gone. Well, I still have one in my pocket. Get going, Mark. We will drive to the Phelps. I will talk to Mrs. Phelps and try to find out if she knows anything. We must work fast.
No. I will not let you do that, monsieur.
What? That boy was hiding in the back of the car.
Why, I have the gun. I will not let you do harm to Mama and Papa Phelps. I hid in your car last night. I have been watching you, monsieur.
Well, I'll be... Give me that gun, boy.
No. No, I will not.
Give it to me. Oh,
very good, Mark. Now get out, quick.
Do we take the boy?
Yes, of course. Now the sound out of you, Pierre, you know what will happen to you.
I know. I remember. But you must not go to...
Come on. Get out and come with us.
That Green Hornet must have known the boy was in the car.
I saw no one. I was hiding in there.
Uh-huh. In the luggage compartment. You're very smart for a young boy, Pierre. Come, not a sound now. Remember Saint-Amand.
I will remember it, monsieur. I'm coming.
We must hurry and get our things together, Mark. That Green Hornet evidently knows something. But when he returns, if he does return, he will not find us at home. Nor will he find little Pierre, who escaped us once at Saint-Amand.
Hurry, Kenton. Clear out your desk first and destroy all your papers and plans.
Yes. This sniveling boy is to blame for all this. We will take him along with us and then... Mark, look here on the desk.
What is it now?
Another one, Mark. See? Another seal of the Green Hornet. He's been here.
Could not have been here very long ago. We've only been out a few minutes. The closet door, Kenton. It was slightly open when we left. It is closed now.
Then he's hiding in there. Go quietly and turn the key, Mark. Then phone the police. We will clear out and leave him here for them.
You're clever, Kenton. Watch the boy. Keep him quiet.
That'll hold you, Hornet. Now phone the police, Mark.
Yeah?
The police will not let you take me. They will not.
Quiet, Joe, or I'll make you be quiet.
Operator, send the police to the Maynard Apartments, Suite 232. They will find the Green Hornet in the closet. Now, we must move fast before they get here.
Yes. This secret compartment in this drawer fooled the Hornet when he searched my desk, as he probably did. Too bad we can't wait to collect the reward for his capture.
If the man you call Green Hornet is after you, then I must help you.
Get away from that closet. Grab him, Kenton.
I'll give him what he should have gotten at Saint-Amand.
Drop that gun, you rat.
Why, the Green Hornet. Kenton, behind us. He was behind the drape.
He was not in the closet at all.
You're going to drop that gun?
I will get the gun, monsieur, and help you.
Get away from that gun, you little swine, or I'll...
Oh, no, you don't, Nazi. You can't bully children over here.
Get the gun, Kenton. Pick it up, quick.
No, I won't let you.
I'll get it all right, and oh, my hand. Little web stabbed to my hand.
Don't let the child defeat you. I'll get this devil in there.
You do what, Lord? Take it. Oh, I've got the gun at last.
You and that boy will never get away to tell what you know. This is for you, Hornet.
No, I won't let you. Oh.
Coming, fella. This is for that bum shot killer. If I can point this gun at that little French
Yes,
devil,
I'll settle you, Nazi.
Gas!
The police. Tell them, Pierre, what you know of this man. Those papers on the desk will prove what he is. You're a fine, brave boy. Au revoir. I'm leaving by the window.
Wait, don't go.
Who did the shooting? What?
Say, ain't you Pierre Phelps, sonny?
Oui, monsieur.
Don't tell me now that you done all this to them.
Not alone, monsieur.
Who are those men lying there?
They are from the Gestapo, monsieur. They killed my mama and papa in Saint-Amand. Then they would have killed my new mama and papa, too.
Say, what's the kid talking about anyway?
Search me. That Gestapo stuff sounds like something he's making up.
No, monsieur. It is the truth. On the desk are the papers. The masked man said so.
Sure, Sarge. Look there on the desk.
Let's have a look. Glory be. Look at here. Those two are spies, all right. There's enough evidence here to hang them both. Say, sonny, what was it you said about a masked man?
Say, that must have been the Green Hornet. He was mixed up with them, no doubt.
The Green Hornet?
Sure. Where'd he go?
That I do not know, monsieur. It is these men who are bad. They are the ones I am afraid of.
You mean you're not afraid of the Green Hornet?
No, monsieur. Why should I be?
Will you listen to that, Sarge? I can hardly believe my ears. Say, maybe the Hornet wasn't even here.
Ashford, you ought to be a detective for figuring that one out. I suppose you think this kid knocked the two out single-handed and stuck that Hornet seal on the desk there in the bargain.
Glory be to St. Patrick. That he was here. Little boy, you're a better man than I am if you didn't drop from fright when he came face to face with that two-timing spalpeen, the Green Hornet.
Oui, monsieur.
Say, Sarge, what's that wee Mansour stuff mean?
He means, Ashford, that he is more of a man than you are. And I think even the Green Hornet would agree with him on that one.
Mr. Lextree, paper! Missing boy found! Health convict spy ring! Green Hornet implicated! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Mr. Lextree, paper!
A recent announcement made by the War Food Administration states that civilians are in for a 19% cut in canned vegetables this year. So you will be wise to start planning your food-producing victory garden now. Last year, American people planted 20 million victory gardens. The goal for 1944 calls for planting 22 million victory gardens. More gardens, bigger gardens, better gardens, to produce the kind of nutritious foods which this nation most vitally needs. Plan to grow the vegetables you enjoy most, particularly health-giving green leafy vegetables, yellow vegetables, and tomatoes. For expert information, free, write to Victory Gardens, Washington 25, D.C. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Paroled for Revenge. The Green Hornet strikes again. Lou Barker, much to the surprise of the prison officials, had been a model prisoner. 3 years had passed since he'd been sentenced. 3 years which had seemed a lifetime to the morose and silent gangster, whose docility had amazed the other inmates as well as the prison guards. But now Barker was reaping the reward for his good behavior, a parole. As the huge outer gate clanged shut behind him, and as he walked slowly toward a waiting car, his thoughts were not those of a man who was just regaining his freedom. He was thinking rather of revenge. Revenge against the man who'd been responsible for his conviction.
Hi, Lou. Hurry up. We're waiting for you.
Hello, Johnny. Glad to see you.
Come on, get in. Let's get away from this dump. It gives me the creeps. You remember Slugger, don't you, Lou?
Sure. Hiya, Slugger.
Glad to see you again, Lou. I bet you're aching to get out of sight of that stone pile. Being in Sturry ain't exactly my idea of a good vacation, you know.
There ain't nothing to laugh at about it either.
But, gee, Lou, I didn't mean nothing by it. I just thought you'd be feeling good about getting out, that's all.
Forget it. Let's get going, Johnny.
Okay, Lou. Got any plans, Lou?
Sure, I got plans, but not the kind you're thinking about.
Yes. Hey, maybe he means he's going straight from now on. Is that it, Lou?
Listen, Slugger. You have a way of slapping those lips of yours around a little too careless-like. I ain't in the mood for any wisecracks.
Oh, take it easy, Lou. That's just his way. He don't mean nothing by it.
Yeah, maybe so, but I just don't like his way, say.
Oh, is that so?
You heard me, you lame-brained half.
Hey, I don't have to take it off you start crazy.
I'll throw you right out of the
Look out now. You make me run off the
I ain't
road.
taking any more from this no good.
You're the one who's going to land in the ditch, wise guy.
Oh, for the love of Mike, you guys, cut it out. Lay off.
Now, let go of me, Johnny. I'm telling you, let go.
Hold it, Lou. Hold it. Slugger didn't mean nothing. He's okay. Lay off, Slugger. Lay off or you'll walk home, you hear?
Well, then tell that guy to lay off me with them names, see? I don't have to take nothing from nobody.
All right, come on, you two. Forget it. Lou, being in that place has made you kind of jumpy. You didn't used to be like that. How about it now? Shall we get going now?
Okay. Guess I am jumpy at that.
What about you, Slugger?
Get going. You don't bother me none. I laugh at him. After all, we're supposed to be going to work together, you know.
Swell. All right, we'll get on our way then.
Now, Johnny, I did a lot of thinking while I was stuck in the pen. Thinking about just one thing I gotta do.
Guess I'm kind of dumb, Lou. I don't get what you're driving at. What were you thinking?
About getting the guy who threw the hooks into me and got me sent up. That's what I'm gonna do. With the help of you guys, Johnny, I'm out to put the finger on that high society gent, the publisher of the Daily Sentinel, Mr. Britt Reed himself.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed, well-known man about town and young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was walking toward the Sentinel building when he met Michael Axford, his would-be bodyguard and self-appointed reporter.
Where have you been, Axford?
Just around the corner, Reed, to get a bit of coffee for Casey.
Thought you were a reporter, not an errand boy for my secretary, Miss Case.
Sure, you wouldn't have me turn Casey down when she's dying for a sip of coffee, would you?
Well, since you put it that way, I guess...
Hey, Leo! Down, Axford! Down, quick! Heaven preserve it!
Well, that was a close shave.
Hey, you must have got that guy all right.
Axford, are you badly hurt?
Get a doctor, somebody. For an ambulance. What was all about?
Oh, Axford, speak to me.
I guess they got me, Reed. I'm done for. You've been good to me, Reed, and I want to...
Tell me, where are you wounded?
I can feel the warm blood trickling down my side, Reed. I guess it's the
Let me
finish.
see. I'll get you to the hospital right away. Lie still while I... Axford, get up.
What? You get up when I'm dying?
Come on, get up. You're not hurt. That's hot coffee you have all over you.
Coffee, is it? Lordy, I could have sworn I was bleeding to death. I guess I'm not hurt after all.
Why, of course you're not hurt.
Listen to them hyenas laughing. I suppose they're disappointed that they are.
Never mind that, Axford. Come on, let's get inside. Those killers may be back. Maybe there's some way we can find out what this is all about. The sooner the better.
A short time later, in the outer office of the Daily Sentinel, Axford was talking to Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed.
I'm telling you, Casey, them bullets were flying over our heads like flies, that they were. And so close I could feel the breeze they made passing.
Is that so?
Sure it's so. Good thing neither one of us lost our heads. I was sure worried about Reed for a minute, that I was.
Well, what did Mr. Reed mean when he told me that the coffee you were bringing back for me almost scared you to death, Axford?
Just his way of kidding, Casey.
Yeah, I wonder. Say, what are you hanging around for now?
Reed told me to wait and take some copies writing. Maybe he'll make us out to be heroes.
Well, whatever he writes, I don't think it'll quite agree with what you just told me, Axford.
Oh, so you don't think I tell the truth, is that it, Casey?
I think you have a way of skimming around the truth without meaning to, Axford. Well, believe me, sometimes you skim pretty far away, too.
Here, Axford. Get this downstairs to the city room right away. Tell Gunnigan to run this story as is. I don't want any changes in it, understand?
Sure, Reed. But well...
But what, Axford?
Is that all you're going to say about what happened?
Yes, that's all. I want it in the next edition. I hope that story will have the effect I plan it to have on the men who tried to shoot us down a while ago.
Later that evening, Lou Barker was talking to Johnny and Slugger in a hideout room down in a poorer section of the city.
Yeah, you don't think worth bothering with. You go and mess up a simple job like that. Now, where does that leave us, I'm asking you?
Oh, Lou, what are you beefing about? Just because there ain't no headlines in the paper, that don't go to say we didn't wing the dope.
No matter what, Lou, you gotta lay low now. The cops will be guarding that jerk from now on since he's such a big shot.
It's funny. Even his own paper don't have no headline about it. Hey, let me look at that paper again, Slugger.
Yeah, sure. There you are, Lou.
Sure a mystery to me why they don't have something. Wait. Here's something. Right down near the bottom of the front page.
Yeah, where? Let's see.
Look, what's it say, Lou? Read it.
See right there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it says, publisher escapes gangsters' bullets.
Sir, didn't we hit him with all?
Oh, shut up and let me finish, will you?
Yeah, go ahead, Lou. What more does it say?
It says, in discussing the incident, publisher Reed expressed the opinion that it was evidently a case of mistaken identity on the part of the would-be killers, saying that he knew of no reason why anyone should make an attempt on his life. Both Reed and Axford escaped without injury.
Well, what do you know? The dope thinks somebody was making a mistake.
Yeah, Lou. You got sense enough to figure somebody might really be after him.
Well, so much the better. That gives us a chance to make another try. And I'm telling you both, the next time we won't fail to give that stiff shirt Britt Reed what's really coming to him.
That night, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
It's very dangerous for you to go about alone, Mr. Britt. Maybe men make another attempt to kill you, perhaps.
I feel sure they will, Cato. The story in the Sentinel tonight was put there purposely to make them think I'll be off guard. I want them to make another try.
What? You mean you hope they shoot at you again? It may be next time they're more successful, Mr. Britt.
I don't think they'll use the same method, Cato. The only way to bring them out in the open is to lead them on. Until they're caught, I won't be safe. So I might as well clear the matter up in a hurry.
How you hope to lead them on?
I'm going back to the Sentinel building tonight. Doubt they'll be watching for me, so I might as well show myself.
You have police watching near Sentinel building?
No, Cato. That would scare them off. I hope to handle this alone up to a certain point.
You don't think Green Hornet be of use, Mr. Britt?
Yes, but not at first. We'll take the Black Beauty out with a mask and gas gun. You can drop me off in the vicinity of the Sentinel. I'll walk in the front door as Britt Reed. And you can park in the alley across the way until I need you. When they see me as Britt Reed, they may show their hand. That will be time enough for the Green Hornet to act. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Well, Lou, here we are right around the corner from the Sentinel building. What do we do now?
You stay here in the car. Johnny, you go across the street from the front of the building and watch from there. Keep back in the doorway.
Okay, Lou. What are you going to do?
You'll find out soon enough if that mug comes back to the Sentinel office anytime soon. Now, if you hear me whistle, Sludger, come around with a car and come quick. Hear me?
Oh, sure, I get it. Just wait here till you whistle.
Right, and keep the motor running, too. Come on, Johnny. I'm going around the corner with you.
I don't know what your plan is this time, Lou, but I hope it works.
Don't worry. If he comes there, it'll work all right. The dope don't know what it's walking into. And this time he won't get away either.
Leaving Cato and the Black Beauty parked in an alley near the Sentinel building, Britt Reed walked openly toward the entrance of the building.
If I'm not mistaken, there's someone across the street in the shadow of that doorway. I'll step inside the lobby of the building. Do a little watching myself. It's dim in this lobby at night. I'll see now what that fellow across the way does. I can't see me watching him. He's crossing over this way. If he comes in this door, I'll be...
You'll do nothing, Big Shot.
What? This'll hold you. Hey, that's socking him, Lou. You socked him right in the bean with that gun butt.
Yeah, he's out like a light. Now, come on, let's get him out to the car before that guard comes down on the elevator. This time, Britt Reed's really going to get what's coming to him, and I don't mean maybe.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to our story. Meantime, Cato sat in the Black Beauty, patiently waiting in the darkness of the alley. Suddenly, he was startled by hearing a shrill whistle out on the deserted street.
Oh, that sound like signal whistle. Come from out on the street. I'll go up the alley and take a look. Soon be able to see who makes whistling. Sedan, car, pull away from the front of the Sentinel building. I stay out of sight. They come past here. That's Mr. Britt they're holding in the back seat. We must get to Black Beauty and follow. Something going wrong. Mr. Britt. Must find you before it's too late. I find you somehow. I get to you, Mr. Britt.
8th floor, please. Good night, Miss Case, Mr. Axford.
Good night, Hugh. Good night. John, you must admit, Casey, it's mighty nice of Michael Axford to be dropping you off in a cab right at your door. That it is.
Well, I'm a little afraid of this deal, Axford.
Wait a minute, Casey.
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
What's that lying to one side of the doorway?
Looks like a man's hat to me.
Sure, I guess that's what it is. I'll pick it up and... Hey, look here.
What?
This is Reed's hat, see?
Mr. Reed's hat? What? So it is. What on earth could it be doing lying there?
Casey, it's got spots of...
It has. Axford, something's happened to Mr. Reed. He's been hurt.
Look, there on the floor where the hat was lying.
What do you see?
This. Glory be.
Looks like a loose seal of some kind that somebody dropped there.
Casey, I've seen it before. And that's exactly what it is. Go phone the cops. Tell Gunnigan. Phone the Federal Bureau.
Axford, what is it? Tell me.
St. Patrick, help us now. Reed's been waylaid by the worst criminal in the city. That's the seal of the Green Hornet himself.
I follow car to this street, but not in sight now. Maybe one of the cars parked on street be same car. So sorry I not get close enough to read number. Must do something. I get out and look at cars on street. Maybe somehow tell if I find right one. If not find clue soon, perhaps it be too late to be of help. Must not be too late, Mr. Britt. Must not.
Wearing the mask he usually wore when riding with the Green Hornet, Cato moved quickly and silently from car to car along the dark, deserted street. After playing his flashlight over a sedan which was parked near the corner, he was about to leave when something caught his eye.
Oh, think I see something on outside a back door. Yes, Mr. Britt's smart. He leave clue for Cato. Seal of Green Hornet pressed on door of car. Good thing Mr. Britt think to carry some in secret pocket of coat. First, must disconnect wire so car not start easy. Now... So... Now to look for other seals on doorway of some building nearby, perhaps. Gangsters not know they have wildcat by tail when they kidnap Mr. Britt. They maybe discover too late they're dealing with Green Hornet.
Meantime, in their hideout, Lou and his two henchmen were gloating over Britt Reed, who was tied hand and foot to a chair.
Take a good look, you guys. That's the big shot who got me sent up. Now it's my turn to do a little crowing.
Hey, the slicker ain't opened his trap since we took him. What's the matter? Is he deaf and dumb?
No, only dumb, maybe.
Yeah, that society mug will do a lot of yelling and screaming before I'm through with him. Maybe we won't hear him talk, but no one else will hear him talk again either.
Why don't you get it over with, Lou, and let's clear out of this burg. You act like a dopey school kid floating over that stuff, Short.
Shut your trap, you. I'll give you the same as he's going to get you punched
Well,
on
you-
ham butt.
Hey, Lou, they got an extra out.
Hey, I'll get down and get one, Johnny.
Hey, go ahead. Be careful you ain't seen.
I'll be back in a minute.
Come on, Johnny. Let's leave this closed-mouthed punk and go into the next room for a while.
Okay, Lou. But you better get rid of him soon.
The longer he waits, the more he'll worry. Hey, we'll be back, big shot. When we do come back, that's when you pass out. For good.
Hey, give me one of those papers, will you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Read about it,
Gee. Before I go back up, I'll take a look at this paper. See there. Right there. Sulfur and catfish. The sender's offering 10 grand for the return of Britt Reed. Let's see. Anyone given information leading to... Hey, this gives me an idea. So Lou called me a punchy junk camp boxer, huh? I'll go into this pool room and do a little phoning right now.
I'm gonna rack over here. Come on.
Give me cops headquarters, quick. We'll see who's a dummy around here when the cops pick up Lou and Johnny and I get the dough for turning over the...
Police headquarters.
Hey, I got a tip on where that Reed guy's been hit at. Do I click the door if I let you know where he is?
Where is he? What do you know about him? Who are you?
Now, don't bust a button, copper. Now, listen close. Come down to the corner of West Street at the...
So that's it. Hang up that phone, you squealing rat.
Hey, sure, Lou.
I had a hunch about that extra, so I come down to see what
No,
you were up to.
don't use that gun, Lou. I
I ain't using it yet, not here. Come on, get moving back upstairs and be quick about it.
Yeah.
You're gonna find out, same as Reed, that nobody double-crosses Lou Barker and gets away with it.
Mr. Britt. Mr. Britt.
Cato, you'd get here sooner or later.
You're very smart. Leave clues for me to follow. Find seal on doorway below. Come up the fire escape.
The gangster's in the next room. Get me loose, Cato, quick. Don't cut the cords. Untie them.
Yes, I bring Hornet mask and a gas gun. Also bring Green Hornet top coat and hat, Mr. Britt. Think maybe you need them.
Yes, I have a plan, Cato. With that coat and hat on, they won't recognize my clothes until they see me as the Hornet.
Well, perhaps recognize hearing you talk, maybe.
No, I haven't spoken a word since they waylaid me. They don't know the sound of Britt Reed's voice.
Oh, you're very smart, Mr. Britt. What you do now?
Come out on the fire escape with me, and I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. Lou Barker and his cronies are in for a big surprise.
It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, Axford. Drat that guy. If he'd only told me which corner of West Street.
I get the jitters just cruising along like this with Reed in the hands of that sneaking Hornet.
Well, what do you expect me to do? Run up and down West Street yelling, come out, wherever you are, like a bunch of kids playing hide and... Stop the car, Cassidy.
What's the matter, Sarge?
Look, moving along that fire escape.
Holy crow. It looks like the Green Hornet himself.
Sure, and another guy with him. Come on.
The stoolie was putting in the call to the cops.
Holy smoke, Lou. We better blow out of here.
Calm down. I got to him in time. This time I won't miss.
Hello, fella. Hey, look, coming in the open window.
A mask guy.
That's a Green Hornet.
Right the first time, mastermind.
Hey, what do you want here? Coming to hone in on getting a reward for that Reed guy, huh?
No, chump. I don't share rewards with small-time crooks like you. I take all or none.
I had a personal reason for bringing that jerk here, and you ain't going to interfere, say
Hey, Lou, I don't like this. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad
so help
idea.
me, Johnny, if you go back on me, too.
No, Lou, take it easy. I'm with you.
Okay, then. I'm going to the next room and finish what I started, see? Now, you and Slugger keep this overrated mutt from interfering. Out of my way, you.
You're not going anyplace, Lug.
Get him, Hornet. He ain't so hot. Get him.
Grab the Hornet, Johnny. Do something. Take it, Lug.
Johnny, he got me. Gas, I can't breathe.
Hey, got Lou. Help me, Slugger.
Why should I? The Hornet's on my side in this fight. Get him, Hornet. Go on.
Thanks. You can watch.
Hey, I give up. Don't. Not the gas.
Nice work, Hornet.
You're next, Slugger. I don't deal with killers.
Look, get gas. Gas, you can...
Police come. You not need help with the gangsters. Very good fight.
Thanks. Get out the window quick, Cato. Tie me up in the next room before the police find me. Come on, hurry.
Sure looks like a big fight was going on here. Look at that, will you?
3 of them, all out for the count of 10. I wonder who did it to him, Sarge.
I ain't sure yet, but I do know this looks like the work of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet, eh? Then if he was here, Reed must be around here someplace. Reed!
Help! In here!
Glory be, it's him all right. In that next room. Come on.
Reed! The saints be praised, you're safe.
I guess you got here just in time, Axford.
Sure, you're a sight for sore eyes, Reed. That you are. I could stand here and just look at you all night.
Axford, do you think Mr. Reed likes to be all tied up like that while you stand around looking at him like a hen with a lost chick?
How about untying these cords, Axford?
That I will, Reed. That I will. I'll have a free in a jiffy. I'll cut him. There.
Thanks. That's much better, Axford. By the way, Sergeant Burke, those 3 rough-looking men, did you catch them?
That we did, Reed. Every last one of them.
Good. They're all killers and were planning to take my life.
Well, now, Reed, don't go worrying. We're here to see that nothing happens to you.
We're sorry to tell you, Mr. Reed, but the worst of the lot got away. He and those 3 out there must have had a falling out about something.
Sarge is referring to the Green Hornet, Reed. And it's sorry I am we didn't get here in time to face down that spalpeen. That I am.
I assure you, Axford, he's a mean one to face.
Maybe you were a little bit scared by him, but if I'd have been in your shoes, Reed, I'd have turned the tables on him somehow and brought him in alive, that I would. My one ambition is to take that Hornet by the arm and lead him into the Sentinel office to collect that reward.
Take my arm, Axford, and help me up. I'm still a little shaky.
Yeah, sure. There you are. You're sure lucky to have the likes of Michael Axford around to get you out of the clutches of that sneaking jackanapes, the Green Hornets.
Kidnappers convicted, Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lexby
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, one for the books. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our story, here's a message for American women who want to serve their country and help bring the war to a victorious close. Listen, if you're 20 to 36 years of age, married or single with no children under 18, you are urgently needed by the SPARS, Women's Reserve of the United States Coast Guard. In the SPARS, you'll be given your basic training at beautiful Palm Beach, Florida. You'll be assigned to a vital, interesting job, releasing a Coast Guardsman for active sea duty. You'll wear smart, becoming uniforms and receive good pay, with splendid opportunities for advancement. Apply now at your nearest Coast Guard recruiting station, or write to the U.S. Coast Guard Headquarters, Washington, D.C., for a free booklet describing the life of the SPARS. And now, the Green Hornet. In a certain town in England, two men waited at the railroad station for the arrival of the train from London. To all outward appearances, they were average-type Englishmen. But should anyone have overheard the conversation which they carried on in low tones, he would have had reason to believe they were not what they seemed, though the younger of the two spoke with a decided English accent.
Soon the train will arrive, Mark. We must be careful that Louis Chandler does not become suspicious of us before we get him in the car.
Are you sure, Lomax, that this Chandler fellow didn't personally know the chap who was supposed to meet him here?
Louis Chandler is only a minor attaché who is being sent to America as a replacement at one of the consulates there. Our London agent notified us that he knows very few people outside of London. That he definitely does not know the man who was to meet him and give him these papers.
No need to ask what happened to the chap from whom you took those papers. You're very efficient, Lomax.
Rather to say that the entire espionage system of the Third Reich is efficient, Mark. These papers, by the way, are the pass to the airport and a priority for plane passage. Here, take them.
Just what is expected of me, Lomax? You haven't gone into detail.
I intended to later, but now will do just as well. As you know, all communications and all travel have stopped between here and the European continent. Not even diplomats from neutral countries can get by or get dispatches through.
Yes, I know.
We must get someone out of England somehow. Therefore, you are to take the place of this minor attaché so as to reach America. You know the information to give our agents there, and they in turn can get in through to Germany in ways known only to themselves.
But, what of Chandler?
He will be dealt with, my friend. Never fear. After we get his passport identification papers, which you will use.
Didn't it occur to you that he may be known to someone at that consulate in America?
You will not go to the consulate, Mark. You will go to an address which I shall give you. Here's the express from London now. Come. We will meet young Louis Chandler. Look, let us see coming this way now. Mr. Chandler.
Oh, you must be the chap with my airport pass and priority, are you now?
That's right. And we will drive you out to your plane. The car is right over there. Come, there's no time to lose.
I say, it's very kind of you, gentlemen, to give me such service.
It is nothing. Come on.
Now, perhaps you'd better give me the papers before I forget them.
The papers? Oh, yes. But where you are going, you will not need papers, my friend.
I don't understand.
Why not come to the point, Lomax?
Of course, that is best. Mr. Chandler, I'm sorry to inform you that you're not going to the airport at all.
Not going to? Say, what is this? Let me out of this car.
Not so fast, my friend.
A gun? Then you aren't the men that...
Unfortunately, the man who started out to meet you met with an accident.
So that is it. Well, I won't let you get away with this. I'll
use the gun on him, Lomax.
Speed up, Mark. I'll eliminate the dumb cove. Then we'll proceed to the airport.
Oh, no, you won't, you sneaking spy. If I can only get that gun...
This will show you we mean business.
On the morning that the plane carrying the Nazi agent, posing as Louis Chandler, arrived at the city airport, Axford, reporter for the Daily Sentinel newspaper, who'd gone out to cover the departure of an important official, was about to enter a waiting cab when someone tapped him sharply on the back.
Take me to the... Hey, now, what do you jab me in the back for, me good man?
Pardon me, old chap, but I'm in a deuce of a hurry. Would you mind awfully if I take this cab?
Well, now, there's no reason why we can't take it together since we're gone...
that wouldn't do at all. So sorry.
Hey, wait a minute. Who do you think you are grabbing that cab right from under... what's the use? Guys like that one could smooth talk the rest of us out of anything and get away with it. So sorry. Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Later that morning, Mark was sitting in the back room of a small bookshop on 3rd Street, talking to a man who had apparently been expecting him.
I hope you covered your trail here.
Of course, Mr. Pender. I changed cabs several times and got out of the last one when we reached 3rd Street. Then I walked to the shop.
Well, I'll hide you here. Tonight, after I close shop, we'll get together and I'll put down in code what you tell me about happenings in England. I hope for your own sake you've not bungled things by leaving the consulate chauffeur waiting at the airport.
I am not a bungler. What's more, I don't like threats, Mr. Pender.
So? But while you are here, you will do as I say.
And if I don't?
This will see that you do.
Put away that gun, you fool.
When I am ready. Not before.
I said put it away. Since you won't, I'll...
So you knocked it out of my hand, eh? I shall not forget your insolence.
Do not threaten me again, Pender. I've been educated in England so that I might be of service to our country. I didn't come here to be bullied by you.
Some of you younger agents are overconfident, my friend. Neither the British nor the Americans are easily fooled these days. So watch your step.
Meantime, at the Daily Sentinel, Michael Axford was in the outer office with Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, the publisher, when Ed Lowry, another reporter, entered.
I hear you let some highbrow put one over on you, Axford.
Well, now, Mr. Smart Guy, and what would you do in a case like that, I'm asking? This guy comes poking me in the back just as I'm about to get into a cab. Pardon me, old chap, he says. I'm in a deuce of a hurry. With that, he climbs into the cab and leaves me standing there.
Well, why didn't you climb in with him, Axford? Don't tell me you're getting too fat to sit in a cab with only one other person.
Who, me? Fat? Look at me, Casey. Do I look as though I'm too fat to ride with one person?
I am looking at you, Axford, and the answer is yes.
Say now, for 2 pins,
You look as though you're going to have a stroke.
I wouldn't lower myself to answer you. But if we weren't both going in to see Reed, I tell you to...
Well, what are you two both standing outside the door for?
Oh, I was just holding the door open for Lowry to go in first, but since he's waiting for me to go in, I lead the way.
Say, it seems that you two are suddenly getting overly polite to each other, aren't you? Now, Lowry, I want you to go over to the British consulate and get all the details you can on a chap named Louis Chandler. He's a young attaché who seems to have lost himself his first day in this country.
You mean he's disappeared, Reed?
Yes, in a way.
Well, what's the dope, Chief?
Well, this fellow Chandler arrived today. He was met by a chauffeur in one of the consulate cars. He went to get cigarettes or something. Just didn't come back to the car, that's all.
Oh, where was he coming from?
He arrived from England this morning.
Oh, he was bringing secret papers and spies got him. I bet that's it.
No, Axford, I've been assured Chandler carried no important dispatches. In fact, he came to fill a relatively unimportant position at the consulate. That's why his disappearance is so strange, and why they're inclined to think he just became confused and couldn't find the way back to the car.
Sure, but a grown-up guy like that could hop a cab and drive to the consulate, couldn't he?
That's right. Yeah, maybe he'll turn up later. However, in case he doesn't, I want to have as much about him as we can get to run a story in tonight's edition.
Okay, Chief. I'll go right over to the consulate and get what dope they have for us.
Good. Axford, maybe you'd better go down to police headquarters and see what news you can pick up. Also, you might get a line on that Chandler chap.
Then you don't think there's any spies mixed up in his being missing, Reed?
Well, so far, there's no reason why they should be interested in anyone like Louis Chandler. Of course, Axford, if you can run down a few in connection with Chandler's disappearance, we might really get a scoop.
I'm on my way. So long, Reed. Come on, Lowry.
I'm with you, Axford.
Get in touch with me if you get anything worthwhile, Axford.
That I will, Reed. You can depend on me.
Well, where are you going now, Axford?
Sure, and if it's any of your business, Casey, I'm on my way to Cops headquarters.
Good. Then you can drop this book for me at the 3rd Street bookshop. I got it from the circulating library.
Now, what makes you think I'm going to do it?
Now, Axford, come on. Be nice.
Yes, Axford. Be nice. So long, Casey.
Okay. Give me the book.
Here. And while you're about it, pick out another one for me, will you? A good detective story. Use your own judgment.
Well, maybe I will and maybe I won't. I don't want to be lugging a book around to Cops headquarters.
Why not? You'll have something to read while you hang around there.
Okay. But don't start yapping at me if you don't like what I bring back. No, where's the dump I got to go to?
The 3rd Street bookshop. That's the name of it. It's located at 3rd and West. And don't forget to take it there. It's overdue now.
3rd Street bookshop, huh? Okay, Casey. I'll take it for you. And I'll bring back a story for you that'll make your hair stand on end. That I will.
Someone just came into the shop. I'll be glad when it's time to close.
There haven't been any customers in this afternoon.
No. As a matter of fact, the fewer I have come in, the better I like it. Come away from those curtains. You mustn't be seen.
I was just looking to see who... Great Scott.
What's the matter?
Look. The man looking over those books.
What about him? Speak up.
I saw him at the airport this morning.
I used the cab he was about to use. Do you think he knows and has followed me here by any chance?
Yeah, he looks like a detective or perhaps a federal man. Yes. You and your confidence. I told you these Americans were clever. I must get my gun from the drawer here.
Hey, anybody waiting on customers around this joint?
Quick, he may come back here.
To be on the safe side, we may have to force him to come back here. Until we can find some other hiding place for you. And then... but we shall see. I'll go talk to him. Stay here.
Oh, there you are.
What is it you want, my friend?
Sure, I'm on the hunt for a good spy story. Sure, if you got a spy or two hidden around the joint, just put me wise. Isn't that one for the books? You get it? One for the books. Aren't I the card, though?
Your humor is a little far-fetched under the circumstances, my friend.
You don't think that was funny, huh?
I don't think you came here to be funny, as you call it.
Well, now, since you haven't got a sense of humor, I can be as serious as you can at that. I brought that book in. Now I want to give me a good spy story.
So you came here for a spy story?
Sure, and don't keep me waiting. I got to get down to cops' headquarters.
A detective, huh?
Well, have it your way. I said I'd bring back one, so don't waste any more time.
Very well. We won't waste time. Get going into that back room.
Hey, what's the idea of pulling a gun on me? Whatever it is, I'll put...
Doctor, quick! Grab him!
I have him, Bender. Let me go, you dope. What's the idea?
Your pretended stupidity may have fooled the one you know as Lewis Chandler here. But I am more accustomed to matching wits with you American agents. I give you credit for your cleverness up to a certain point.
Lewis Chandler? American agent? Hey, are you gone nutty or... Oh, holy crow. Maybe I've run onto something about that missing attache or have I?
Oh, very clever act, my good fellow. But you were rather foolish to try a one-man raid like this. All right, get going. You may have found the man you were trailing, but you may be sure no one will ever find you. I shall see to that.
Continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Right now, our armed forces are using up a tremendous amount of our crude oil supply, and we can't cut down on their ration. Neither can we expect to get ahead of the game by patronizing the black market. Many people think that there's enough gasoline available to redeem every coupon in existence, that it's just a matter of getting it before somebody else does. Nothing could be further from the truth. There's no magic source from which black market gasoline flows. It comes right out of the tanks of honest citizens, and simply means that they can't have their fair share. So while you're patiently waiting for the day when gasoline will return in abundance, just be sure you don't buy gasoline coupons, and don't buy gasoline without giving up the proper coupons. Play square with gasoline. And now back to our story. That evening, Britt Reed was getting ready to leave his office for the day. He was in the outer office talking to Miss Case.
I guess there isn't anything else, Miss Case. You can type those letters I dictated when you come in tomorrow morning.
I'd rather get them typed tonight, Mr. Reed. Then I can sleep peacefully.
Oh, hi, Chief. Boy, I'm glad I caught you before you left.
Oh, what's up, Lowry?
Something new on that Lewis Chandler case. Something hot. And darn it all, something we can't print yet.
Well, I'm listening.
I got all the dope on Chandler and phoned it into Gunnigan. And then I hung around the consulate to see if there was anything else breaking.
I see.
Chief, a little while ago, they got a cablegram from the Foreign Office in London saying that a body was found in England that's been definitely identified as being Lewis Chandler. Huh. What do you think of that?
Whew, that is news. And the man who arrived this morning and disappeared must be a phony.
That's strange.
Oh, nothing strange about it. The guy who came in Chandler's place must be a spy or something.
Exactly. You say we can't print that news?
Yeah. They don't want to let the fake Chandler know they found out yet.
I see the sense to that, all right.
By the way, Mr. Reed, Sergeant Burke called from police headquarters. He said Axford hadn't been there at all this afternoon.
That's mighty strange.
Well, I asked him to drop into a bookstore on his way down there. The 3rd Street Bookshop.
Call the shop on the phone and see if he's been there.
All right. Outside line, please.
Say, Chief, Axford had some guy with a British accent take his cab away from him at the airport this morning.
There's possibilities, Lowry. Go down to headquarters and tell Burke. An inquiry among the drivers might turn up something.
They're ringing, but they don't answer, Mr. Reed.
Well, never mind. Maybe I should run onto something that kept him from going to headquarters. Come on, I'll drop you off if you're ready to go home. Let me know if anything comes from that taxi driver inquiry, Lowry. That Chandler case is going to be a real story after all. If and when we get it.
Britt Reed soon arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
I can't get it out of my head that Axford's mixed up with that Chandler fellow somehow. Ever since Lowry told me about that incident regarding the cab at the airport.
You worried about Axford, perhaps?
Yes, I am. If he'd changed his mind about going to headquarters, he'd have phoned in and said so. The only thing I see to do is to try to find him and to start at that bookshop. Get the mask and gas gun, Cato.
Black Beauty already. We get the mask and gas gun on the way out, Mr. Britt.
Good. The bookshop lead seems a little too easy to suit me, Cato. Something tells me that before we're through, we're going to run into a lot tougher deal than we've bargained for. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
The bookshop's closed for the night, Cato. However, I think I'll have a look around inside.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Approaching the rear window of the bookshop, Britt Reed manipulated the catch with a thin steel instrument. Then he raised the window cautiously, lifted himself over the sill, and dropped inside.
Now to use my flashlight. It's at the plain back room. Shop must be through those curtains. There's nothing to indicate Axford's been here. There's a book on the counter over there, but that doesn't mean anything with so many books around, so I'll... Wait, that card on that book, let's see. It's a card like they use at the regular library, and with Miss Case's name on it. Then Axford did come here. He left this book, but didn't take another. Strange. Place is empty now, all right. But I have a feeling this place had something to do with Axford's disappearance.
Well, Lowry, them cab drivers didn't give us much information after all. That guy was slick enough to make a lot of changes.
Yeah, he's a slick one, all right, or he wouldn't be a spy, Sarge.
Yeah, I remember once when Hey, wait, Cassidy, stop.
What's the matter, Sarge? Yeah, what are we stopping for?
Someone's prowling around inside that bookshop with a flashlight. See there?
Gee, you're right.
Get your gun hand in. Come on, Cassidy. We'll bust the on before he knows he even see him.
I'll go round the back, Sarge. Go in that way.
Okay. Lowry, you can come with me if you want to. Come on. Easy now. You'll have to force the door. Now.
Sarge, this way. He went this way.
Why didn't you stop him, Cassidy?
I didn't have the chance. He jumped me. Sarge, that was no ordinary prowler. That was the Green Hornet himself.
What? Come on, hurry up. Let's get after him. Cassidy, go put in a call for some more men quick. We'll scour the neighborhood till we run him down. Get going.
In the meantime, Axford lay on a cot tied hand and foot in a secret hideout reached through a trap door from the back room of the bookshop. On a small table nearby was an old-fashioned oil lamp, the dim light of which cast weird shadows over the faces of the two men seated at the table talking.
I gather from the muffled sounds we've heard overhead that the police were looking for our detective friend over there.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm not a detective? I'm a reporter.
I heard you say that before, my friend, but I don't believe you.
Suppose they find the trap door, Pender.
They won't, so don't worry. I have it fixed in such a way that when it's closed, the rug slides in place over it. All right, let's continue with our work. I must get all details down in this report.
I've given you all there is to report.
Aha! Now I'm beginning to see the light. Chandler's a spy just like you are. Sure, and that's two of you I'll have to turn in.
Such a sense of humor for a man in his predicament.
I'm not in any such thing, whatever it is. Say now, me feet are going to sleep. Can't you in time for a few minutes? You're two against one, and me hands are tied up tight as a drum.
Loosen his feet, Mark. He can't do us any harm with his hands tied.
I'll untie his feet, then.
What a relief. Hey, did you say that trap door was the only way out of here?
Yes, but you could never make it. I would have to shoot you down, you see.
Uh-huh. Of course, if that lamp went out, like this, for instance...
He kicked over the table.
I'll get him for that.
Pender, look, fire. The oil from the lamp.
We must get out quick, but first
Oh, no, you don't.
We'll all be burned alive. Pender! Pender!
We are back in alley near bookshop again, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I still think there's some clue to be found in there to Axford's whereabouts, Cato. You've given the police the slip for a short time,
Mr.
so
Britt, look. They're at back of shop.
Smoke. Come on, Cato.
Police leave back door open. Smoke come from back room in there.
It's coming up through that rug. Go, pull it back. Trap door. I'll handle this. Go turn on the fire alarm, quick.
Hurry, Mark. I have the report safe. Come on.
We must get out of here.
Hold it, Marks.
What? A masked man.
Green Hornet. Get out of our way. You get what the other one got below.
So that's it, eh? We'll see about that. Miss me. Take it, Lug.
Mark, get him. He's an enemy of the fuel. Gas.
I'll get you all die in the attempt.
Now that I know your Nazis, I'll see that you got what's coming to you. Where's that man who came in the shop this afternoon? Where is he?
He's down there. Don't.
Yes. And if he's done for, you'll get far worse.
Yes.
I get to Axford. I've got to get to him. He's got to be all right. A regular furnace down here. Smoke's pretty heavy. I have to feel my way. There he is. Now if I can only make it to the back door. I'm almost there. Here we are. Slam that trap door shut. I'll get Axford into the alley. He's breathing. He'll be all right. Better clear out of here while the going's good.
Glory be. Here's three laid out here. Come on, let's drag them out into the alley.
This one's heavy, Sarge. This ought to be far enough.
Hey, where am I? What's happened?
Hey, flash that light there. Well, can you beat the... Sarge, it's Axford.
So it is. Glory be. I wonder who them other two are.
Don't let them get away, Sarge. They're spies, that's what they are.
There he goes again. Spies, he says.
Wait a minute. Hey, golly, Lowry, he's right. This looks like spy stuff, all right.
Sure, that slim guy's that Chandler fella. He's nothing but a double-talking spy of a Nazi.
Chandler? Oh, boy, Axford, you did get a haul.
Oh, it wasn't much. I've been training him all day. And I decided to close in on him, but they put up a stiff fight, that they did. But, well, I did my duties as hot, that's all.
Sure. And I suppose you stuck that seal on the forehead of each one of them, huh, Axford?
Seal? What are you talking about, Sarge?
Stuck as nice as you please right in the middle of the forehead of each is the seal of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Now, isn't that one for the books?
That's the Lex Street paper! Reporter helps capture Nazi spies. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lex Street.
An Air Corps captain recently wrote Ernie Pyle that a letter from home was like a 5-minute furlough. Now, this is one kind of furlough that we at home can grant just as often as we wish, without any risk of hampering the war effort. The next thing to do after writing these letters is to make sure they're delivered as quickly and as safely as possible. V-mail is the answer. It has priority over all other types of mail, and it saves precious cargo space needed to send vital equipment. Since this service was inaugurated, over 300 million letters have been sent, and not a single one has been reported lost. Nothing is more important to those in service than mail from home. Remember the words of the Air Corps captain. A letter is like a 5-minute furlough. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Racketeers in Gas Coupons. The Green Hornet strikes again. As a car drew up at a certain gas station on the west side of the city, the station attendant leisurely walked out from the office and approached the two prospective customers who sat waiting.
Evening.
Evening, Bud. We want to have a little talk with you.
Talk, huh? What about?
Well, supposing we did want gas and didn't have any coupons. What could you do about that?
No coupons, no gas. You ought to know that by this time.
Sure, we know. But if a lot of people who needed gas came by here without coupons, and you had the coupons to sell them along with the gas, think of the dough you'd be making. Get it?
Look, I ain't no dumb cluck. I get it all right.
We know he ain't dumb, don't we, Joe?
Sure, Pete. We wouldn't have stopped here if we thought he was dumb. We stopped because we thought he's smart. How about it, buddy?
Want us to tell you how to work it?
If you guys are trying to deal me in on a phony gas coupon racket, you can get going. I'm not interested, see?
Gee, Joe, what do you know about that? He ain't interested.
Oh, he's just a little hard to convince, that's all. Hey, fellow, what if I told you we ain't dealing in phony coupons? What then?
If you got real ones, then your racket's worse than I thought. I deal honest, see? I'm not knuckling down to any mugs like you. For 2 cents, I'd turn you in. That's what I ought to do.
So that's it, huh? You got 2 coppers to give the dope, Pete?
Nope. I ain't got 2 coppers to give him. But I got a couple of lead slugs he can have. Hey, put that gun away. You can't do that and get away with it.
Oh, yeah? Give him the slugs, Pete.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll show you.
Make better deals when other gas station guys hear about that one being plugged.
Yeah. It's too bad when a guy has to go quick like that. Makes me feel kind of sad, you know? Nobody around to see him go either.
That was a break for us, Pete.
How many we got that took coupons, Joe? Boss will be anxious to know.
About half a dozen so far. There'll be more. Don't worry about that. They all paid cash on the line.
Well, where are we going now?
Back to the boss's apartment. We better lay low for the rest of the night. Somebody will find that dope at that gas station, and the cops will be on the lookout. Step on it, Pete.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, was talking to Ed Lowry, one of his reporters, in the publisher's office at the Sentinel building.
The murder of that gas station attendant turned out to be quite a mystery, Lowry, since he was found out near the gas pumps, and since there was no cash missing, robbery certainly wasn't the motive.
That's right, Chief. The guy must have been there alone when it happened, too. Cops haven't found anybody who knows anything about what happened.
Oh, hello, Axford. Come on in.
Sure I am in, Reed.
So I noticed.
Hi, Lowry.
Well, if it isn't our star reporter, Mike Axford. Coming in with another scoop, no doubt.
If you were really complimenting me, I'd know you're out of your head, Lowry. And if you're trying to get me goat, you're crazy. Because any ribbon from you rolls right off me back. That it does.
Oh, phooey.
Why don't you two grow up? What's on your mind, Axford?
Nothing but me hat, Reed.
For once he spoke the truth, Chief.
Oh, is that so now? Can't a guy crack a little joke around here without somebody...
Calm down, Axford, and tell me whatever you came in to say.
Well, it isn't very important, Reed. But I wondered if we might get a story out of it. Sergeant Burke told me down at headquarters that some gas station guy tried to sell an investigator some gas coupons this morning. But when the investigator offered to take some, the guy became suspicious or something and wouldn't sell him any. He swore he was only kidding.
Did they take him down for questioning?
Sure, but they couldn't get anything out of him. They let him go, but they're having him watched. Well, some little independent station he come from on the east side, a guy named Lewis.
Oh, there's a lot of those coupons floating around lately, Chief.
So I've heard. It's a mystery how people get a hold of extra coupons like that, ones that are really genuine.
It'd be a good scoop if we could run down some guy who had some to sell. I think I'll make a point of trying to find some.
It'd probably develop into a good story, Lowry. Especially if we could find the source. If you do come across any, let me know.
Okay, Chief.
I have a hunch the discovery of the person or persons behind the whole thing might be a bigger scoop than we think.
That evening, a car was parked in the shadows a short distance from the gas station, which was run by the man Lewis, of whom Axford had spoken that morning.
Look, Joe, I think he's locking up now.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, all right.
Are you sure he walks home?
Yeah, he don't live very far up the road. It's kind of dark up that way, too.
Yeah, how about the dick that's been tailing Lewis all day? He must be down the road there a ways watching the station.
Lewis comes up this way, see? The other guy will tail him at a distance so he won't know what's happening here in the dark till it's too late. Anyway, we can throw a couple of slugs back his way to scare him off.
Hey, here comes Lewis now.
Yeah, get ready. Open the car door. Come on, get out. Keep quiet. He won't see the car with the lights out.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Here he comes. I'll stop him. You sock him from behind. Quiet now. Hey, you.
Who's that? What do you want?
Come here a minute and keep quiet. I want to talk to you.
Well, what do you want to say to me?
I told you to keep your voice down, Dope. Somebody we know wants to have a little talk with you. So you're coming with us.
I'm not going anywhere, fella. I'm going home, and you're not going to stop me, see?
Is that so? Pete, let him have it.
Got him right on the cocoa. Fresh guy, ain't he?
Shut up with your gabbing and help me put this lame brain in the car. For your own good, I hope you didn't conk him too hard.
He'll come out of it all right so the boss can talk to him. Come on.
Easy now. There. Come on, get in.
Okay.
Hey, there's somebody coming. That Dick, I guess. Get going. Give him a couple of shots, Pete.
Meantime, Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was working later than usual, typing up some important letters for the young publisher.
Well, if it isn't little Casey, working like a trooper even though it's way past 6 o'clock.
So what? It isn't the first time I've stayed overtime, Axford.
That it isn't. And I hope Reed appreciates it, too. That I do.
Hey, why all this sudden concern about my working hours, Axford?
Can't a man show some interest in your welfare without you getting huffy about it, Casey?
That depends. But if it's a loan you want, nothing doing.
No, did I say anything about a loan? Did I?
Not yet. But I suspect something like that when you start handing out your blarney.
Casey, I can't for the life of me understand what makes you so suspicious all the time.
Well, it's just one thing, Axford. You.
Casey, I think you ought to go see one of them there psychoanalytics. There's something wrong with your Lombardo or something, I'm thinking.
Oh, skip it. Only don't come in here impersonating one of the intelligentsia.
Say, did I do that now? Maybe I ought to go on the radio. I heard some guy impersonate the other night,
Your
and he was...
impersonation is much too poor for public exhibition, Axford. Now, if you came in here to see Mr. Reed, go on into his office and let me finish my work.
So that's the thanks I get for being thoughtful about you, is it? Well, the next time I won't even stop to say hello. That I won't.
That's certainly something to look forward to. Goodbye now.
Da phooey.
Well, Axford, are you trying to impersonate Lowry by any chance?
What? You too, Reed?
I too? What do you mean?
Every time I open my mouth around this joint, someone says I'm impersonating someone or something.
We'll see if you can impersonate a good reporter for a while. What's on your mind this time?
Well, I just came back from Cops headquarters after phoning in that story to the rewrite desk.
Oh, did you pick up something down there? I haven't checked downstairs recently.
Sure, I picked up something. That guy I told you about today, name of Lewis, you know?
I remember the gas station chap. The police were having watched. Well, what about him?
He got picked up by a couple of guys in a car out near his place. He's disappeared.
I see. Then it looks as though he did have something to hide. Something others didn't want him to tell the police.
Sure, and the guys who took him away were plenty tough, too. They shot at the man Sarge had tailing Lewis, but it was too dark for him to get a look at them or see the car number.
The whole business gets more complicated all the time. Hello?
Hello, Chief. This is Lowry. I got something hot.
What is it, Lowry?
I found a guy at a little independent gas station who sold me some gas coupons. Some real ones, too. He was leery about me at first, but after I hung around a while, he broke down and let me have some.
Where are you now? Where's that place you got those coupons?
I'm over on the east side in a drugstore. Gas station's right near here at the corners. Hey, I thought I'd find you here, buddy. Hang up that phone.
Hello? Hello, Lowry. Lowry, hello.
What did he do, hang up on you, Reed?
He hung up all right, but not because he wanted to. Call Sergeant Burke and tell him Lowry's in some sort of trouble, somewhere on the east side. Somebody didn't want him to make a report on what he found. Then you'd better get on down to headquarters right away.
You mean somebody's got Lowry?
Yes, and before the night's over, I think they'll be very sorry they laid hands on a reporter of the Daily Sentinel.
A short time later, in a small apartment on the east side, Lowry, flanked by Joe and Pete, stood before the seated figure of a well-dressed man.
Who is this? Why have you brought him here?
We don't know who he is yet, boss. We do know he's been snooping around trying to buy up some coupons. He wouldn't take no for an answer over at the East Line gas station.
Yeah, boss, but he ain't so smart. Guy at the station went in and gave us a tip-off on the phone. We told him to sell them at a few, but to stall till we got there to tail him.
Good work, boys.
He went into a phone booth and was calling somebody to give him the dope when we grabbed him. Should I frisk him?
Yes, we might as well know just who he is.
You jerks keep your hands off me.
Hold him, Pete.
Yeah, with pleasure.
I told you to keep away.
I got him now. Go ahead, Joe.
You guys will be sorry for this. You wait and see.
Dry up. Here's the stuff from his pockets, boss.
Good. Edward Lowry, Daily Sentinel.
Ah. Sneaking news hound, huh?
Exactly, and we can't let him go.
We just got back a while ago from giving that squealer a ride, boss. We can do the same with this cluck if you say so.
Ain't nobody's taking me for a ride, you dirty bunch of killers. Oh. That'll hold him for a while.
You muddling fool, you've knocked him out. Now I have to wait till he comes to find out how much he knows and who he's told. After I do find out, you better get rid of him as fast as you can. And remember, he must disappear completely. There must be no slip-up.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now back to our story. Concerned over Lowry, Britt Reed hurriedly left his office and went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Something wrong, Mr. Britt?
Plenty, Cato. Lowry's in some sort of trouble.
Trouble, Mr. Britt?
Yes, he disappeared. He was phoning me from a drugstore on the east side about a lead he had on racketeers and gas coupons, when I distinctly heard someone forcibly make him leave the phone.
Oh, evidently one of the racketeers followed him to the phone booth.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. And it means that Lowry's in great danger.
You have plans, Mr. Britt?
Not yet, Cato. But we'll make some plans as we drive over to the east side.
Oh, Black Beauty is ready. Also gas gun and mask.
Good. The police have been notified, but they're going to have the help of the Green Hornet in rounding up those racketeers. Come on, there's no time to lose. When they find out Lowry's a reporter and has something on them, there's no telling what they'll do.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go first, Mr. Britt?
To the gas station owned by that man Lewis, Cato, the one who disappeared earlier this evening. We're almost there now.
What you expect to find there? A clue?
No, not necessarily a clue, but if he had a quantity of coupons which he was selling, I'd like to get a look at them. There's the place. Pull over in the shadows and stop. Someone may be watching the place from nearby. I'm going to try to get in the back way. You wait right here, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Keep the lights out and the motor running, Cato. We may have to leave in a hurry.
Melting into the shadows along the road, Britt Reed quickly but cautiously approached the back of the darkened gas station. Using a thin steel tool, he swiftly manipulated the lock of a back window. Then, moving silently, he lifted himself over the sill.
This place isn't very big. Now, here's my flashlight. Detached gas coupons in that cigar box near the cash register there. Evidently the ones taken from customers. Now, look in this drawer. There's no doubt in my mind the police have already been here and gone through everything, but I did hope I might... sheets of new coupons lying into these reports here. Uh-oh. That must be a plant by the police to see who'd come searching for these unused stamps. Something tells me I've unwittingly walked into a trap. Maybe there's time to... I guessed right, someone was watching this place. Time for me to get out of here and fast.
Hurry, Mr. Britt. Must hurry.
Step on it, Cato, quick.
Narrow escape, Mr. Britt.
We're used to narrow escapes, Cato.
What good it do you to find coupons genuine?
Well, since they're genuine, Cato, it shows they must come from a place where such coupons are kept in large quantities.
Only such place be ration boards.
Exactly. And I have a hunch, Cato. I want you to phone the police from some nearby drugstore. Tell them that you want to tip them off the Green Hornet's about to steal a lot of gas coupons from one of the gas rationing boards, and then hang up.
But there's more than one in city, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I know.
Which one you plan to enter?
None, Cato. We'll just lay low for a while. And if my hunch is correct, we should get some news over the radio here in the Black Beauty within the hour. News that will lead us to the place where Lowry's being held, and to the man who's responsible for his disappearance. Stop in the nearest drugstore and make that phone call.
Meantime, Axford was waiting at police headquarters for any news that might come in regarding Lowry or the racketeers.
Sarge, you ought to be out doing something instead of hanging around here like this. Maybe poor Ed Lowry's already been done away with by now.
Is that so now? Well, if he's already done away with, there's no need for us to bother about getting him back. He'd be no good to Reader the Sentinel as a corpse. Even at that, he'd probably do more around there than you do alive, Axford.
Say, is that any way to be talking at a time like this, I'd like to know? I'll just overlook your insults for the time being until you get busy and find Lowry. What kind of police force is this, anyway?
Listen, Axford. Any cracks out of you about the force, and you can heave your lazy carcass right out the front door. And stay out, too.
Ah! The shoe's on the other foot now, that it is. It don't take much to make you bristle up, Sarge.
Police headquarters. What's that? He's going to what? Now, wait a minute. Say that again. Who's going to do what? Glory be. Which one? Hey, wait. Which one? Hello. Hello. Ah, he hung up.
What's up, Sarge?
Never you mind. The force will take care of it without your help. Cassidy, get in there and tell them dispatchers to spread the alarm to all squad cars. The Green Hornet's planning to swipe a raft of gas coupons from one of the rationing board offices. Hurry up.
Okay, see. Great sense of little fishes, Sarge. Is that what that call was? And didn't he say which one of the rationing officers
Stop
that Hornet
blabbing
was...
about something you know nothing about. If you want to come with me, come on. Maybe if we find that Hornet, we'll find the gang who slatched Lowry. To my way of thinking, they're working together from the looks of things.
Meantime, Britt Reed and Cato parked the Black Beauty in a secluded spot on the outskirts of town and sat patiently waiting for certain news to come over the car radio.
Radio tuned in the police broadcast, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. The lead I'm expecting should come over the police shortwave. I hope my hunch proves correct.
We've been waiting a long time now.
Yes, but if what I hope for does come over that shortwave, it will well have been worth waiting for.
You not say what you expect...
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Attention, please. Attention, please. Mr. Milton of East Side Gas Rationing Board Number 3 reports many thousands of gas coupons stolen by Green Hornet. Many thousands of gas coupons taken from Number 3 East Side Rationing Board by Green Hornet. All cars be on lookout. All cars be on lookout. That is all.
You hear, Mr. Britt? They say Green Hornet steal coupons.
That's what I was waiting to hear, Cato. Come on, we'll get that Mr. Milton's address from the city directory. And then the Green Hornet's going to pay him a visit.
Mr. Milton?
Yes, and when you phoned the police a while ago, you see they put out a warning to all rationing boards. I knew that if someone at one of the boards was misusing the coupons entrusted to him, He'd take this opportunity to shift the blame to the Hornet and would announce that shortage.
Oh. Then we find where Lowry is, maybe.
Right, Cato. Get going and hurry.
Hey, where you been, boss? We've been worrying.
I just completed a bit of business that's put me in the clear regarding those gas coupons.
How come, boss?
Yeah. What's the dope?
I merely phoned the police and announced a big shortage of coupons in the board office.
You did what?
Holy cats, you going nuts or something?
Yeah, take it easy. Don't get excited. While you two were tying up that report in the other room a while ago, I heard a police broadcast that the Green Hornet was on his way to steal a lot of gas coupons from one of the board offices. Actually, the Hornet must have been scared off, but the police don't know that. I told them he had already broken into our office and taken the coupons, you see?
Say, that was smart, boss. Yeah, now before we do anything else, what about that jerk in there?
Yeah, he ain't come to yet. That is, not since the second time I bopped him.
You make me sick, Pete. Well, you might as well get him out of here. Drag him down the back way to the car and dispose of him once and for all.
Come on, Pete, I'll help you. Let's go.
Hold it, Muggs.
The Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel. Is that the Green Hornet?
Person, Dobie, and ready for action.
Let's give him a little action, then.
So that's your game. Good. That shooting ought to bring the police. They're in the neighborhood.
Help me, boss. He's got me. Help me. I'm getting out of here.
Do not leave yet for a while.
Take it, you rat.
No.
Where's that other lug?
Behind drape, hiding. This one not so much.
If I get to my gun, I...
So sorry, you not get chance. Hey, I'm coming out. I give up.
We'll make sure of that, killer.
Hey, look, Hornet, you and me can run the racket. All the coupons are in the desk
Thanks
there.
for the tip, chump. Now you're going to have that, too.
Oh, no, not the gas. Please, don't. No.
The police are coming. Get those coupons out of the desk and leave them on the table there. I'll open that door so they'll find Lowry. Hurry, out the back door. Lowry can tell who those men are. Come on, let's get going.
Here's where the shooting came from, all right. Glory be, what a mess. See what's in that other room.
Now you take a look in there.
Hey, look on the table. Thousands of gas coupons.
Sarge, here's Lowry. He's safe.
Get in there, Cassidy, and see what he's talking about.
Okay, Sarge. Here, Cassidy, help me take him out there.
Oh, I'm
all right, pal. Just a little bit weak.
Glory, hallelujah, it's Lowry, safe and sound.
Isn't that what I said to you?
Half the time I don't listen to you, Axford. What's this all about, Lowry? Who are these guys anyway?
Well, these guys are killers. They're the racketeers who were pulling on that stuff at the gas stations. And they already did away with 2 guys. They were fixing to take me for a ride, too.
Well,
and that smooth-looking junt is the leader, a guy by the name of Milton.
Milton? Hey, now it's all plain. He's the guy from one of the ration boards who called and said the Hornet stole thousands of coupons.
Well, they must have been working together, Sarge, and had a falling out.
It's easy to see the Hornet's been here, all right.
Did you see him, Lowry?
No, I just came to about the time you came in.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, boys, get these skunks out of here. Lowry will be chief witness against them.
Sure, but what about the Green Hornet, Sarge?
Well, what about it?
Asking each other what about him won't do any good. Listen to that.
It's him. It's him, all right. The Green Hornet sneaking away and leaving his gang to take all the blame. That's the Green Hornet for you.
Let's be paper! Gas coupon racketeers caught, gang indicted for murder. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Let's be paper!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Here is the latest invasion news. Tonight's communique from General Eisenhower's headquarters says that Allied forces have succeeded in their initial landings in France. Fighting continues. Naval casualties are very light. Invasion air losses amount to only about 1%, with Allied planes continuing the air bombardment in great strength. Incidentally, American planes based in Russia bombed Galati in Romania and returned to their Soviet bases. Huge Allied naval squadrons are reported off Cherbourg and between Calais and Dunkirk tonight as Allied invasion troops are fighting in the streets of Caen, 9.5 miles inland from Le Havre. The Nazis say the Allies are improving their positions from the mouth of the Seine River to the Cherbourg Peninsula along a 60-mile front. Another beachhead is at the mouth of the Vire River, 40 miles west of Caen. That's the news to this moment. Keep tuned to this Blue Network station for the latest bulletins.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Code for Sabotage. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our story, here's an important message. There are now thousands of American soldiers stationed in all parts of the globe. And for every one of these men who are transported across the sea, tons of arms and equipment must be freighted over for him. This is the tremendous job of the Merchant Marine. Men between the ages of 16 and 17 and a half, and those who are 26 years and over, are wanted for training in all departments aboard ship. The top age is 35 and a half years, except for stewards who will be enrolled up to 50. Eligible men are urgently asked to report to their local U.S. Maritime Service Enrolling Office or write to the U.S. Maritime Service, Washington 25, D.C. And now, the Green Hornet. Ed Lowry, reporter on the Daily Sentinel newspaper, was having a late lunch in a little restaurant near the Sentinel building. His attention was drawn to a man who, walking to one of the booths, handed a slip of paper to the blonde youth who sat there alone. The blonde youth looked at the paper and nodded. And then, without speaking, the first man left the restaurant. As Lowry watched, the youth seemingly put the paper into his coat pocket. But as he rose to leave a few minutes later, Lowry saw that the paper had fallen to the floor.
Guess he doesn't know he dropped that paper. Maybe I'd better get it and go after him. Might be something important. Well, the darn thing don't make sense. Well, maybe it does to him. I'd better hurry or I won't catch him.
Hey, Bud, you didn't pay me yet.
Well, take it out of that and keep the change.
Hey.
There we go. goes down near the corner. Hey, mister! Always turn that corner. I'll still catch him if I hurry. He went around here. I'll
Wait,
see.
my friend.
Oh, here you are.
Yes, you were following me, I see. I saw you watching in that restaurant. Is that not so?
Sure, I was following you. See, I wanted to give you. Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
Just this, my snooping friend. Oh. So, we must work fast. They're getting on our trail. But if they're all as dumb as this fellow, we have not much to fear. Our work will soon be done in this city. Now I must get a cab and go warn Rusk.
A short time later, Lowry, who'd been helped into the Sentinel office by a passerby, was resting on a couch in the office of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Well, Lowry, how do you feel now?
I'm all right, Chief. The guy hit me only a glancing blow, but it knocked me out for the minute.
Maybe you can tell me now what it was all about.
Well, that's the funny part of it, Chief. I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Somebody slipped that guy a paper in the restaurant. He meant to put it into his pocket, but he dropped it. And then he went out. And I picked it up and ran after him to give it to him, and as I came around the corner, he was waiting for me with the gun in his hand. Then he conked me.
That's strange. Where's the paper? Did you give it back to him?
No. I didn't have a chance. I got it here someplace. Yeah, here it is.
Letters and figures all jumbled up. Well, this doesn't make sense, Lowry.
Yeah, I know.
Do you mind if I keep this paper for a while?
The less I see of it, the better.
Good. Now, you'd better go on down to the men's smoking lounge and rest for a while.
No, I'm okay now, Chief. I'm going around the corner of that restaurant again and get a cup of coffee. Whew, got a little headache from that banging around. Boy, good thing I started to duck when he swung at me. Well, I'll be back soon, Chief.
All right, Lowry. This time, be careful when you go around corners.
I'll keep my eyes open. Don't you worry.
If this stuff on the paper has any meaning, I'd certainly like to know what it is. Evidently, Lowry ran onto something, and this has a lot to do with it. Yes, sir. It sure looks like a very interesting puzzle. Very interesting.
It was at the corner just beyond the restaurant where he caught up with me, Russ.
You were stupid not to have searched him before you left the scene. We must get that paper back. If it reached the hands of someone smart enough to decode it, all our plans would be spoiled.
No doubt he will think it is nothing of value and will throw it away.
Perhaps that man you struck down has been taken to a hospital, Hans.
No, I do not think so. I drove by there in the cab a few minutes later and saw someone helping him into a nearby building. The Sentinel building, I think it was.
Well, we must think of some way to find him. It was not very long ago that you had your encounter with him.
I was certain he was of the police.
You should have made certain of his identity.
He's not always... Wait, slow down.
What is it?
Luck is with us, Rusk. See? That man who just came out of that building?
Well, that's the Sentinel building. Is that the man?
Yes, it's he.
Good. We'll draw near to the curb. Get your gun ready. As soon as I stop, force him into the car. We'll stop now.
You, come here a minute.
What do you want? Hey, you're the guy who socked me on the head a while ago.
Of course. Get in and be quick.
No, you don't.
Here, I'll help you.
I ain't going any place with you guys, so don't you try to get me.
That did it, Rusk. Quick, somebody's coming. Get him in the car.
Hey, there. What's going on?
Hurry, Hans, get in.
Get away from here, quickly.
Hey, come back. Hey! Glory be, that was Ed Lowry they took in that car. I gotta go tell Reed, quick.
A few minutes later, as Britt Reed was talking to Lenore Case, his secretary, Michael Axford, reporter and self-styled bodyguard of the young publisher, hurriedly entered the office.
My goodness, somebody must be chasing you, Axford. Don't tell me the draft board's after gray heads like you these days.
Say now, can I help it if me hair's prematurely gray? You know, Casey, someday I'm going to...
hurry, Axford.
Cray suffering snakes, Reed. Casey, turn me mind for the moment. Something awful's happened, that it has.
Get the point, Axford.
It's Lowry, Reed. I saw it with me own eyes.
Lowry? What's happened to
Axford,
him?
calm down and tell me what this is all about.
Two guys in a big sedan smacked him down and drove away with him. That they did. I tried to stop him, Reed, but they were off like a shot. Otherwise,
Notice the license number of the car.
Sure, and I never thought of that. I was that excited. Reed, we have to do something.
Well, Axford, are you sure it was Lowry?
Sure, I'm sure. It was Lowry, all right.
This is serious. Axford, call police headquarters. Give them a description of the car and the men, if you can remember anything about them. Then you better go down there right away in case they turn up anything. Evidently, Lowry did run onto something.
What do you mean, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Nothing that matters right now. Get busy on that call, Axford. I have reason to believe Lowry's in great danger. I also believe the capture of the men who took him away will prove them to be bigger game than we think they are.
As dusk settled over the city, Axford sat in the press room at police headquarters talking to Sergeant Burke.
Say, Sarge, we ought to have heard something by this time. Poor Lowry suffering at the hands of them kidnappers, and here we sit twiddling our thumbs.
Look here, you. If you rile me enough to throw you out of here, it won't be my finger I'll be lifting as you go through the door. You can bet on that.
Now, don't be getting sore over a little joking. Being such good friends as we are, Sarge.
Don't go counting on that friendship business too much, Axford. Sometimes I think I have you hanging around just to keep my eye on you. You're a menace to the force when you go snooping on your own.
Now, what do you mean by a crack like that, I'd like to know? Sure, and you forget the time I almost got the Hornet single-handed? And that other time I almost caught that big spy for you? And then once I almost had me hand...
I know. And if I'd been around when you was born, I'd have told your old man to call you Almost Axford. That's a name that would fit in
Hey,
you...
Sarge. One of the scout cars just reported to the dispatch room they spotted a car with 2 men like those you sent out an alarm about.
Holy crow, that must be them.
Where'd they spot 'em, Cassidy?
Out on the West Highway, heading to the outskirts of the city. The scout car's forming them now.
Glory be. Get a squad car out quick. We'll head out that way and see what happens. Hurry up. If those are the men who nabbed Lowry, we can't afford to let them get away. Come on, Axford. Now you'll see some action.
That scout car's drawing closer, Hans. A fine mess you've gotten us into by brewing trouble with that reporter.
How would I know he was a reporter? You were the one who insisted we go back and pick him up, Rusk. Now that a search of his pockets has shown he's a Sentinel reporter, you try to put the blame on me.
When Underdog finds out, we'll both be in trouble. Never mind that now. We must get rid of those police in that scout car.
Yes, they're gaining on us fast.
So, they're shooting at our tires. Well, two can play at that game. Get in the back and take the machine gun. I'll slow down quickly, then let them have it.
Good. Why don't you get rid of them in a hurry? It's a good thing this reporter's bound and gagged. Might interfere otherwise.
I'm going to slow down now, so get ready. Wait till I get quite close.
I'm ready.
All right. Shoot, Hans, shoot!
Step on it, Rusk. They've crashed in the ditch.
Good for them.
Hello?
This is Axford, Reed. The cops spotted them guys who snatched Lowry.
Good.
Oh, it isn't so good, Reed. They ditched the scout car that was following them.
That's bad.
Oh, it isn't so bad at that, though. Nobody was hurt and they got a line on what they were looking for.
Well, that's good, but I wonder if I...
It wasn't so good, though, Reed. Because the guys were heading away from the city and I...
Now, wait a minute, Axford. Let's get together here. Where were they heading?
Out the West Highway, going like 60, that they were. I guess they have Lowry with them.
Are the police sure they were following the right man?
It must be them, all right. They shot at the scout car with a machine gun. Reed, I'm telling you they're bad ones, that they are.
I'm afraid you're right, Axford. Will you stick with the police and keep me posted?
That I will, Reed. You can count on me. If anything new turns up, I'll call you again. So long for now.
Goodbye, Axford. Evidently things are moving too fast for the police. Must be some way to get a line on those men. Let's see, that paper Lowry gave me. I could only make something out of that. J335-90E-. Must be a code. Those letters and figures between dashes must be words. There's quite a few words, evidently. But I'm afraid by the time this can be decoded, it may be too late. I could only find a key to the solution some way.
Here are those letters, Mr. Reed. If you want to sign them now, I'll get them out.
Now, just lay them here on my desk, Miss Case. I'll read them through first. I may want to make a few changes before they go out.
All right. Uh-oh, there's a correction to be made in that top letter. I should have noticed that before I brought it in.
What's wrong with it?
Right there, see? I must have struck the wrong key on my typewriter by mistake. That's supposed to be an E.
Oh, yes. Well, it won't take you but a minute to... Wait.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. On second thought, go ahead home. You can correct that in the morning. It isn't very important.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Reed.
I'll leave these on your desk before I go home.
All right. Good night, Mr. Reed.
Good night, Miss Case. So that was supposed to be an E, Miss Case doesn't know it, but that may turn out to be the most helpful mistake she ever made in her life. Sir, if my hunch proves correct, this note, when decoded, may turn out to be the clue to the whereabouts of the man who took Lowry. And in that case, they'll have the pleasure tonight of dealing with the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. There are 3 things that every housewife should remember and follow. To start off with, none of us should waste food. Leftovers can be dressed up and served over again in tasty dishes. Secondly, we should use abundant seasonal foods. Right now, there are temporary abundances in a great many foods. But temporary big stocks are just what the word implies, temporary. Food waste can be reduced if we purchase perishable foods when they're most plentiful. The third way to help stretch our food supply is to do all the home canning we possibly can. The foods that are plentiful right now won't be abundant a few months from now. By following these rules, we're making it possible to send more food to our fighting men and allies overseas. And we're helping food fight for freedom. And now, back to our story.
As Miss Case left the office, Britt Reed spent a short time at her typewriter. Then, leaving the office, he went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You say hunch you have about note not turn out to be correct, Mr. Britt?
It looks that way, Cato. I thought the figures might represent the letter just below them on the typewriter. But it doesn't make sense.
First combination of note is J335.
Yes, and I believe that's one word. According to my idea, I get J-E-E-T, which doesn't make any sense at all. What do you make of it, Cato?
Perhaps you're still on the right track, Mr. Britt. We look again at this portable typewriter on table here.
Well, using a letter for each figure seems to be out. The next word there is indicated by 9-O-E. Now, my idea gives us O-O-E, which means nothing, as you can see.
Key to any code usually apply to all of code, maybe.
Let's see. Cato, I think we've got something there. Let's try it by applying the same method to each letter and figure. We figured the 3 was an E. The 3 is above and to the left of E on the keyboard. In that case, the J335 would be M-E-E-T, meet. That makes sense.
Next word, then, be 9-O-E, which makes O-L-D, old.
And the next combination, Y97W3, would be H-O-U-S-E, house. And then comes Q5, that's at. The next is M-I-D-N-I-G-H-T, midnight.
Meet old house at midnight?
Near railroad trestle. Cato, it means meet at the old house near the railroad trestle at midnight.
Look, Mr. Britt. Rest of it even more important.
Great guns. Cato, we've got to hurry to avert a terrible calamity.
Black Beauty is ready. Also gas gun and mask.
Good. Phone the police to go out to that old house near the railroad trestle. They'll get there in time to pick up those men. I'm counting on the speed of the Black Beauty to get there in time to prevent a monstrous act of sabotage. And to save Lowry's life. Come on, Cato, let's go.
Cato put through a call to police headquarters. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
Faster, Cato, faster. We must get there in time.
It's not far from midnight now, Mr. Britt.
I know. This is one time, Cato, I wish I could hold back the clock. Never has so much depended upon the Black Beauty.
Meantime, Lowry, tied hand and foot, lay on a cot in a room of the old house near the railroad trestle. He was no longer gagged, and the three men in the room listened in amusement as he gave voice to his thoughts.
You guys have really done what you said you did, and you're the dirtiest skunks I've ever come across. I'll see you get what's coming to you if it takes a lifetime.
Listen to him, my friends. Isn't he amusing? He doesn't know that we're letting him live only long enough to watch him squirm when the big moment comes.
Let him talk. Midnight before long, and then it'll happen. After that, we'll eliminate him and be on our way.
That's what he gets for snooping. See, Andana, your concern about the lost code message was needless. Even had he given it to someone, they wouldn't have had time to decode it.
Nevertheless, Hans, in the future you must be more careful, or you will find your usefulness has come to an unpleasant end.
This is no time to threaten me, Andana. I've done my part well.
Cut that out.
If I wasn't tied up like this, I'd strangle each one of you rats if I died in the attempt.
You will die without the attempt, my friend. But before we send you on your merry way, we do want you to learn that our work has been successful. It is almost midnight. Soon it will be over. Soon your whole country will be shaken with terror. A terror of our creation.
Hurry, Cato, and pray that we make it.
Must do it, Mr. Britt. Trestle over there.
Come on. Cato, it's coming.
I hear, Mr. Britt.
We've got to get there. We've got to.
Afraid not time to search much.
Here's the trestle. We look on this side first. There's nothing here. Let's get to the other side.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Down this way, through the gully, Cato. We've got to make it, Cato.
Not think of failure when success still possible, Mr. Britt.
Thanks, Cato. That's good advice. Here we are. That's almost here. It gets here before we find what we're after.
We'll not be here anymore, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I know. Search, Cato. Search!
Mr. Britt, quick!
That's it, Cato. A time bomb. It's wired on. Pull it loose. We've got to, quick.
Pull it hard. It's coming loose. Go off soon.
Oh, there it's loose. But it's due to go off right about now.
Just about time. There goes the troop train.
Listen, my reporter friend. 1,000 doomed soldiers on that train.
No, I won't listen. I hope it don't go off. I swear if that happens, I'll...
Success. It is done.
What a wonderful sound it made.
It will be heard around the world.
Oh, no. Oh, you dirty Nazi rats. All those poor kids out there. I'll...
Listen.
But it can't be.
We heard the bomb go off. How can the train still go on?
Thank
you. You fool. Something has gone wrong. You set the bomb wrong so that it went off too late.
But that could not be.
It's not possible that we failed.
Sure you did, you crazy Nazi dope. The troop train got through safely after all.
It is you who are to blame for that.
I'll pay you back for that someday. You Nazis are doomed to failure on all fronts. You're a bunch of dopey rattlesnakes.
I've had enough from you.
Oh.
Hans, control yourself. Now you've knocked him senseless.
Ah, what does it matter? We must eliminate him in advance and get away from here before they investigate that explosion. Shoot him, Hans.
With pleasure. Oh, no, you don't, Nazi.
Him and the masked man.
The Green Hornet.
That notorious criminal, huh? And I'll use this on him first.
What you think, Rat?
I missed me. Drop that gun. Even without that gun, I'm a match for such as you. I'll shake it, Super Nazi.
Gas! Do something, Roscoe.
Come, we'll rush this crook together under the...
Get him. We must. 1 for 1. Much better fight than 2 for 1, yes? Big man talk big, fight little.
Here's a bit of gas for you, big boy.
No, I think, comrades, I give up. I won't be disgraced.
This is too good for you. Here.
Gas this unlawful. Please, no gas for this one.
Stock him good.
Perhaps like this, maybe.
Yes, just like that. Good work out, wasn't it, Tato? There's the police. They can take these rats in.
Oh, Lowry, come too, plenty soon.
Yes, and he mustn't see me here. He might recognize me. He'll be a witness against those spies. Come on, Tato, let's go.
Here's where the shooting came from, all right. Sure. And look, Sarge, there's Lowry on that cot. Lowry. Hey, Lowry.
Who is that? Where are you?
You're safe enough now, Lowry. We'll soon have you out of here.
Oh, gee, Sarge. You just came in time. These spies are going to kill me. Oh, where are they? Have they got... Oh, you knocked them all out, I see.
That's a good one, Lowry. Sarge didn't get in here till they were all knocked out for him just like that.
I suppose you came in first and did it, huh, Axel?
You know I was with you all the time, Sarge.
At least you admit you had nothing to do with them. But somebody laid them out like that.
Well, whoever was sure is my friend for life. Those guys are Nazis. They planted a bomb with a trestle out there to blow up a troop train, but the thing went off just a little too late.
There was an explosion, all right, Lowry, but it was down the gully a ways. Didn't hurt the trestle none. We went over there to investigate before we came up to this old house.
Something went wrong someplace. But whatever it was, I'm glad of it. Hey, why don't one of you guys cut these cords instead of standing there yapping?
Cut them cords, Axford. What's the matter with you?
Sure. I was so glad to see Lowry, I didn't think...
As usual, Axford.
There you go, making fun of me when I... Hey, Sarge, look there. What's on the foreheads of them spies?
Glory be. Axford, each one's got a seal stuck on him. The seal of the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? Was he here? Sure he was here since them seals are here. You know, Sarge, it's getting darn monotonous. I follow you here, I follow you there, I follow you everywhere. Rushing in on crooks and spies and on murderers. And what do we always find? I'm asking you, what do we always find? The harness been there before us, that's what.
So what?
So if he was the law and you cops were all crooks, sure he'd have you all behind bars in no time at all, that he would. Because as far as I can see, that guy's a regular in again, out again Finnegan. Yet the cops are always riding on the coattails of the worst criminal of all, the black-hearted Green Hornet.
Let's select me, take bomb! Now the time of troop train failed, firing, top Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it, Green Hornet still inside. Let's select me, take bomb!
The Office of Rubber Director warns us our present tires must be made to last if we're to supply the huge military demands of an America on the attack. The shortage still exists. The military needs are enormous. The one way to keep America's vitally needed civilian cars on war duty and at the same time supply the rubber needs of our armed forces is through strict tire conservation. Tires must be made to last for many months to come, so make sure that you drive only when necessary. And always keep under 35 miles per hour. Guard every mile of service left in your tires and have them recapped just as soon as the tread is worn smooth. America's rubber-borne transport must be kept rolling. Do your part by conserving your tires. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This is the Blue Network.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game,
public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Way of a Woman. The Green Hornet strikes again. Michael Axford, reporter on the Daily Sentinel and personal bodyguard to Britt Reed, the publisher, was a sound sleeper. On this particular night, when he suddenly awoke with a start, Axford felt that there must be a serious reason behind this rude interruption to his slumbers. There was. The room was filled with smoke.
Holy crow! The joint's on fire! Got to wake Reed and Cato. Ow! Where's that blooming light? Where's me pants? Which way's the door now? Reed! Hey, Reed! Cato!
Axford!
Come on, Reed. Be calm now. Don't get excited. We're most likely trapped. But we'll get out somehow. Get Cato. Get to the fire escape before it's too late. Don't be panicky, Reed, and I'll help you.
Axford. Come on. Smoke seeped into your room from the outer hall.
Fire in an apartment across hall, Mr. Britt.
Call the fire department, Cato. Hurry.
Has been done, Mr.
Good
Britt.
for you. Come on, we'll go over there and see if anyone's caught in it.
Plenty smoke come from under door.
Yeah, it's locked. We'll have to force the door. All right, come on, Axford. Lend a hand here. All together. All right, once more. There. I'll go on in.
Oh, hold on, Reed. You can't make it. Glory be, he's gone on in. We gotta save Reed, Cato. Go after him. I'll stay here and tell you how to find the door.
We'll be ready to help if Mr. Britt needs us.
Sure, we shouldn't be standing here doing nothing with him risking his life. And don't you know if anything happens to Reed, we'll both be out of a job? Reed! Hey, Reed! Reed, answer me!
Help me, Axford. Help me. I found someone in there.
Great saints. He's carrying out a woman. Hey, me pants! Glory be, I forgot me pants!
I help, Mr. Britt. Put her here, perhaps?
Yeah. Oh, I thought I wouldn't make it.
Here come the fireman now.
Who had hose down to get the water started? You boys will extinguish it. Come on, let's see there. All right. Belong to that apartment?
No, Chief, we're from across the hall. This woman's the tenant there. At least I just brought her out of there.
Not too soon from the looks of it. What are you going to do with her?
Well, she's unconscious now, probably overcome by the smoke. We can take her into our apartment for the time being.
Okay, the rescue squad will be here in a minute. They can work on her, and then we'll take her to the hospital. Hurry, you men! Come over that hole.
All right, Cato. We'll take her into our place. Come on. Let's hope her condition isn't serious.
More coffee, Mr. Britt?
No, thanks, Cato. How about you, Axford?
Sure. Give me another cup to settle me nerves.
Well, Axford, I guess you've had enough excitement for one night.
Oh, that I have, Reed. Sure, that dame was lucky we happened to be around tonight.
Yes, I'm glad she came around all right. Fortunately, she didn't get too much of the smoke. They took her to the hospital just as a precaution.
Also, fortunate fire confined to one apartment, or we'd be without residence.
Yeah, that's right. Them firemen sure know their job, all right. That woman will probably want to see us when she find out we rescued her, Reed.
Well, she seemed more concerned about saving a handkerchief from under her pillow than she was about herself. Wouldn't let me bring her out until I got it.
Now, isn't that the way of a woman? Thinking of a thing like a handkerchief with fire blazing all around.
Come to think of it, she didn't get that handkerchief after all. I put it in my robe pocket. I guess I still have it. Yeah, here it is.
Imagine wanting to worry about a lacy little thing like that.
Oh, it have much fine crochet work around it. Not much material in center.
Yeah? Is that what it is? Look at all them funny little knobs. Like a bunch of knots they are.
I suppose they're tiny rosettes or something. There doesn't seem to be any plan or design to the way they're put in. 3 here, 2 there, a few more further on.
Sure, and using a thing like that would rub the skin off of your nose, I'm thinking.
Well, the women carry handkerchiefs like that more for show than anything else.
By the way, when you were all in there with that woman, I phoned in a story to the Sentinel about the fire.
Well, there really wasn't much of a story to it. I hope you didn't lay it on too thick, Exford.
Ah, no, you know me, Reed.
Yes, I'm afraid I do. Well, we'd better get back to bed and get some sleep. In the morning, I'll send this handkerchief over to the woman at the hospital just in case she's still worried about it. As you say, Exford, it's the way of a woman.
Well, here I am, Reed. Casey says you want to see me.
Where on earth have you been, Exford?
Sure, and I went over to the hospital with the handkerchief, and then I went to cops' headquarters.
Oh, so you delivered the handkerchief, eh?
Well, to tell the truth, I didn't, Reed.
Why not?
Well, the woman wasn't there. She left before I got there.
I see. Did you ask for the name the apartment house manager gave us? Ruth Martell?
That I did. But they said Miss Martell was discharged as being okay. They didn't know where she went from there. I went back to the apartment house, but she hadn't come back there.
It's not. The apartment's pretty well gutted by the fire. She probably went to a hotel. Well, give me the handkerchief. It is important, I guess.
Here it is.
Thanks. I'll just keep it until I hear from her.
Sure. But how does she know you might be the one
Exford, I ought to beat you up for that story you phoned in last night. Everybody knows I was connected with that fire.
Sure, and I'm in it too, Reed. It isn't anything to be ashamed of, to my way of thinking.
Oh, sometimes, Exford, I wonder who's supposed to be bodyguard to whom, where you and I are concerned.
Say now, you're not telling me that you don't. That is... Well, your father said I was to take care of you.
Skip it. Doctors say comedy relief is good for tired nerves.
I don't get it. But if I'm not fired, then I better get down to see Gunnigan. I have a couple of items to take up with him.
Go ahead, then. And sometime this afternoon, I wish you'd call some of the hotels and see if you can locate Ruth Martell. I'm curious to find out if she's still anxious to have this handkerchief.
In an apartment in another section of the city, a man was talking to the woman known as Ruth Martell.
Well, Fraulein Lichtner, it's good that our arrangements are about complete. Otherwise, that careless fire at your apartment could have interfered.
Oh, I could not help it, Herr Werner. Is it not enough that I almost lost my life?
Your life is of no concern, only so far as it can serve our Fuhrer.
I consider my services to be of as much importance as yours to our party.
Let's not quibble about it. Now, to tell you how you're about to go about completing what we've started to do. You've made friends with that French girl who's going abroad as an entertainer?
Yes, of course. We are good friends now. My knowledge of French has come in handy. She thinks I'm a refugee from Alsace-Lorraine.
Good. It's too bad your English isn't as fluent. She will visit your friend before she leaves tomorrow night and present her with a little token of farewell, the handkerchief. A description of her has already been sent. Wherever she may land, they will know and get that handkerchief from her somehow.
But I do not have it.
Do not have it?
No, Herr Werner. It was saved from the fire, but it is in the possession of that man who carried me out of the apartment.
Better that you should be so stupid after all our planning.
He does not know that it is more than an ordinary handkerchief. I will go there and ask him for it. It is a simple way to get it back.
Simple way to get it back. Ha! You become more stupid each day, Fraulein. I read the story in the paper. They're smart newspapermen. To make such a fuss about a handkerchief might arouse their suspicions. And not only that.
What more, Herr Werner?
You told me a while ago those men did not hear you talk. These Americans are suspicious of people with German accents. Then, too, since they are newspapermen, they might want your picture to publish with another foolish story.
Oh, it would not do at all.
No, it would not do. Someone somewhere might see that picture and recognize you as Ruth Lichtner, Nazi agent. Cannot trust many who've worked with us in the past, as you know. Was the handkerchief completed?
Yes, I finished last night. The message in code is in the border. In the center is drawn a coastal plan in invisible ink.
Perhaps if there was some other way to copy the original plans, we wouldn't need the handkerchief.
Well, I burnt the original papers, Herr Werner, in the fireplace. That is how the fire started.
Burned them?
Yes, I thought it safer since I had finished the handkerchief. I lay across the bed while they were burning and fell asleep. Back there, perhaps, threw part of it on the rock and started the fire.
Then there's only one thing to do.
What can we do?
I shall have to find some way tonight to search that apartment across from the one you occupied.
I must find that handkerchief regardless of the risks.
Still up those letters, Miss Case?
I'm just finishing the last one. There.
I'll sign them in the morning. Just leave them on my desk.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Well, what's that you have there? A new scrapbook?
That? Oh, that's not a big scrapbook. It's a book my sorority's giving to the Home for the Blind. A book written in Braille for their library.
Oh, I see. Now, I used to have a fair knowledge of the Braille code. Let's see if I remember any of it.
Well, it's all Greek to me.
Well, you see, each letter is represented by raised dots on the surface of the paper, and arranged in a given way in the 6 positions provided for in the Braille cell, as they call it.
There isn't much you don't know, it seems to me.
I wouldn't say that. Let's see now. Try this line. There is a power whose care teaches thy way through the pathless coast.
That's part of the poem to a waterfowl. They told me this was a book of poetry. You certainly proved it, Mr. Reed.
Well, at least I still remember a little of my Braille. I've got to run along.
Be sure to sign these letters as soon as you get in tomorrow.
I will. Good night.
Later that evening, Britt Reed was sitting in deep thought when Cato, his faithful valet, entered the living room.
Something bother you, Mr. Britt?
I was thinking of last night, Cato. Strange we haven't heard anything more from that woman.
She not get the handkerchief yet?
No. Perhaps it means nothing to her after all. I have it right here. Not much to it at that.
No doubt events of last night drive thought of it from her mind.
Yet she was so insistent that she get it.
Perhaps to repeat what Axford said, it was just the way of woman during exciting moments.
Seek and
why you run handkerchief through your fingers and move your lips like that, Mr. Britt?
What? Was I doing that? Cato, I was.
Perhaps a glass of water.
No, Cato. I mean, I was subconsciously saying words as I moved this through my fingers.
But I don't understand. Well, what is it?
In the border of this handkerchief was little knots. It's like reading Braille.
The written language of the blind?
Yes.
Perhaps if you try again.
All right, let's see now. Seek. Yeah, looks like it should be the first word.
Go on, Mr. Britt.
Seek. And when the light is dark. That doesn't make sense, Cato.
Is that all there is?
No, see, no. I said seek and when the light is dark. The next words are you shall find. And that's all that seems to be on here, but it was put there for a purpose, I'm sure of that.
Seek, and when the light is dark, you shall find. Well, maybe the sentence really means something else, Mr. Britt.
Maybe it does, but so far it doesn't make much sense. Cato, this interests me. I'm going across the hall and have a look around in that apartment. Come along. Maybe we'll run onto something that'll lead us to the answer of this riddle. After all, that woman had a motive for wanting that handkerchief.
Everything pretty well burned, Mr. Britt.
Yes. Well, look here, Cato. The fireplace.
Burned paper?
No. 3 pieces that are burned through, but still each piece is intact. Cato, find something to get those pieces up without crumbling them and take them back to the laboratory. See if we can find out what was on the full sheet from those pieces.
That might be difficult, Mr. Britt, if we get the pieces back as they are. Cover from that torn book there on the floor will do as a shovel.
Yeah, that'll do. And I hope we'll discover something on that paper to help clear up this little mystery.
Oh, something there, all right.
Good work, Cato.
Now it's much clearer. Look.
It's a drawing. A plan. Cato,
That's a plan of our coastal defenses in this area.
Then woman in fire last night must be spy.
Cato, that handkerchief and that message. Now I know what it means. And when the light is dark, you get it?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Britt. Dark light. The ultraviolet ray.
That's it, Cato. If we treat that handkerchief to ultraviolet ray, I'm sure this plan will be visible on the material in the center.
You have a handkerchief with you now?
No, it's on the arm of the chair in the living room where I was sitting a while ago. I'll go get it, and we'll give it the ultraviolet ray test. I suppose Cato locked that door into the living room in case Axford should come in and get curious as to where we were. It wouldn't do for him to find out about the secret laboratory. Cato never forgets. Oh, Axford must have come in. Axford! Axford! Slamming doors again. Going into the kitchen to raid the refrigerator. Oh, so much the better. I'll get the handkerchief. It isn't here. And that coffee table's knocked over. I wonder if Axford could have done...
Hey, hello, Reed. Hey, what's going on? Did you run into the coffee table or something?
You, Axford? Then you didn't just go into the kitchen?
Of course I didn't. Say, Reed, what's wrong with you? Didn't you see me just walk in the front door?
Come on. And the kitchen door into the hall is open.
Say, who's chasing who around here? Are you and Cato playing tag or something, Reed?
Axford, this is no joke. Somebody was in our apartment a moment ago who didn't belong here. Whoever it was heard me opening the bedroom door and ran out this way.
Glory be. We better go see if they stole anything, Reed. Sure, and I'd get more news for the Sentinel if I stayed right here at home.
I hear excitement. Something happened, Mr. Brett?
Reed says somebody ran out of the apartment through the kitchen here. Are you sure there isn't anything missing, Reed?
Well, it doesn't seem to be. Oh, yes, I did notice one thing missing.
What's that?
I remember leaving that woman's handkerchief in the living room. It's, not there now.
The handkerchief, Mr. Brett?
Oh, yes, Cato. You remember the one we looked at last night?
Oh, yes.
Oh, saints be praised. Now, why should anyone want to steal that wisp of a thing, Reed?
Your guess is as good as mine, Axford.
Sure, now, this doesn't make sense. If we called the cops and told them someone broke into Britt Reed's apartment and made off with a woman's handkerchief, we'd be the laughing stock of the force.
Yes, Axford, and as long as there's nothing of value missing, there's no need for the police.
Glory be, this place is getting to be like the lobby of a hotel with all that goes on. I'm going to grab a bite to eat and then go down and see if Sergeant Burke has any news.
Okay, Axford. Come on, Cato. We'll go into the living room.
Handkerchief. Very important loss right now, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato. But I didn't want Axford to know we thought so. If we managed to catch up with that woman and whoever's working with her, it would complicate things for me if Axford connected me with it in any way.
Yes. Best to let him think you not know anything. Now that we know woman is spy, what we do?
Well, after Axford leaves, we're going back to the apartment across the hall. Maybe we can turn up a clue to her whereabouts. After that?
After that? Green Hornet go out, perhaps?
Yes, if we find such a clue, Cato. Then the Green Hornet will have a job to do tonight. Find anything, Cato?
Nothing here but ashes, Mr. Britt.
What's this? Looks like the metal framework of a handbag. Let's see, on the floor. Melted lipstick, paper ashes.
You find something?
Oh, a blackened key with a charred tab hanging on it. A hotel key, I guess.
Anything to be seen on the tab?
No, it's pretty well charred. Whatever name was imprinted on it can't be made out now.
Perhaps in laboratory I can bring out part of imprint with acid, Mr. Britt.
Maybe so, Cato. We'll try it anyway. Seems to be our only chance. Come on.
Not much show up on tab. Look like few letters showing up, though.
Yeah, guess that's about the best can be done with it. Let's look at it with a magnifying glass.
Yes, I get glass from cabinet. Perhaps this bring out faint lines better.
It does bring out a few letters. We can make out the word hotel. Then there's C-H-A-R. That's all that's visible.
Not tell much, Mr. Britt.
Bring me a phone book, Cato.
Yes, have one here on top of cabinet.
Here's a listing of hotels. Let's see now. Chachar. There's Hotel Sherwood. There's another, Hotel Charleston. Just two to think about, Cato.
Yes, but let's hope Key is from a hotel in this city.
We'll take that chance, Cato. The Sherwood is an apartment hotel on the other side of the city, and the Charleston's a small place down near the station.
We're going to visit both hotels, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. We'll take the Sherwood first. It's a slim chance, but the Green Hornet's used to working on slim chances. Come on. We'll pick up the mask and the gas gun and take the Black Beauty. If our luck holds out, that woman and her friends will have a big surprise tonight.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Soon as I was saying, Sarge, I always had a feeling I should have been a fire chief. I'm right at home in the midst of a fire. Like last night, for instance. There was everybody rushing around excited like...
Sure. You've sat in headquarters here all afternoon telling the boys what you did. But I'm betting what you really did was... Police headquarters, Sergeant Burke speaking. What's that? The Green Hornet? Where? But who... Hey, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, he hung up.
What's that about the Green Hornet, Sarge?
Come on and find out. A lug just called and said the Hornet is meeting with spies at the Sherwood Apartment Hotel. Get the squad car, Cassidy.
They called police from Brookstone.
Good. We're lucky we came to the right hotel first. Since I recognized that woman when I looked through the window from the fire escape, we're sure of ourselves, Cato.
You going back there now?
Yeah, this is it. You stay back here in the Black Beauty. Police aren't likely to come back in this alley.
I'll be careful not to be seen, Mr. Britt.
I know I can count on you. And get in. I'm going in and face those rats so the police will really have something to come out here for.
Why is it necessary to go to all that trouble, Fraulein Lichtner?
This handkerchief is to be given as a gift. Therefore, it is better that I put it in a little box and wrap it up.
Ach, you women. It would be so simple just to hand the handkerchief to the French girl as it is.
It seems more like a gift when it is wrapped, Herr Werner.
Have it your way, then. We are most fortunate to have recovered it. And lucky for you, too, Fraulein.
I do not have to stand for your threats, Werner.
Your usefulness to the Nazi Party is almost at an end. You're already known to too many in this country as an agent of the Reich.
So? But you, the great Gestapo mastermind, you think you are too smart for these Americans. But someday, Herr Werner...
Someday you might let slip a hint, perhaps, is that it?
I didn't say that. You know better. I am loyal to the Führer. This handkerchief will be delivered as planned.
After that, perhaps you and I will have something to settle between us, eh, Fraulein?
Settle it now, Nazis, and I'll be the referee.
Himmel, the masked man with a gun.
That is the American criminal, the notorious Green Hornet.
So, the Green Hornet. How interesting. For a moment, I was startled.
He is dangerous, Werner. Be careful.
From what I overheard, it seems Werner is always careful.
So, you overheard our little conversation, huh?
Yes, very interesting, too. Prove to me what you really are, a couple of Nazi spies.
Why did you come here? You're a known criminal, a helper of spies, so I've heard.
Right. Maybe I can help you with your plan.
Do not trust him, Werner.
I've learned not to trust anybody, Fraulein. But this Hornet knows too much about us to be against us.
I'm interested in that handkerchief I heard you speak of.
That is just a gift for a friend of the Fräulein's who's going away. Now, what really brought you here?
Suppose I tell you I have a paper with certain plans of coastal defenses I picked up in the woman's burned apartment.
Oh, then he must know those plans are
Keep quiet, Fräulein.
So, that handkerchief is important after all. I'll take it.
No, Hannah, do something.
Don't try anything, Mark.
Now, wait. Perhaps money will talk better to this Hornet.
Maybe. How much?
For the handkerchief and the paper you say you have, I will give you, say, $5,000.
Too cheap.
But that is all I have here.
Get it then.
Here, in my wallet. There.
Thanks, Nazi.
Now, the box with the handkerchief and the paper.
Oh, I've changed my mind. Maybe the French girl you mentioned will buy them from me.
But she knows nothing. She is not one of us.
I'm glad to hear it. Then I'll find somebody else.
No, you don't, you swine!
Shoot me!
Pull a gun on me, Aaron. Miss me, you lug. Now it's my turn.
Look out there. He's gone.
Take it, you Hitler stooge.
Stay away from me. Don't you touch me.
Sorry, lady, but you're next. This won't hurt you. Taste it. Being a woman, I'll let you fall easy. There. I'll have to print a little note to pin onto this box. They haven't got the window covered. There. That does it. Well, so long, Rancy. The Red Cross will get the $5,000 you gave me.
Well, will you look here? A man and woman both out cold.
Hey, that dame's the same one who was in that fire last night.
Guy has a gun in his hand, too.
Here's a small box with a note stuck to it.
Give me that, Axford.
What's it say, Sarge?
These are Nazi spies. Give this box to the FBI. Tell them to use ultraviolet ray on its contents.
Come on, open it up, Sarge, and see what's in it.
Nothing doing. This is the property of the FBI. Didn't you hear what the note said?
Well, who signed it?
It's printed and it ain't signed it. Glory be. Where is it? Look there.
The seal of the Green Hornet.
Hey, look. There's a Nazi code book or something.
Yeah, there's plenty to show they're Nazis, all right. And that Hornet was with them. They must have had a falling out, so he double-crossed them. Get him to headquarters, boys.
Okay,
Say, now, isn't Reed going to be surprised when I tell him the woman he helped me drag out of the fire last night was a Nazi spy? And come to think of it, maybe the Hornet started that fire.
Too bad you didn't wake up in time to catch him at it, Axford. If you could move fast enough.
Sarge, if I ever get within 100 yards of that spalpeen again, I might surprise you with what I do.
There's your chance, Axford. Start sprinting. It's the Green Hornet getting away.
Holy crow, the Green Hornet. And me too worn out helping you round up these spies to make a move. Why, the worst criminal in America gets away.
You've just heard the adventure, The Way of a Woman. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated and originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Lowry's big moment. The Green Hornet strikes again. Ed Lowry, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, turned the corner and walked toward the First National Bank. The night before, he'd had a date. In fact, he'd had several dates that week, and he'd about decided that he'd found the big moment in his life. She was sweet, she was beautiful, she was blonde. At the party a week before, she had asked to meet him. Proof enough that she liked him, too. That's why his thoughts were still in the clouds when things began to happen.
Boy, oh boy, I never thought any dame would get a tumble from me. I guess this is really it. Maybe if we keep on liking each other for a while and I can talk the chief into a raise, well, who knows? Maybe we'll have...
The bank holder! Look out for the guy!
What's that?
Holy smoke, they held up the First National!
All right, now go on about your business, everybody. Excitement's all over. Now, young lady, tell us how come you so conveniently tripped up the guard when he was chasing after them bank robbers.
Really, officer, I couldn't help it. You must believe me. I was just leaving a savings account window when it all started. I got confused and started to run. That's when I bumped into the guard.
Maybe she's telling the truth, Sergeant Burke.
Keep out of this, expert. I'm asking the questions. Seems funny to me them guys were so sure of themselves with the guard in here and all. What's your name?
Estelle Ritter. I live at the Grafton apartment.
Maybe you better come along to headquarters. There's more questions we'll be on to ask.
Oh, please, officer, I'm telling the truth. I came in here and then I was to meet my boyfriend for lunch.
Where's this boyfriend of yours? I'd like to get a look at him. Maybe he's one of the gang, too.
I don't know. He should be here. He was to meet me at 12. Please, Oh, here he is now.
Gee, Estelle, I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I went to phone into the Sentinel about the holdup. Hi, Sarge.
Lowry. Well, I'll be jiggered.
Say, what is this?
These men think I was in with that hold-up gang. They want to take me to jail.
You know this girl, Lowry?
Oh, that's a dumb question, Sarge. Didn't you hear me just talking to her? Sure, I know her. Have a date to take her to lunch.
So you're the boyfriend she was talking about, huh?
Sure. What about it?
Oh, holding out on us, huh, Lowry?
Scram, Axford. Sarge, whatever gave you the idea to bother Estelle, forget it. She's okay.
Well, now, miss, we can't be too careful in things like this. I'm sorry if I upset you. As long as Lowry says you're okay, then you're all right with me.
Don't apologize, Sergeant. It's all right. You were only doing your duty.
There you are, Sarge. Does she sound like a dame that would go around holding up banks?
Just forget the whole thing, Lowry. Come on, boys.
So long, Lowry. I can't wait to tell the bunch about you having a girlfriend. And a darn good looker at that.
Why didn't you introduce me to your friend, Ed?
Because if he was thinner, better looking, and not so dumb, he'd be a wolf. Now, let's go eat before I get all worked up over that bunch of lame brains scaring the daylights out of my little Estelle.
Hello, Katie.
Oh, hello, Axford. Say, have you seen Lowry?
Have I seen Lowry? I say I have. And looking like a lovesick kitten that he is.
What's the matter? Is he sick?
Katie, when a man stands mooning over pretty blonde like I saw Lowry do today, he's more than sick. He's crazy.
I've seen a time when you did a little mooning yourself, Axford. For instance,
Now,
you remember that.
Just forget about the whole thing, Katie. You asked me if I saw Lowry, and I said I did. Just let it go at that.
Well, that stopped you anyway.
Casey, the trouble with you is you don't understand men at all. You're always thinking...
What I'm always thinking about some men I know can't be repeated.
There you go, insinuating again. I'm going in and talk to Reed and leave you to your thinking. Women, phooey.
What's that about women, Axford?
Reed, sometimes Case makes me exasperated at all women with her dumb remarks.
Oh, calm down, Axford. Forget about Miss Case. Gunnigan's been asking for Lowry. Has he come in yet?
Not yet. I saw him right after he phoned in the story on that bank holdup. He had a date with the blonde for lunch.
How is it Lowry beat you to it this time?
Sure, he was right on the spot, waiting right outside the bank for that blonde to come out.
Who is this blonde you're talking about?
A girl named Estelle something or other. Very little trick she is, too. Seems she and Lowry's been running around together from what I heard them say.
Haven't heard Lowry mention her.
He's a close-mouthed somebody when he wants to be.
Well, Lowry's personal life is none of our business, as long as it doesn't interfere with his work.
Sure, and Lowry was burned up at Sergeant Burke today.
What for?
Well, you see, his girl, the blonde, was in the bank when it was held up. She got scared, started to run out, and accidentally tripped up the guard who was chasing the lugs who did the job.
It's as though she were right in the middle of things, then.
She was that. Sergeant Burke was all for taking her to headquarters, thinking she did it on purpose. Well, Lowry comes busting in. It was a break for the blonde, all right.
And Burke let her go on Lowry's say-so, is that it?
Sure. Why not? She said she had a boyfriend waiting outside, and he turned out to be Lowry. Well, Sarge knew he wasn't associating with gangster dames. Anyway, she wasn't the type to be pulling anything like that.
She must be some girl to turn the heads of two of my hard-boiled reporters.
Well, she don't mean anything to me. She's Lowry's girl.
It was fortunate for the girl that Lowry was waiting for, that he's known to the police. Otherwise, she might have had a time explaining her way out of that mix-up at the bank.
You're right about that, Reed. If Lowry hadn't have been there, Sergeant Burke would have taken her in. And a fine mess she'd have been in then, with them thinking she was with them thieves.
Has Lowry known the girl long?
Well, you know as much as I do about that. So why? What difference does that make?
I just wondered, that's all. How much did they get away with, Axford, do you know?
Sure. I hung around and got all the details. I phoned into the rewrite desk a while ago. It was a little over $30,000 in cash.
$30,000, huh? Quite a haul. Well worth planning to get.
What do you mean, planning to get?
Evidently their plans were well made. They got away with it, didn't they?
Sure. But they wouldn't have if that girl hadn't tripped up the guard. He was just getting a bead on the guy with the bag the dough was put into.
I see. That was a break for them, then.
Indeed it was. Otherwise, they'd never have made it. Then, I'm going down to see Burke. Maybe they got a lead at headquarters on them guys by now.
All right. Tell Miss Case to send Lowry in when he gets here. I want to have a little talk with him. I'd like to find out how serious this girl's situation is, for more reasons than one.
Later that afternoon, Estelle arrived at a small shack located in a deserted brickyard a few miles beyond the edge of the city.
Couldn't you find any other place to hide out? Just look at my slippers and stockings. This place is thick with that red brick dust. Even the floor's covered.
Never mind the brick dust, babyface. It's about time you got here. Where you been all this time?
Yeah, we was getting worried about you, Stell.
Couldn't get rid of the boyfriend. Believe me, he certainly came in handy. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been picked up for certain.
Okay, the dumb cluck came in handy. I admit you got brains for figuring out that angle of the game. But you ain't seen him anymore.
Fred's been jealous ever since you met that lug last week. Guess he's afraid you might fall for the dope.
Shut your mouth, Duke. Estelle's one skirt. No other guy's going to take her around but me. So get that straight, both of you. Lowry served his purpose, so now Estelle can ditch him, and quick.
Oh, calm down, Fred. Don't be so jumpy.
No, Freddie, don't be like that. You talk as though you don't trust your little Estelle.
Well, okay. But I ain't trusting that lug too far with you, baby.
You needn't worry about Ed Lowry. I've got him eating out of my hand. Of course, he is cute in a way, but...
Say, listen, you. If I thought for 1 minute that you were falling for that sap, I'd fix...
Let's forget it. Well, Freddie, how long do you intend to hide out here?
Till late tonight. You go back to your place and get your things, then come back here. Take the car and scram to a safer burg. Now get them farewells said to that make-believe boyfriend early tonight. And I don't mean maybe.
In the meantime, Lowry was talking to Britt Reed in his office at the Daily Sentinel building.
And, well, that's how it is, Chief. I didn't mean to speak to you about it just yet, but since Axford had to come in and shoot off his big mouth...
I'll take it easy, Lowry. Axford couldn't help but mention the girl when he gave me the details of the holdup. You and Axford are good friends. Don't let a little thing like that come between you.
Oh, but, Chief, as I was telling you,
Yes, of course. You think you've fallen for this girl. Maybe you have. We won't question that. By the way, how long have you known this Miss Ritter?
A whole week, Chief.
Met her at a party.
You can't stretch time, Lowry. To me, that would be only a week, which is a very short time. As I see it, you know very little about her.
She's a sweet kid, Chief.
And no doubt pretty.
Well, beautiful's more like it.
Strange what a pretty face can do to a sane mind at times.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I was just thinking out loud. Tell me, remember, this is just supposition. Suppose that girl had turned out to be in with those crooks.
Now, wait a minute, Chief. I can't let even you say that Estelle might...
Calm down, Lowry. I told you I was only supposing. I was wondering what you'd do, that's all. How you would have reacted in a case like that.
Well, if she'd really been in with him, she'd have to take the rap for it. I guess I'd get over it. After all, a crook's a crook no matter how you look at it.
I'm glad you look at it that way, Lowry. Well, I'm going on home. I hope for your sake Estelle Ritter is all that she seems to be. And if she really proves to be the big moment in your life, as you call it, then I'll be the first to congratulate you. And let's hope you're not disillusioned.
Yeah, you want anything else, Estelle?
No, thanks, Ed.
Oh, say, I've been meaning to ask you. What made you late tonight? Said you'd be here at 8 o'clock, and then you didn't get here until 9.
I had a lot of things to do before I left the apartment.
Oh, when'd you leave it?
Oh, about 20 minutes ago, I guess.
Well, that's funny. I phoned late this afternoon and again early tonight, but I didn't get any answer.
You probably got the wrong number, Ed.
Might get the wrong number once, but not 2 or 3 times.
Ed, Laura, you sitting there telling me that I'm not truthful? If that's the way you feel about me, I'll leave right now.
Oh, no, wait. Now, don't leave. No, I didn't say that. I believe you, Estelle. Honest. I was just a little worried, that's all.
Well, if you say you're sorry...
Sure, I'm sorry. See, I didn't think you'd walk out on me so easy.
I don't like to be doubted, that's all.
Well, forget it, Estelle. I said I believe you.
Well, all right, I'll stay. For a little while. I really met you tonight because I have something to tell you, Ed.
What?
I'm going away tonight for a short time.
Going away? Say, that's all rather sudden, isn't it?
Not exactly. I've been expecting to go to visit my aunt. I planned it before I met you.
Where's she live?
In Riverton. What difference does it make? I'll be back in a few days.
Well, look. I'll go back to the Grafton with you and get your suitcase, and then I'll take you to the station.
No, Ed. I don't want you to do that. We'll say goodbye here.
Say, this sounds like a brush-off to me.
Don't be silly. I'll be back, and then I'll phone you.
I still don't like it. Say, maybe you're not on the level after all.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not as dumb as you think I am. Maybe I have let you play me for a fool, but now I'm beginning to think that...
trouble still.
Hey, who's this mug? What are you butting in for?
Duke, you shouldn't have come here.
So you know this gorilla, do you? Well, that's something else I don't like.
Shut up, newshound. They got a gad in this pocket, see? They've been listening to what you've been spotting off, and I gather you're doing too much thinking for your own good.
Hey, what goes here?
You're going, Luggy. Get up and walk out natural like. I'll be right beside you. Come on, Stell. We'll pick up your stuff and then take this guy out to see Fred. It'll be a pleasure to see what happens when they meet. Get moving, Sep.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. But at this time, we bring to our listeners a very vital message from the Office of War Information. Pressure for higher wages and higher prices has now reached such a dangerous point that all of our government's present barriers against inflation are greatly endangered. More than 20 million people in the United States depend on relatively fixed incomes. The wives and families of servicemen, white-collar and government workers, and those living on pensions, interest, insurance, and charity. Should pressure groups succeed in raising their wages and in raising prices, all of those with fixed incomes will have to pay a great deal more for the necessities of life. Also, the cost of war materials will increase to such an extent that you, as a taxpayer, will bear the brunt of it out of your already shrunken income. We've all read of the results of inflation in other countries, where the price of a single egg or of a pound of butter or of a loaf of bread came to a fabulous figure in dollars and cents. And it can happen here. Before it's too late, every American should consider the disastrous consequences of disorderly price rises to himself as well as to his country and its future. Unless every farmer, worker, and businessman alike supports wage price stabilization, the battle to hold prices down cannot be won. It's up to you, fellow Americans, to face the facts today so that the facts of tomorrow will not be disastrous to our country. And now back to our story. Later that evening, Britt Reed was talking to Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
I still can't get it out of my mind that girl Lowry's running around with is not what she's made out to be.
You not tell me very much about her, Mr. Britt.
Well, I did tell you. Lowry described her as his big moment. Raved about her beauty and sweetness.
Sweetness often cloak for evil heart, and beauty only skin deep, it is said.
Too true, Cato. Lowry's known this Estelle Ritter only about a week. He believes in that love at first sight sort of thing.
You believe Lowry really in love with girl?
Thinks he is.
What do you think wrong with Miss Ritter, Mr. Britt?
Well, I'm suspicious of the peculiar circumstances surrounding this affair, Cato. She made it a point to meet Lowry in the first place. And then she asked him to meet her at the First National Bank at noon today.
Bank was robbed at noon.
Yes. And that girl was the person who tripped up the guard. Lowry's presence prevented the police from taking her to headquarters for questioning. She said it was accidental.
Perhaps if police had questioned the girl, she would have broken down on her story.
Well, if she were one of those thugs, she'd know that she'd be released when the police saw Lowry there with her. And that could have been planned, to my way of thinking.
Oh, you think perhaps girl knew Lowry was known to police, so she planned to make friends with him and later have him there at bank for just such purpose.
All that is possible. The only way to find out would be for someone to break down the girl's story.
Not possible for Britt Reed, publisher, to talk to girl.
Well, that would never do. Lowry'd never forgive me for butting into his affairs.
But perhaps if Green Hornet should see girl, she'd be frightened into telling the truth.
Yes. Yes, that could be done, Cato. Because of Lowry's avowed feelings for the girl, I couldn't tell the police of my suspicions. But the Green Hornet could find out if she's what Lowry says she is. Or as the Green Hornet, I might get a lead on the men who actually staged the holdup.
No time like present. Black Beauty already.
All right, Cato, we'll follow your suggestion. Tonight, Miss Estelle Ritter will meet the Hornet in her apartment at the Grafton.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Yeah.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Well, this is the place, Cato. I'll find out from the mailbox in the vestibule which apartment she's in. I hope Lowry isn't there to complicate things.
I wait here in Black Beauty. This alley is quite dark.
It's an out-of-the-way neighborhood. I don't think you'll be disturbed. Keep your eyes open anyway. You never can tell what'll happen to force me to leave in a hurry.
Moving quickly and silently, Britt Reed, wearing the mask of the Green Hornet, located the nameplate on the mailbox. A few minutes later, he stood in the darkened hallway before the door of Estelle Ritter's apartment.
If Lowry's in there, I'll have to clear out quick. No answer. Well, now that I'm here, I might as well go on in. The skeleton key certainly comes in handy. No lights. I guess she's out. I'll have a look around. Better to use my flashlight. Say, this is interesting. Looks like somebody packed up in a hurry. Just a one-room apartment, I guess. That door must be a closet. Empty. Yeah, she's gone, all right. That does look bad. I wonder if Laurie knows she left. Now I'm sure she had something to do with that robbery. I've got to find out somehow where she went. Huh. Pair of discarded stockings on the floor of the closet. Reddish dust on the toes and instep. I'll take them along. Well, now my problem is to locate that girl. I might as well get back to Cato.
Arriving at Reed's apartment, Britt Reed and Cato hastened to the secret laboratory, where Cato lost no time in making tests on the stockings which had been found in Estelle's place.
Work as fast as you can. I suppose it'll be a general alarm out for us now that the police car spotted us leaving the Grafton apartments. When we go out again with the Black Beauty, we'll have to be more cautious than ever. What do you make of that dust, Cato?
This seemed to be red brick dust, Mr. Britt.
Red brick dust, huh? Now, where could she have picked that up?
Girl must have been walking where dust very thick. Dust even up on ankle of stocking. Perhaps in building under construction.
That's not a probable place for a hideout.
We not kill hopes yet. Must think of other places.
Cato, what you just said reminds me of something.
What is it, Mr. Britt?
You used the word kill. I recall passing some old deserted kilns, ovens in which they bake bricks out on the South Road beyond town.
Brickyard would be covered with red dust?
Yes, and a deserted brickyard would be a good hideout. Come on, Cato, we'll take the Black Beauty again and investigate that deserted brickyard on the South Road. Yeah, it would be our luck to have a police car pick up our trail again. We've outdistanced them, but we'll have to work fast. They know we came out the South Road.
Yes, must hurry, Mr. Britt. Look, I see outline of small shack back in there.
Yeah, there's the dim light showing through the window. Get out those special masks I brought, Cato.
Yes. Here they are, Mr. Britt.
You keep one. You may have to use it. I feel reasonably sure that we found the hideout.
I have same creepy feeling.
Here, take this and put it in your pocket.
Oh, so that's the reason for special masks.
Yes. Come on. If this is the place, I don't know how many there are in there. Just in case I run into trouble, here's what I want you
to do. So you're the punk Estelle took for a ride, huh? Some sap you turned out to be.
All right, you dirty crook. You needn't rub it in. I've learned my lesson thanks to your blonde stooge.
You brought this on yourself, Ed. If you hadn't said what you did in the restaurant, Duke wouldn't have interfered.
The less you say to me, the better I like.
Listen to that, Fred. You should have heard how Sweetie was talking to Stella in that restaurant.
If I didn't have my hands tied, I'd flatten that silly map of yours, big boy.
Yeah. You and who else? Fred, this news hound knows too much. What are we going to do with him? We got to get away from here.
I'll leave that to you, Duke. Take him out by one of those old ovens and use your own judgment.
With pleasure.
No, you don't. Fred, you know what Duke will do.
Sure. So what? Hey, I begin to think you're really falling for that guy.
Listen, Freddie, in a way he helped us, didn't he? The police would hold him if he said anything.
Yeah? But whether they do or not, I'll do all I can to help them find you crooks. And what's more, I don't want any favors from you, Blondie.
Go on, Duke. Get it over with.
No, if I'm going with you, Freddie, you have to stay away from murder. And that's what it'll be.
Cut out the act.
All right. You hate me now. But you were nice to me for a while. Now, I don't want us to be hunted down for murder.
Okay. Tie him up tight and gag him. We'll stick him in that little back room there. If you ever do find him, we'll be plenty far away. Now, hurry up, Duke.
It's a mistake, but okay. Go on, you start walking.
I don't like the way you stuck up for that dope.
Oh, forget it, Freddie. Let's get our things together so we can get away when Duke's ready. Remember, that little bag there on the table means we can.
Don't move, you two.
Oh.
Hey, what the? It's a Green Hornet.
You thought you could get away with that $30,000, eh?
Trying to horn in, is that it?
Freddie, don't let him take it. Grab the bag.
Let it alone, Lug, or I'll let you have
it. Okay. You're holding the gun. Why be piggish about it? We did the work. We'll split the dough with you.
Why should I when I can get it all, Mug?
Work on him, Estelle. Duke's coming out.
No tricks, or I'll let you have it.
Mr. Hornet, please make a deal with us. You don't know how we plan to get that money from the bank. Now you come to take it all away. Please.
Get away from me and stop putting on an act.
Duke, now.
Drop that gun, jerk. This rod in your back is loaded.
We'll do the talking, Mr. Green Hornet.
He's staring at the window, Freddie.
That's just a trick to get... Hey, what are you nodding your head for?
Hey, it's like signaling somebody.
Look out! Oh, I can't see my eyes.
Here, Dad. Get to the door. Hurry.
My eyes.
I'll take that gun and my own.
Freddie, get out, the door's open.
Stay back. I think no one will leave yet.
I'll be there in a minute. Our bomb trick worked.
blast you,
Take
I-
it, Mug.
More gas. Gas coming.
This one is subdued.
Good.
I give up. My
We'll tie
eyes.
these two up. There's some cord.
Here, this for girl.
You go tie that other lug. There's no more fight left in him. This'll hold you, Blondie.
Oh, police. This one is tied.
Quick, out the back way. They must have followed us after all.
What's this? Tear gas in here. Look, two guys and a girl.
This one's out like a line.
The gas is clearing up now. Wonder how it... Say, that's Lowry's blonde.
That it is. Tight hand and foot. And the other guy, too.
Sarge, if that isn't the bag with the bank dough, I miss me guess. See there on the table.
I'll take a look. Glory be, you're right, Axford. Then these are the crooks. And if that girl was in with them, we'll have to pick up Lowry.
He wasn't in on it. Look in there.
Hey, here's Lowry, bound and gagged.
Holy crow.
Cassidy, you go in and get Lowry loose.
So Lowry's big moment turned out to be a female crook.
The less you say about that, the better, Axford. You, Miss Ritter, who did all this, tying you up and the tear gas and all?
He went out the back way. The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Yeah, we followed him here.
Sure, he was after that dough, but we scared him off. Well, Lowry, I'll bet you're glad to see us here.
Sure, but you should have got here sooner. Seemed to be a lot going on out in this room. These two men and that girl are the crooks who held up the bank, Sarge.
Sure, we know that already.
Well, now, Lowry, I'm sorry your girlfriend turned out to be a crook. Making a fool out here like that.
What are you talking about, Axford? How do you know I wasn't wise to her all the time?
Well, I suppose that's something I'll never know. Leave it to you to wiggle out of it one way or another. She was making up to you, though, and no mistake.
From what I could hear, that dame was even making up to the Green Hornet.
It'll take more than a pretty blonde to catch that Green Hornet. Holy crow. You see, that's what I mean. There goes the spot penis by the Sergeant Burke, a squad of cops, and the blonde all put together.
Paper, bank robbers caught, money found intact, Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel Extra, paper.
You have just heard the adventure, Lowry's Big Moment. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated and originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob High speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Pressure from Without. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, I'd like to ask you a question.
Have you written to a boy overseas this week? Nothing is more important than mail to these men. And that's one item that's not GI. The one sure way of getting that mail delivered as fast and as safe as possible is to use the V-mail service. Of the 200 million letters sent this way since the service was started, not one has been lost. Every letter has been delivered with its more than welcome message from home. V-mail forms are obtainable at all post offices and at most department and stationery stores. Write him today and send it V-mail. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel and man about town, was entertaining a friend in one of the city's exclusive nightclubs.
Quite a crowd here tonight, Britt. The Cafe Society seems to be out in full force.
Yes, one sees quite a mixture of personalities in these places. They're not all here just for the purpose of relaxation.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a good many people come to these places to further their business interests. Pressure groups, lobbyists.
I guess I don't keep up with the news like you do, Britt. Who's the distinguished-looking fellow at the next table? One sitting low.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that's State Senator Robert Bruce. Oh, I'm sure that's who it is.
Looks as though he has a lot on his mind.
He probably has. He's majority leader for his political party in the Senate.
There's some chap going over to speak to him.
Good evening, Senator Bruce.
Oh, good evening.
I saw you sitting here alone. I thought I'd drop over. My name's Lund, Jack Lund. I'm a close friend of the committeeman from your district, Joe Carter.
Yes, of course. Glad to know you, Mr. Lund.
Look, we have a little party over there. We'd like you to join us. You're sitting here alone.
You see, Mr. Lund,
Oh,
I request...
no excuses. Joe Carter told me to be sure and look you up. He said he knew you'd be glad to have a chat with me. There's no time like the present.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Lund, since you're a friend of Carter's, I'll join your table for a short time.
Oh, good. I'm sure you'll be glad you did, Senator. Come along.
Well, that guy wouldn't take no for an answer.
Well, I'd say he had all the earmarks of one of those lobbyists we were speaking about. Maybe if the senator doesn't watch out, he'll be in for some of that pressure stuff from Lund and his friends.
A few days later, in a room at a downtown hotel, Jack Lund was talking to one of his friends.
We're not making as much headway with the old boy as I hoped. Though I do think he's a little worried because we told him we could swing a lot of votes away from him through Joe Carter.
We've got to put more pressure on Bruce. That bill comes up next week, and he can swing it our way if he tries. Right now, he's dead set for it, as you know, so the bill is sure to be put through.
Yes, I know. Bruce is one of those old hardheads. He's been collared by lobbyists before, but stuck to his guns.
We're being paid to see that he changes his mind this time. Question is, how are we going to get him to change?
Yeah? He's not the type to take a bribe.
Oh, I can see that. But if we could make it look like he did take a bribe to put this bill through...
What's the matter with you? We don't want that bill to go through.
Of course we don't. But if we had some way for the public to think the senator was for that bill only because he'd been bribed to see it through, then he'd lose his hold over the others in the Senate.
And they'd vote against it. Say, Moore, maybe you've got something there at that.
Sure I have. But how are we going to work it?
Well, you leave that to me, Moore. I'll figure out a way. And when we get through with State Senator Bruce, his influence on the others won't be worth a nickel.
Fellow senators, I've tried to point out to you the necessity for passing this bill, which is up for discussion. The bill for the renegotiation of state contracts. Great pressure has been brought to bear against this bill because many groups stand to lose the exorbitant profits they are making on such contracts. Furthermore...
Mr. Chairman!
The gentleman from the 4th District is out of order. Senator Bruce has the floor.
I should like to ask Senator Bruce to relinquish 1 minute of his time.
Does Senator Bruce wish to relinquish to the gentleman from the 4th District?
I relinquish 1 minute as the senator requests.
The gentleman from the 4th District has the floor for the period of 1 minute.
I wish to bring out the fact to the gentlemen of the Senate that there are also a great many who will profit by the passage of this bill. Many have found that their initial estimates on work for the state will not allow much of a profit, if any at all. Therefore, they are anxious to have the opportunity to renegotiate. And furthermore, it has been brought to my attention that the worthy senator from the 5th District, Senator Bruce, has been recently associating with recognized lobbyists who are trying to Now, just a minute.
Gentleman from the 4th District is out of order. I shall have to ask him to be seated. Continue, Senator Bruce.
The gentleman's accusation is a weak one, if perhaps true. During these trying times, we are all at the mercy of so-called pressure groups at one time or another. Recently, such a group did approach me, but their interest is in seeing that this bill does not pass. You all know my stand. For the greatest good of the greatest number, I feel that this bill must go through. So shall I cast my vote, and with a clear conscience.
Come in. Hello, Lowry. Come in, have a seat.
Thanks, Chief.
Well, how did things go in the state Senate?
Oh, same old stuff. Oh, that Senator Bruce had the floor this afternoon.
I know. That's why I wanted you to go up. What did he have to say?
Oh, he's kind of a long-winded guy, but he ended up by saying he was voting for that bill.
Yeah, he's been behind it right along. I was curious to see if he'd changed his mind.
No. Came out for it stronger than ever. Oh, some other senator accused him of running around with lobbyists.
That's interesting. What did he say to that?
Oh, he admitted it, but said the guys he ran with were trying to get him to vote against the bill. But he's not going to do it.
Good for him. He's a conscientious statesman.
Yeah, and his bunch is behind him, too. You ought to heard him cheer after his speech.
Evidently, then, we'll be safe in assuming that the bill will pass the Senate.
Oh, that's what I'd say.
When does the vote come up on that bill, do you know?
Yeah, they vote on it tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it already went through the House, so if it passes the Senate, it needs only the governor's signature to become a law, and he's all for it. There's one more thing you might do, Lowry.
What's that, Chief?
Hop over to Senator Bruce's office and get his views on what the bill will mean to the people. Also get a copy of the bill. Then we'll be ready to run the news with a good editorial as soon as the bill's voted upon.
Okay, Chief. I'll get over there right away.
If I'm not here when you get back, give the dope to Gunnigan. Well, I rather expected there'd be some trouble brewing before that bill went to vote, but evidently I was very much mistaken. And yet a lot can happen in 24 hours, so I'll keep my fingers crossed until it's passed.
Mr. Cook will see you in a few minutes, Mr. Lowry.
Oh, thank you. Keep you working kind of late, don't they?
The Senator's very busy these days. I don't mind it now and then.
Well, Lund, let's hope things work out the way you want them to.
Oh, I think they will. I'll see you tonight at the hotel. Meantime, Moore and I'll do a little broadcast. You know what I mean.
Yes, no. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Moore. Goodbye, Mr. Cook.
Goodbye.
This is the reporter from the Daily Sentinel, Mr. Cook.
Glad to know you.
Oh, yes, the reporter. Well, come right in. I'm sure I can tell you anything you want to know.
A short time later, Lowry was back in Britt Reed's office talking about his interview with Senator Bruce's secretary.
And that's about all he could tell me. I'll have to try to get to see the senator in the morning.
Yes, these interviews by proxy aren't very helpful. Too bad you missed the senator.
Well, a couple of other guys came out while I was there. Sounded to me like they were radio newscasters.
What gave you that idea? Were they men you knew?
No. Some guy named Lund and another named Moore. They said, well, at least Lund did. He said something about going out and doing a little broadcasting. And Cook, that's the senator's secretary, well, he's to meet them at some hotel tonight.
Well, that name Lund is familiar, but I don't know of any radio commentator by that name. Lund. Say, Lowry, what did that Lund look like?
Oh, heavy-set, pompous, dark-haired sort of person.
See.
Why? Well, do you know him, Chief?
No, but I guess he must be a friend of the senator's. I saw them together one night last week.
Oh.
Say, Reed, look at here. Looks like the Clarion scooped us on this one.
Well, let's see it, Exford. The
chairman of the State Senate Investigating Committee has called an emergency meeting early this evening to investigate reports that Senator Robert Bruce, Majority Leader, has accepted a large sum of money to ensure his favorable vote for the renegotiation bill.
Holy smoke!
Right. The senator will be asked to allow examination of his personal bank account by the committee tomorrow morning. The amount said to have been paid by a certain group to Senator Bruce is in the neighborhood of $15,000. I can't believe it.
Well, yet it's possible, Chief. Bruce sure stands pat in the face of terrific opposition.
Senator Bruce has a very honorable record, Lowry. This stuff may all be part of a smear campaign.
If the committee finds that money deposited to his account when they investigate tomorrow morning, he won't have a chance.
That's true, Axford. His influence would be lost, and all his followers would probably vote against the bill. Yes. That's exactly what would happen. They'd vote against that bill.
Later that evening, Britt Reed was in his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet.
Then you think State Senator Bruce fell out to pressure group, Mr. Britt?
Knowing his reputation, Cato, it doesn't seem possible.
Where do you think Clarion newspaper gets such a report?
Well, evidently they had a reporter at the State Building when the committee was appointed to act. And that way they got a scoop. The Sentinel probably has the news by now with a teletype.
Then you feel certain that committee is going to act, Mr. Britt?
Yes, of course. The Clarion wouldn't dare print such a report if they didn't have a good source for their information.
Perhaps investigation tomorrow morning proved no such sum of money was deposited in Senator's account.
Well, even so, the damage would have been done. Suspicion in the minds of his followers in the Senate will cause them to vote against the bill.
Then Senator have to have direct proof beforehand that someone deliberately blackened his name.
Yes. In my way of thinking, if someone did plan this, that person does not want that bill to pass.
But papers say Senator paid to vote for the bill.
That would be the clever way to do it, Cato. Not everyone thinks Senator Bruce was paid to vote for the bill, then his political followers would vote against it.
Oh, yes, now it's clear. You think perhaps someone really played a dirty trick on Senator?
I do suspect something like that, Cato. And from certain facts that have come before me, I suspect a particular lobbyist of pulling the deal. If Bruce is really innocent.
Then perhaps something could be done to help.
Perhaps, but I'd have to know first just where Bruce really stands in this business.
Maybe if Green Hornet made surprise visit to Senator.
I've been thinking of that, Cato. It might not be a bad idea. In fact, I think it's a good idea. Perhaps a little action at this point will prove to the public just what their lawmakers are up against from so-called pressure groups. Come on, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty. The Green Hornet's going to pay that surprise visit to Senator Bruce right now.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. But first, we have a message for young women who are interested in medical work. There's a job for you in the hospital corps of the Waves. Thousands of young women are now urgently needed in this vital branch of the service. They're needed to release a fighting man for active duty, and they're needed to help restore a wounded man to good health. Apply today for enlistment in the Waves and serve in the hospital corps of the United States Navy. And now, back to our story. A short time later, Senator Bruce was in his study at his home when his daughter, Barbara, entered.
Oh, it's you, Barbara.
Yes, Dad. I'm worried about you sitting at your desk here in the study alone.
I'm all right, dear. There's nothing to worry about.
Jason finally got rid of those reporters. He told them you had retired, that you had no comment to make.
No comment, eh?
Yeah, there's nothing I can say to help matters. Nothing.
It's all so terrible for you, Dad. I'm terribly sorry. And you know I believe in you.
Thanks, dear. It's a big help to have your confidence. Would that others had such blind faith in me.
If they knew you like I do, Dad, they'd know you couldn't do such a thing as sell your boat.
Political friends can't afford to be loyal if there's any hint of unethical practices, Barbara.
Dad, maybe I'd better stay down here with you. Well, I'm afraid you might do something. That is...
Barbara. No matter what they say, they can't say that I'm a coward. I may go down, but I'll go down fighting.
I'm proud of you, Dad. Very proud.
I want you to be, dear. And I want you to remember that in your father's life, there's never been any room for dishonesty or cowardice. Run along to your room now. I'll be all right.
All right, Dad. Good night.
Good evening, Senator.
What the... A masked man? How did you get in here?
That French window was unlatched. I was behind the drape, so I couldn't help but overhear your conversation.
You're the Green Hornet. What's the meaning of
Sit
this?
still, Senator, and don't attempt to open that desk drawer. You won't need a gun if that's what you're after. Anyway, I have one already in my hand, as you see.
Why did you come here?
From what I overheard, I'm inclined to think you have your daughter pretty well fooled, Senator.
How dare you? I'll have you hunted down for this.
Funny, I've heard that before. But to get down to business, maybe for a price, I might hunt down the guy who paid you that dough.
Stop it. I won't listen to any more of this. I neither give bribes nor take them, regardless of the consequences.
No matter how you vote tomorrow, your cause is lost.
I shall not vote at all. You must have been sent here by the perpetrators of this outrageous report. You and those with whom you work will get what's coming to you someday.
Wait. You had your hand under that desk. What were you doing?
You rang, sir? Why, what?
Quick, Jason, get him.
So that's it, huh?
Yes, sir. I'll get him, sir. I'll take...
Hold him, Jason. I've got a gun here on the desk.
This won't do at all.
Stop, or I'll shoot. Missed him. Jason, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, sir. He was too much for me, sir.
No wonder. Call the police, Jason. That man was none other than the Green Hornet.
So you think Senator not guilty of charges made against him, Mr. Britt?
I'm sure of it now, Cato. He's a fine man and a brave one. We've got to help him, Cato, tonight.
Perhaps he called police after you left.
I'm certain of that. They'll be on the lookout for us all over the city. We'll have to risk that, though.
What do you plan to do now?
There's a man named Lund who's in this picture someplace, and he's overly friendly with Bruce's secretary. Lowry ran into them together early this evening in the secretary's office.
You suspect secretary not trustworthy, Mr. Britt?
Well, that could be the answer to the whole thing. The secretary probably makes all the bank deposits for Senator Bruce, and he could plant that check.
You mean a bribe check?
Yes. Then the investigation in the morning would show such a check had been deposited to the senator's account. Lowry said those men are meeting tonight in Lund's hotel room. We've got to find them, Cato.
You mean we check all hotels by telephone?
No, I don't think that'd do any good. The fellow's too slick to work a thing like this under his own name, though he'd register under his real name. Cato? I have a plan that may trick that secretary into coming out of the meeting place for a short time. Drive to the state capitol building.
Capitol building well guarded at night, Mr. Britt.
Yeah, don't I know it. Lowry said the office is on the ground floor on the north side. Suite 104. I'll wait until the guard walks down to the other end, and then I'll go in the front way.
Other guards on inside, no doubt.
Well, I'll get into the office somehow, and then I'll come out the window.
I move Black Beauty around the north side of the building?
Yes, drive without lights and keep in the shadows. Be ready for a quick takeoff. We'll need it. And get going, Cato, and be there when I come out.
I be there, Mr. Britt.
Must be the secretary's office. Now for a quick search through his desk. Ah, a bank book with deposits ready to be made. Yeah, let's see now. Oh, here's some deposit slips, too. Yeah, this must be it. 15,000 deposited by Lund a week ago. Oh, now I'll put everything back.
Who's in here?
Guard, this is where I make an exit, and quick.
Oh! He's getting away through the window. Come on, we'll spread the alarm.
Why we come back here, Mr. Britt? It's very dangerous so close to State Capitol entrance.
We and the Black Beauty are well hidden here in the shadows, Cato. As you know, they spread the alarm about someone entering that office. If I don't miss my guess, that secretary had a hot-footed up here if he's heard the news.
Senator Bruce come too, perhaps?
Maybe. The secretary will want to get there first, so the senator won't see that deposit slip. Look, there's a taxi pulling up now.
Yes. Not tell who getting out.
He's too tall for the senator. The guard seems to know him. He's going inside. The cab's waiting.
Very risky here with police and guards all around.
I'm reasonably sure that's our man. Let's ease out of here and we'll watch for that cab down near the exit gate. Okay, Cato, get moving.
Thanks for the coffee, Sarge. What are you planning to do now? Go back to headquarters?
No, we'll cruise around a bit. What with Green Hornet trouble and masked men popping up here and there, headquarters is like a madhouse. Look at that now. Them taxis sure do press the speed limit. If we wasn't facing the other way, I'd have a good mind. Look!
Sarge, that's the Green Hornet's car following that car.
Right, Sarge. It's him, all right. Well, what are we waiting for? Get in that squad car, Cassidy. Turn around and get after him. Come on!
Well, Cook, what was it all about? Somebody got to my office all right. They laid out one of the guards.
What were they after, I wonder?
Yes, anything missing? Well, things were a bit messed up, but nothing was missing. I brought back that deposit slip just in case the senator began checking up. I was afraid he'd get here before I did, but I beat him to it.
Good. Well, we have a little unfinished business to settle.
Well, I'll do my part if you're ready to do yours.
Sure. I guess you mean the dough for you. Okay, it's right there on the table waiting for you. $5,000. Cash.
Fine.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't take it yet. I have a little paper for you to sign.
Paper? What is it?
Ooh, sort of a receipt saying what you received and why.
No. That amounts to signing a confession.
Don't be a nut. It's just protection for us, that's all. In case you don't follow through. You'll be called to testify against the senator, you know.
I said I would, didn't I?
Well, we need more than your word, Cook. And don't forget, that $5,000 in cash there is all yours.
Oh, okay, I'll sign it. You wouldn't dare use it against me anyway.
That's a smart way to look at it. Here's a fountain pen.
There. Now, the dough's mine.
Don't make a move, rats.
Masked man.
Came in through the service entrance.
That's the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. Oh, he's getting in on political rackets now.
Perhaps I am. If there's anything in it.
Your methods are too crude to play along with us, Hornet.
I'm not too crude to know real dough when I see it.
No, you can't take that.
Now, hold on a minute. You can take the money. But just leave that note and that deposit slip there.
Well, maybe they're worth more than the amount of dough you have here. If you want to buy them back, I'll sell them.
You dirty crook. I'll...
Say it, you double-crossing
No.
You won't be reasonable. There's nothing else to do but...
Now, you mutthead.
No, I haven't done anything. Look,
Shut up and take this. Help! Police, I'll just leave these things on the table and scram. Cato will have $5,000 for the Red Cross out of this deal.
Hey, look at here now. The giant's a mess.
Yeah, guys are all flattened out cold. Who are they?
Hey, here's something on the table.
Keep your hands off it, expert.
What is it?
A deposit slip made out to Senator Robert Bruce for $15,000.
So that guy was crooked after all. Wait till Reed hears about this.
Hold on, listen to this. This is to certify that I, Russell Cook, Secretary to Senator Bruce deposited a check signed by Mr. Lund for $15,000 to the senator's account without his knowledge, in return for which I have received the sum of $5,000. Signed, Russell Cook. Glory be.
Say, I heard Lowry talking about them two. The secretary and a guy named Lund hobnobbing together. That mug there answers the description Lowry gave of Lund, too.
Then Senator Bruce is innocent after all. Expert, wait. Wait till Reed hears about that.
Yeah, and wait till he hears that the Green Hornet was in on all this and you let him get away. Your ears will burn on that one.
In spite of what you're hinting, Expert, I'll let you be the one to phone the secretary the good news right now. And don't forget, this is the scoop for the Sentinel. That Spalpeen, the Green Hornet, meddling in politics with rats like these, and him the biggest rat of them all.
That's the electric paper! Senator Bruce cleared. Green Hornet eggs, lobbyist, and political frame-up. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in large. That's the electric paper!
Suppose one of our men on a raid over Berlin dropped one bomb and then said, "That's it. There's my part for the war. I'm through." You'd think that flyer had let you and the rest of America down. But have you considered what those fellows who are winning this war the hard way might think if we said, "War bonds. Sure, I bought one last time. Think I'll skip this one." Those boys of ours are in this war to win it and win it fast. They aren't skipping anything. Don't you skip the 4th War Loan Drive. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet at this same time next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Bent Paper Matches. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, here's a message from the Office of War Information. This is our war. We're all in on it. Anything short of that would be unthinkable. Anything less than that would be intolerable. There's hardly a single family without a representative, a relative, a close friend, or a former neighbor somewhere in the ranks. These men, yes, and women too, are making many sacrifices. Many of them face great hardships, not tomorrow, but today. The only way we can assure victory and halt the horrible wastage and cruelty of war is to give our fighting forces an overwhelming superiority in numbers, in equipment, and supplies. We can help to do that with our money. We must back up our fighting forces with every last cent we can scrape together to buy war bonds. Buy now and again. And now for our story. Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was walking toward the office of the Daily Sentinel with a girlfriend with whom she'd gone to lunch. Reaching the corner opposite the Daily Sentinel building, the two girls stopped for a few parting words.
I enjoyed having lunch with you, Helen. Call me again soon, will you? I sure will, Lenore. We ought to get together more often. You stick too close to the newspaper office anyway. No more than I have to. Oh, don't forget to phone me soon. I have to hurry. I've been out longer than usual today. Goodbye, Lenore. Goodbye.
Lenore, look out! Oh, Lenore!
A short time later, in his office at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, the publisher, was talking to Michael Axford, one of his reporters.
I wonder what's keeping Miss Case. She doesn't usually take all this time for lunch.
Sure, and you can't tell about these girls, Reed. Maybe she met a boyfriend for lunch and they're mooning away at the time.
Oh, not Miss Case, Axford. She never lets her personal affairs interfere with office routine. Hello? Yes, this is Britt Reed speaking. Oh, well, Miss Case isn't back from lunch yet. If you care to leave a message or call back later, I'd be...
You don't understand. I'm going to tell you Lenore was hit by an automobile. She's in the municipal hospital.
You may come in now.
Thanks. Come on, Axford. Well, Miss Case, you gave us quite a scare.
Oh, I'm all right, really. Just a few little bruises. I wanted to leave here, but the doctor thinks I should stay at least until morning.
Of course. Don't think of leaving until you're sure there are no internal injuries. Tell me, Miss Case, what happened? Who ran you down?
Well, it was my fault, really. I was in a hurry to get back to the office, and I stepped off the curb without looking. They did their best to stop, and they did manage to swerve enough so that I received only a glancing blow from the fender. Just enough to knock me down.
One of them hit-and-run guys, no doubt.
Oh, no, Axford. A man and woman were in the car. They stopped immediately. The man, he was young and attractive.
Uh-huh.
Well, he was. Anyway, he picked me up and put me in his car and brought me here. He really didn't want to come, but he insisted.
That was nice of him. He did the right thing.
Yes. He told the doctor I was to have every care. He said he'd drop back tonight to see how I was getting along.
Maybe that's why you think you ought to stay here a while.
Axford.
Any objections, Axford?
Oh, me object? Say, if Casey wants to wait here for some lug to come to see her, it's okay with me.
Since I have your okay, Axford, along with the doctor's, I guess it's all right.
All fooling aside, it's the wisest thing to do. If there's anything you want, just let us know. I'll drop on the way home and make sure you're getting along all right. Come on, Axford. Right now, rest is probably the best thing for Miss Case, and we have work to do back at the office.
Early that evening, the young man Miss Case mentioned was preparing to leave his apartment to visit her at the hospital.
Well, I see you are determined to go through with your foolish idea. Why do you not leave well enough alone, Paul?
I told you today I intended to use that girl in carrying through our plans. If it had been so unreasonable, I would have explained more fully.
Well, why is it necessary to use anyone such as she? Have we not already arranged things?
It's necessary to change our arrangements, Beck.
Why?
Because Mr. Lucas got in touch with me early today and said we dare not come to the bookshop tomorrow night.
Paul, why did you not tell me this sooner?
Because I did not want you to worry needlessly. I was hoping some other way would turn up. Using that girl will be the answer.
Oh, the authorities are beginning to suspect Herr Lucas. And we... Paul, what about us? What about...
I feel sure they do not know yet. But Lucas says there's been someone watching the shop. He may have had a tip-off to the counter-espionage system that one of us will go there.
The book with the plans in it will arrive tomorrow with his new shipment of books. We must get it. Herr Lucas must get it to us.
He dare not leave to contact us. He has no trustworthy means of sending it to us without taking a big chance.
But what are you going to do?
You'll forget the girl in the hospital. As you heard today, she's the secretary of a newspaper publisher. Her identity would not be questioned if she went to the bookshop for us.
Oh, so that is your plan.
Yes.
But how will you get her to go there?
I will find a way, Greta. You've always said I have a way with women. What do you think of my plan?
Well, perhaps it will work. But make sure, Paul, that you do not carry things too far. All attractive girls are not without brains, as you seem to think. So watch your step with Miss Lynn or Kate.
Hello, Miss Case. How are you feeling this evening?
Oh, I feel all right now. I'll be at the office tomorrow. The doctor says I can leave in the morning.
Well, I don't want you to come in. You take the day off and rest up a little more. You've had quite a shock.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Reed, this is sort of like a little vacation. Oh, everybody's so nice to me. Did you see my nice flowers?
Yeah, I noticed them when I came in.
Mr. Smith, the driver of the car that knocked me down, brought them in a little while ago. He's certainly putting himself out to be kind to me.
He must be a pretty nice chap.
Yes, I think so.
And I suppose he's tall, dark, and young.
Yes. How did you know?
The glow on your face. Hey, I'd better watch out or I'll be losing a good secretary.
Oh, no, nothing like that, Mr. Reed. By the way, he asked me to go to dinner with him tomorrow night. He said he felt it was only fair to do something for me after all that's happened. Do you think it would be all right for me to go?
Oh, I don't see why not if you want to. In fact, something tells me you've already accepted.
Well, yes, I did accept.
I'm a good guesser at that. Well, go ahead and have a good time. Say, what's this?
What's what?
Well, here in the ashtray on the bedside stand, all these burnt paper matches are bent into a V shape.
Oh, those. Well, I noticed every time Mr. Smith lit a match for a cigarette, he shook out the flame and then bent the match like that with his fingers. Just a habit, I guess. Making little V's for victory.
I see. Yeah, lots of people have funny little habits like that.
Yes, like Axford, always swinging his keychain around his finger.
Well, I'll get along home. Let me know tomorrow how you feel.
I will. I'll call the office in case there's anything you want me to come in for.
You'd better sleep all day so as to be ready for your dinner date with the handsome Mr. Smith. And don't forget, I won't give up a secretary without a battle. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
Late the following afternoon, Paul Schmidt entered the hideout apartment where Greta was waiting. She was startled by the expression on his face, and she hastened to question him.
What's the matter, Paul? What's wrong?
He is here, in the city.
Oh, I don't know what you mean. Paul, no, not Glenn.
Yes, Glenn. That rat of an underground counter spy who's dogged us every step of the way.
Oh, then it will ruin everything. He is not one to play a waiting game like the others. What are you going to do?
Our plans for tonight must be carried out. God knows how we work, but he shall not stop us now.
How do you know he's here?
I saw him. He did not see me. I kept out of sight. I shadowed him most of the afternoon.
Then you have thought of some way?
Yes, I know where he lives. He parks his car in a back alley. I shall go there and wait until he comes out. It will be dark. Glenn must be eliminated. Then, with the help of that girl Lenore Case, our plans will be carried out tonight exactly as we arranged.
Well, Sarge, looks like sitting around the press room here at headquarters is just a waste of time this evening.
Things are rather quiet, Axford.
Where's Cassidy?
Doing a plainclothes job over on West Street with a federal man. They're watching a little bookshop.
Say now, what's it all about? Sounds like there might be some news in those goings-on.
Seems like some guy named Grun tipped him off that a couple of foreign agents are dealing through that place. Tall blonde man and a blonde woman.
Sure, why don't they move in and grab the book dealer?
They got to catch him with the goods, Axford, and they also want to catch the others. They're bigger game than the dealer. Of course, they may get wind of the fact of the shot.
Hey, Sarge. There's been a murder in an alley over on the east side.
Glory be. That's going to be news.
A murder, eh? Who's the guy? Do you know?
Well, we don't know who done it, but it's a guy named Grun.
It was nice of you to take me to dinner, Mr. Smith.
It was a pleasure to take you. Would you mind, Miss Case, if I stopped at the drugstore up ahead to phone my sister? There's an important message I forgot to give her.
Not at all. I'll wait in the car.
By the way, perhaps you'll do me a favor while you're waiting.
Of course. What is it?
There's a little shop up there in the middle of the block, a bookshop. While I'm phoning, will you go there and ask for Paul Smith's book? I was picked up on the way home.
I'll go get it for you. Won't take but a few minutes.
I'll meet you here in the car then.
All right. I'll no doubt be back before you are.
Here's the book for Paul Smith. Be sure that he gets it.
Thank you. Mr. Smith will have this in a few minutes. He's waiting for me right up at the corner.
Of course. I understand. Good night.
Good night.
Just a minute there, young woman.
What do you want? Aren't you Officer Cassidy?
That I am.
I didn't recognize you at first. I'm Lenore Case, Mr. Reed's secretary at the Daily Sentinel. I've seen you around with Axford once or twice.
Oh, it's you, Miss Case. Sure, with that blonde hair and all, I thought for a moment I was catching one of the people we were watching for him.
For heaven's sakes, who could you be expecting to come out of that dinky little bookshop?
Just between you and me, it's a couple of spies we're looking for. Tall blonde man and a blonde lady.
Well, I wish you luck. If you don't mind, I'll run along. There's someone waiting for me.
Sure. Go right along. Good night to you.
I appreciate your getting the book for me, Miss Case.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
I notice you're staring at me and frowning. Why do you do that?
I was just thinking, that woman, your sister, is quite blonde, yet your hair is almost black.
Is that so unusual?
It wouldn't be if...
Go on.
If I hadn't noticed that your eyebrows are blonde. It's almost as if you're wearing a...
Perhaps you might be thinking I'm wearing a wig. Is that it?
Perhaps I was thinking of that, but in that case you... No, that can't be it. You a spy.
So, when that man stopped you, he put suspicion in your mind. And now you've guessed. Greta was right. You do have brains.
All right. I do know who you are. I realize you used me for some terrible purpose, but I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Quiet, children, nothing. See, I drive with my left hand. My right hand holds a gun in my pocket at your side. Since you're so smart, you'll have to come with me. You are one more problem Greta and I must solve quickly.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. At this time, we bring to all the women of America an urgent message from your government. The war has reached a vital stage. You can help to bring it to a victorious and speedy end by getting into it with your hands as well as your hearts. Take a job. Go to the nearest U.S. Employment Bureau. They'll see to it that you're placed where you can do the most good, regardless of age or experience. America at war needs women at work and women in the armed forces. Perhaps you don't need the money you'll earn, but your country does need you. Get into the war effort. You'll be doing your part to most effectively speed the day of victory. Join the Women's Armed Forces or see your U.S. Employment Service today. America and the men at the front are counting on you for victory. And now back to our story. Later that night, Britt Reed was in the living room of his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person to know his identity as the Green Hornet.
Axford told me to save dinner for him tonight. Then he not come, Mr. Britt.
Well, something must have detained him, Cato. It takes a lot to keep Axford away from a good dinner.
Yeah. Oh, perhaps that's Axford calling now. Mr. Britt Reed's apartment?
This is Axford, Cato. Sorry I couldn't get home for that dinner. Let me speak to Reed.
Axford, for you, Mr. Reed.
All right, Cato, I hear him. Hello, Axford.
Say, Reed, I thought you might like to know I phoned in a scoop on a murder to the Sentinel a while ago.
Murder, huh? Who's the victim?
A guy named Gunn. Ever hear of him?
No, I can't say that I have.
By the way, I guess Casey's feeling okay now. Cassidy says he saw her coming out of a bookshop over on West Street earlier tonight.
What's wrong with that? She has a right to go into a bookshop.
Sure. Only Cassidy stopped her thinking she was a spy or something. Have I got one on Casey this time?
Why should Cassidy think Miss Case was a spy? What are you doing, Axford? Kidding?
No, Reed. It's the truth. You see, Cassidy's watching that book giant, hoping to catch a couple of spies, a man and a woman. He thought Casey was one of them for a minute.
I see. Well, to get back to that murder, have they any idea who did it?
No, but whoever
and alley for that guy Grunt for some time.
Well, how do they know that?
He found a lot of cigarette stubs on the ground with a lot of bent-up matches. The killer smoked a lot while he waited.
Now, hold on a minute, Axford. Were those paper matches that had been bent into sort of a V shape?
Yeah, like some guy cracked him in the middle with his finger. Why?
Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. You keep on that case and get all the details you can on it.
Okay, Reed. Come on.
Goodbye. Cater, we're taking out the Black Beauty. Get the mask and the gas gun.
Something wrong, Mr. Britt?
Plenty. If Miss Case isn't in trouble right now, she soon will be.
What makes you think that, Mr. Britt?
Bent paper matches, Cato. Come on. Tonight, the Green Hornet has to deal with a killer and a spy.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt, Reed, and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We on West Street now, Mr. Britt. Bookshop in next block.
Yeah, she'll have to slow down and put out the headlights.
How you expect to get to owner of shop if police watching?
Well, that's something I have to figure out. He seems to be our only hope of locating the man we're after. Take it easy now, Cato.
Look, 2 men across street entering bookshop.
Yes. Must be Officer Cassidy with someone else. Well, we'll wait till they come out. Stop here.
Come on now, get moving.
No, but I have done nothing. Why do you do this?
You'll find out down at headquarters. Get going now. Hey, that car creeping along the curb. It looks like
Pull up and don't turn around. You there, get into that car, quick.
Yes, of course.
Now, don't make a move, coppers. You're covered.
Hey, you can't get away with this.
I am getting away with it. I'm backing toward that car. Now, don't move or I'll let you have it.
Duration. That's a Green Hornet taking that guy from under our noses. We'll get you for this, you dirty spy.
Step on it.
So, you are the notorious Green Hornet. With that mask on, I should have known.
So what?
But only that I'm surprised Paul Schmidt didn't tell me you were working with us.
I guess there's a lot you don't know, mister.
Well, at least I know you saved me from the police. Where are you taking me?
I could take you to my hideout. But on second thought, you'd better get to Paul Smith so that you can learn what further plans he may have.
Yes, that would be better.
There's just one thing. I've never been to his place. We've held our meetings elsewhere up to now. You'll have to direct me.
Wait. Perhaps this is a trick.
Don't be a sap. You think I'm working with the police?
No. No, of course not. You're wanted by them even more than we are. If you stop somewhere, I will phone to Herr Schmidt and tell him you are with me.
There isn't time for that. If you don't want my help, I'll take you back and dump you out where the cops can pick you up again.
No, I guess it's all right to show you the way. Go out to Boulevard. I will take you to him.
What are we to do with this girl? Why did you have to bring her here?
There was no other way, Greta. She knows about us.
All I know is that you're both spies of my country. I'm sure I didn't want to come here.
You've been a great help to us, Miss Case.
You mean by bringing that book to you?
But of course.
I'm rather curious to know what there is about that book that's so valuable.
You women. Even when you're in danger, you're curious.
Why, Paul. Somehow I don't feel that you'd do me any harm. Of course, I know you're a spy, but sometimes a girl can forget even a thing like that if... Well...
So, the two of you have been trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Paul Schmidt, the man who kills Grun and turns around and takes you to dinner. I wonder why he did not get rid of you, you
Stop it, Greta.
You really killed someone? And
in our business, it is sometimes necessary to eliminate certain ones who get in our way.
She is in our way now.
Enough of your jealousy, Greta. About the book, Miss Case. See? I'll show you. You see, this first page is blank. But by chemical treatment, certain plans will be brought out in detail.
Not really. Let me see it.
Why not? Here. But be careful.
Paul, you fool. Don't stop her. She's tearing up the plan.
This will make up for what I've done to help you.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'll stop the little minx. Give me that.
Oh, no, you don't.
Ow! I will pull your hair out for that.
Stop this, Greta.
Let me at her, Paul.
Come on.
Get back, Greta. I'll handle this. So, Miss Case, you tricked me with your smooth words.
I loathe everything about you and your kind.
Greta, take my handkerchief and tie her hands behind her back.
Now you have come to your senses, Paul.
No, you don't. Get away from me.
Hold down. I will tie it so that she will not get loose. There. Now my scarf. I will use it for a gag in her mouth. Help! This will keep her quiet, Paul. There.
Take her into your room and lock her in the closet, Greta. I'll get the pieces from the floor so we can put them together somehow.
We will have that plan in spite of her heroics. Go on, into that room over there.
So, that girl had me fooled for a minute. These pieces are not too small to put together again. But for this trouble, she shall pay. Greta's right. With women, I am too soft-hearted.
I've locked that wildcat safely in the closet until we are ready to leave. Then...
There's our signal. It must be Lucas.
He must have evaded the police.
Let him in.
Oh, I hope he was not followed.
Quick, let us in.
Who's that with you?
You'll know in a minute. Close the door.
Lucas, who's that masked man? Why'd you bring him here?
But I thought you knew. He's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? The most famous American criminal.
It seems I'm in the right company.
Why are you holding that gun? Lucas, what's the meaning of this?
Now, he saved me from the police. I thought you sent him.
He is here for a purpose. But he's a criminal, so it must be money he's after.
Maybe.
I have a good mind.
Hold it, Nazi. Don't put your hand in your pocket.
Wait. Paul, perhaps we can use him for a good price to get rid of that girl.
Anything you say for a price. But I haven't much time.
As usual, Greta, you are the smart one. Here, Hornet. In my wallet is several thousand American dollars. They are yours if you will get rid of a certain person for us.
Give it to me.
Yeah. Now, the girl must be eliminated. She's in the other room, locked in the closet.
Evidently you've no further use for her, then.
No, she has served her purpose. And she tried to destroy something of importance to us, see?
You mean those pieces of paper there on the table are important?
Very much so.
And I'll take them.
No, you shall not.
Oh, he has tricked us. Shoot him, Paul.
Oh, I'll take it, Lug.
No.
So, you fooled me into bringing you here.
I will help you, Lucas.
Here goes another rat.
No.
Oh, you're worse than I've heard. But you cannot use that weapon on a woman.
Sorry, one Nazi's as bad as another to me.
No, please help me, Hornet. If you will
Here's
only
another
listen.
whiff for you, Blondie. I'll let you down easy. There. The Red Cross will get that dough you gave me. That must be Miss Case. She's not harmed anyway. I can't let her out, but the police should be here any minute, and she can give them all the details about these rats. I'll open the bedroom door so the noise will be a little louder, and then put the torn plan back on the table. Here come the cops. They'll find another way out.
That's him, Sarge. The book dealer the Green Hornet snatched from under our noses.
Sure. And look here. Two more, a blonde woman and a black-haired man.
If that's his real hair, it's on cockeyed, Sarge. Look there.
I see. A wig, by golly. Say, these two are the blonde man and woman we were hunting. And they were all working with a Hornet.
Hey, listen. What's that?
Come on, let's see.
It's coming from that closet.
That it is. Unlock the door.
Hey, it's a woman. Help me, Sarge.
Lordy be. It's Casey. Loosen that gag.
Wait. The spies. Done it.
There now, Casey. I won't let them hurt you. Come on out in the other room. Easy now.
Don't be dumb, Axford. They're all out like a light.
The man pretended to be a friend. He sent me in for a book. A page of plans was on it. I found out what he was, and I tried to tear up the plans.
That must have been those torn bits of paper on the table. Say, look here in the ashtray. Bent paper matches like we found near the scene of that murder.
Yes. He admitted that he killed somebody named Grun.
Well, we got 'em all with the goods. And, Miss Case, you're a credit to your newspaper.
Sure, a scoop. Lenore Case comes face to face with the Green Hornet and his gang.
Green Hornet?
Sure. He's the one who turned on him and laid him all out cold. We must have scared him away when we came.
Green Hornet? Oh.
Hey, look at that now. After all she's been through fighting off them spies, Casey ups and faints at the name of the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet, spy ring, caught, run, murder, solved, read all about it. Green Hornet still at large, Sentinel Extra,
We hear a lot about sacrifice for the war effort nowadays. Most of us are sacrificing big things and little things. That's the way to win a war, all pitching in together. But when it comes to buying war bonds, we've got to be mighty careful how we use the word sacrifice. Because what buying war bonds really is, outside of giving Uncle Sam a hand when he needs it most, is saving our money. And who among us doesn't have to save money if he's going to get anywhere? Money for that new fence, or to replace farm machinery, or to improve the house and buildings. Well, it's a wonderful thing to be able to do our share toward financing this war, and at the same time build up the financial reserve every one of us must have for the future. So let's really buy war bonds this time, folks. Remember, the fourth war loan is on right now to back the attack. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, A Light in the Dark. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, here's a weekend suggestion, one that every good American should heed. Gather up every scrap of waste paper that you can find around the house, old newspapers, magazines, letters, wrapping paper, and see that it's turned over to the local salvage committee. When you realize that each fighting man overseas requires 88 tons of supplies each month, and that most of them are paper wrapped, you can see that paper is a wartime material and also a wartime scarcity. So stack up what paper you have and send it on its way back to the paper mills. Take the waste out of waste paper. In the private sanitarium of a certain doctor in the city, an operation had been successfully performed. On a particular day, the recuperating patient had a caller, the man who had paid for the operation, and to whom the patient was expressing his utmost appreciation.
I do not know how to thank you, Herr Kohler. Because of you, I have regained my sight. I am forever in your debt.
You are a great scientist, Herr Müller. And as a trusted refugee from Nazi Germany, you will soon go to act as assistant to the famous Professor Hull. Is that not so?
I was offered the position. Since I have for years carried on my experiments in spite of my blindness, Professor Hall asked to have me come with him to help him with his new secret weapon.
Huh? So I understand.
But for some time he has trusted no one. He has feared that someone might copy his plans. When he hears that I can see, he may not want me as his assistant.
But he must not know that you have regained your sight. You will go to him as the famous blind scientist refugee.
But I could not do a thing like that. How should I?
But you must. I must confess to you, Herr Müller, I am not the refugee you think I am. I am an active member of the Gestapo.
The Gestapo?
I persuaded you to have this operation for a purpose. You will work with Professor Hull, but you will also be working for us. We want a copy of his plans.
No, I will not do such a thing. I have trusted you as a benefactor. I should have known there was some reason for your goodness. But I will not do it.
Yes, you will. Perhaps it may interest you to know that your family back in Germany are in our custody. You do not do as you're told. Well?
So, that is it. You must not harm my family. You must not.
They will be safe. So long as you do what we say.
May heaven help me. I must then. You are forcing me to betray the country that has given me sanctuary. I will do as you say.
A few weeks later, in his apartment on the west side, Kohler was telling one of his co-workers about his plans for Dr. Mueller.
You see, Müller has a reputation as a great blind scientist.
All that I know.
Now, wait. His blindness was of the functional type. Paralysis of the optic nerve, perhaps caused by shock.
I see.
And Müller was as totally blind as though his eyes had been entirely destroyed.
When I saw him some time ago, he did not look blind.
No. To the casual observer, the eyes seemed normal in appearance. And yet he could see nothing.
I heard that was why he was made assistant to Professor Hall. Under the circumstances, his blindness would be an asset.
Yes. Hull decided Müller could work under his direction. And yet any plans that might be around would be safe since he could not read them. But Müller is no longer blind.
What? You say that now he can see?
That is so. And no one knows but myself and you.
But he's an anti-Nazi. And if his sight came back suddenly, he would have told Professor Hall.
Give me credit for brains, Fritz. Before he went to work with Hall, I visited Müller. I told him that his family back in Germany would suffer if he did not do as I said.
Now I begin to understand. You are forcing Müller to make a copy of the plans for you. Is that it?
Exactly. And tonight we will have those plans. No one will suspect Hall's supposedly blind assistant of being able to make a detailed copy for us.
Well, Dr. Mueller, the plans for my new invention have been completed. Tomorrow we can begin working on a model.
Very good, Professor Hall. I'm anxious to begin working on the model.
We must take every precaution to protect the plans in the model. No hint of this invention must leak out.
Of course.
No one is allowed in this laboratory but you and me. I alone can see the plans, and at night they are safe in the vault. Well, come, we will go have a late lunch. Here you came.
Oh, thank you. I forget the time when I'm busy.
Careful. I should have warned you of that stool I moved it a moment ago. Did you hurt yourself?
No, I caught myself in time.
You work so efficiently that at times I forget that you cannot see.
Sometimes having one's sight is a curse rather than a blessing.
I admire your courage, Dr. Mueller.
Thank you. But I might add that at times a man's courage deserts him when he needs it most. I dread the moment when you might lose the admiration you expressed for what you term my courage.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Miss Case.
Hi, Reed.
Well, Axford, I see you're helping Miss Case with her work again. Any calls, Miss Case?
No phone calls, but Gunnigan tried to get you a while ago on the dictaphone.
Oh, what did he want, do you know?
Well, he wanted to know about sending someone to interview Professor Hall. He thought we might get an angle on that new invention.
I guess Gunnigan's forgotten we did try to get to Hall, but he refuses to talk to reporters. Gale and Lowry both tried.
Say, Reed, why don't you let me go to see Hall?
Oh, that's a good one. Gale Manning and Ed Lowry both try and have no luck. I guess Axford's counting on the luck of the Irish to get an interview.
Well, is that so?
You might have a streak of luck at that, Axford. Go ahead if you want to make a try at it.
Sure, and I'll hang around his place till he talks just to get rid of me. That I will.
Well, use your own method, but don't overdo it.
Reed, you ought to know by this time that when you give me an assignment, I come back with the story one way or another. And if I don't get some kind of a story up at that professor's place, then me name ain't Michael Aloysius Axford. Sure, no, if I can once get into the place, maybe I can get to see the old boy.
And what can I do for you, my good man?
I've come to see Professor Hall, if you please, ma'am.
The professor is seeing no one at all. 'Tis sorry I am to tell you.
Maybe if he knew I was here, he might change his mind.
What's your business with Professor Hall, may I be asking?
I'm from the Daily Sentinel. That is an interview I'm here to get with the professor.
Oh, saints preserve us, another newspaper reporter. There's not a chance for you, not a chance. Now I'll be close to the door.
Just a minute, me good woman. Would you be shutting the door in the face of a good Irishman like myself, Michael Axford by name? And you being an Irish colleen from the county of Cork like myself, perhaps?
Sure now. And how did you ever get that?
When I spot a fine person like yourself, sure, I always know right off. Now, about the professor.
Go along with you, Brownie. Must I be telling you again?
Listen now. You know I'm Irish, so you know I'm honest. Let me in, and then you can go ask the professor if he'll talk to me a few minutes.
But as I said before...
Wish now. Would you have me losing me job so far from home and all?
Well, perhaps it'll be all right if I take you into the study. But mind you, there you sit, and no snooping around. The master won't see you. You have to leave right away.
Sure. Whatever you say, ma'am.
Come on in, then. This way. In there, sir. Sit down and wait.
Of course, I'll be waiting.
This is the professor's study. Now go and tell him that you're here. But mind you now, no snooping while I'm gone.
Wheeler said he'd phone around dinner time. It's 7 o'clock now and he hasn't called.
Then why do you not phone him?
I think I will. It won't be risky since the professor knows he has anti-Nazi friends from the city. Little does he really know.
Isn't it tonight that he's to bring the plans?
Yes. Tonight he will bring us a copy of the plans. I will phone him. Oh, that must be cooler. If there was some way to put him off. But what can I do? It's dark in here. I did not realize. Oh, where's that lamp switch? Ah, here it is. Hello? Yes, but I cannot go through with it. Yes, all right. It will be as you say. Who is that?
Sure now. And I didn't mean to scare you, Professor Hall.
Come over here, please.
Sure. You see, I come to have an interview with you, Professor, and I guess I fell asleep waiting.
I am not Professor Hall. I am Dr. Mueller. How did you get in here?
Well, the housekeeper let me in. She went off to find the professor and told me to wait. Sure, and I do believe she forgot all about me being here. So you're not him after all, you say?
I am Professor Hall's assistant. You must leave here at once.
Well, sure, and I know I must have scared the daylights out of you since you couldn't see me sitting there in the dark. The phone bell woke me up.
I couldn't see you because I'm blind.
Oh, blind now, is it? Sure, and that's too bad. I'd never suspected it looking at you.
Nevertheless, it is so. You will leave now. Professor Hall will not talk to anyone.
Well, maybe you and I could have a little talk then about the new invention.
I know nothing about it. Who sent you here?
No, calm yourself. I'm from the Daily Sentinel, and I thought maybe
We do not talk to reporters. Go. Get out.
All right. And I always know when I'm not wanted. I'll get out before you bust a button. Good night to you, Dr. Mueller. You want me, Reed?
Oh, yes, actually. I wondered what kept you so long. Did you get to see Professor Hall?
Well, no, it's this way, Reed. I did get into the house. The housekeeper took me into a room she called the professor's study. That was nothing but an office so far as I could see.
Well, what happened?
Well, to tell the truth, she went off to fetch the professor and forgot to come back.
You mean you just sat there all this time? It's been hours.
Well, I didn't exactly just sit, as you put it. I fell asleep, sort of.
Fell asleep?
Sure. When I woke up, it was dark as pitch, that it was.
What kind of a story do you expect us to make out of that?
No, take it easy, Reed. I didn't get to see Professor Hall, but I did get a look at his assistant.
His assistant? Well, that must be that blind scientist, Dr. Mueller, we ran an article about not so long ago.
Sure, that was his name. I'm telling you, Reed, 'twas only because he's blind that I held me temper.
What happened?
Well, I'm sort of dozing like when the phone rings. Mueller comes in where I am to answer it.
And then what?
Well, the lights are out, you see. He goes over to the desk and feels around trying to light the lamp and muttering to himself. Then he lights the light and answers the phone. Right then I coughed and he slammed down the phone and shouted, "Who's there?"
You mean Dr. Mueller had to turn on the light before he could answer the phone?
Sure. Then he finds out who I am and tells me to beat it. And being want to take a hint, I left. I'm sorry I didn't get a story, Reed.
Well, you didn't get the interview, so forget about it. Perhaps we'll have a story before long about what's going on at Hall's place that even he doesn't know.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After all the talk of the last few months over subsidies, price fixing, rationing, and taxes, it still remains true that one of the most effective forms of insurance against inflation is the purchase of war bonds. We prayed for rain and were hit by a flood, and therefore we must siphon this torrent of money into safe reservoirs where it will support our economy after the war without washing us into the ocean now. War bonds provide this storage, these reservoirs. They also help whoever buys them. Remember, you'll get your money back with interest when the bonds mature. Today, get at least one extra $100 war bond, which costs only $75. That's your privilege in the fourth war loan. And now, back to our story. A short time later, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, where he and Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, the only person to know his identity as the Green Hornet, discussed Axford's visit to Professor Hall's home.
Then you think Dr. Mueller not really blind, Mr. Britt?
A blind person has no need of lights, Cato.
True. But if Dr. Mueller not blind, why does he let people think otherwise?
I don't know. I'll need more proof that Mueller isn't blind before I could draw any conclusions. Professor Hall is working on a new secret weapon. He trusts no one with his plans. That fact was made known when he refused to take an assistant until he learned of the blind scientist, Dr. Mueller.
He feared that someone copy plans, perhaps?
Yes. And if Mueller isn't what he's supposed to be...
Perhaps, Green Hornet could find out truth about him.
Yes, you're reading my thoughts, Cato. A visit from the Green Hornet may prove we've all been blind, except Dr. Mueller. Come on, Cato. We're going for a ride in the Black Beauty to get a look at Mueller.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the secret hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
That's Hall's place across the street, Cato. I have a little plan. You sit here in the car till I get back.
You not want me to drive out there for a fast getaway, Mr. Britt?
You stay in this alley. I'll come back here.
I will be waiting.
Good. Let's hope my little trick works. If it does, we'll soon know the truth about Dr. Mueller.
Be careful, Mr. Britt. Front of house all dark. Maybe...
I have no reason to be suspicious, so I don't fear a trap. Wait and watch.
Cautiously approaching the house, Britt Reed reached a side window without being noticed. For a few minutes, he silently worked on the window catch with a slender steel tool. Then, slowly raising the window, he threw himself quickly over the sill and dropped to the floor inside.
I have to use my flashlight. Oh, this must be the study Axford mentioned. There's the desk. That door over there must lead to the laboratory. Good. Someone's working in there. I hope it's Mueller. Now to make a little noise by slamming the desk drawers a bit.
Who is there? Someone is in here. Who are you? What are you doing here?
It's dark, Professor Hall. You can't see me. I've come for your plans.
Oh, so that is it.
I've come to get those plans, Professor Hall, and to settle a score with you.
Wait. I am not Professor Hall. Who are you?
And you're only Hall's assistant, eh?
What of that? Who are you, I say?
If you really want to see for yourself, I'll turn my flashlight on my face. There. Take a look.
A masked man. I mean, I cannot see you. I am blind.
Is that so? Then I'll turn the light on you. Now those papers in your hand, I want them.
No. You shall not have these plans.
So they're the plans, eh? Give them to me.
You shall not have them. I have decided nobody shall have them. I will destroy these papers
No,
before...
you don't.
Professor Hall! Professor Hall!
I have what I came for. I'm leaving.
Come back! Those plans! Professor Hall! You came out from house very fast, Mr. Britt.
Yes, and I took these papers from the hand of Dr. Mueller. Probably a copy of the original plans. I also proved my point, Cato.
Then Dr. Mueller not blind?
No, I tricked him into giving himself away.
You think he is in with foreign agents?
Well, frankly, I don't know. He could be, and yet he put up a struggle to keep these papers and spoke of destroying them. Said something about nobody having them.
Why we sit here in Black Beauty?
Mueller shouted for the professor. I left a Green Hornet seal in there. When Hall sees it, he'll call the police. If Mueller has outside contacts, he'll leave before the police arrive to tell them what happened.
Then we follow him to other place where he meet foreign agents.
Exactly. Wait. The door's opening. Yeah, he's coming out. He's still putting on an act, using his cane like a blind person.
Oh, he's stopping to hail a taxicab, Mr. Britt.
Yeah, so I see. That's more proof, if we needed it, that he isn't blind. All right, Cato. Start the Black Beauty and follow that cab.
Sure, and it was the luck of the Irish that I was hanging around the cops' headquarters when that call came in about the Green Hornet up at Professor Hall's place.
Sure, and he's probably working with spies. That Hornet is low enough to deal with anyone who will pay him enough dough for his dirty work. Turn here, Finnegan.
The house is right up the block there. Hey, look!
A long, low car turning out of that alley. Say, I wonder if it... It is! It's the Green Hornet. Cassidy will drop you off at Hall's house. Be ready to hop out fast and keep your eyes peeled there. We're going after that sparrow fiend, the Green Hornet.
Well, Herr Mueller, it took you long enough. You have a copy of the plans with you? No. I made a copy, but it was stolen from me just before I came here. By the Green Hornet. You're lying, Mueller. You've thought up this Green Hornet business to get out of giving us the plans. It is the truth. But if he hadn't taken them, I would not have given them to you. I had decided that already.
Listen to him, caller. After all you've done for him, after you've given him back his sight to help the country of his birth, For this America he gives us help. Ah!
Would that I had never regained my sight to have come to such as this. America means freedom. It is kind.
Enough. You will continue to be of use to us, Mueller. Or a word to Herr Himmler.
No. My family must not be harmed. I will do whatever you say. Heaven help me. I must.
This is a brave man who fled from the fatherland rather than to be loyal to our party. And yet we have found a way to make him loyal, huh, Cola?
So that's it, is it? Don't make a move, Ratsies.
The masked man. He came by the fire escape in the kitchen.
Green Hornet.
So, this is the ace of American criminals, huh? You did take the copy of the plans from Mueller, then.
Right. And I have the copy with me. Other people would pay a high price for them. If you're interested.
Ach, so. You want to make a deal, huh? All right. Fritz, get the packet of bills from the desk there.
No false moves either, Lug. I'm keeping you covered.
For money, you would sell the lives of your countrymen.
Perhaps. Make it snappy, Fritzy.
You don't know what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing, all right. Come on, you.
Here, Cola.
Hand it here. How much here?
$25,000.
You must have had that for a quick getaway. All right, I'll take it. There's the plans on the table.
So, you are a criminal, yes. But you are an American. I am their slave. I had to do this. But you are free. And for money, you would give it to them.
Quiet, Mueller.
Your blows mean nothing. If it were not for my family,
Your usefulness to us is about at an end, Mueller. This Hornet knows you have your sight. He will use blackmail on us if we continue using you.
Tell him his family have long ago been eliminated. Be done with him.
No.
Yes, it is so. A blind fool, that's what you've been. And now you too shall...
No, you don't, Mud.
My arm. He shot me.
Take it, Nazi.
Fritz, Yes.
The police? I must get to the fire escape.
No, you won't jump. Now, you'll get it, too.
No. Yes, God.
I will not let you have the plan.
I have the money, so I'm leaving. You can let in the cops. If you tell them the truth about all that went on, maybe they'll be easy on you.
Wait. Come back. Help!
No, they be. Look here. 2 mugs out cold.
The Hornet, his men, spies.
Hey, the guy's hurt. He's passed out.
Holy crow, that's Dr. Mueller, Professor Hall's assistant. He said these men are spies.
Sure, and he mentioned the Green Hornet, too. Look.
Papers in his hand. Let's see.
Hey, those look like plans of some sort.
Sure, and I'll bet they're plans of Hall's new invention. All these guys were in league with the Green Hornet. By the snakes of St. Patrick, you've run onto a nest of spies.
They must have kidnapped Dr. Mueller or tricked him into coming here. We better get the doctor to a hospital.
Well, Dr. Mueller, how do you feel?
Oh, you, Professor Hall. It was good of you to come. But I must tell you...
Take it easy, Dr. Mueller. Don't try to talk too much, and don't worry. We got them Nazis to talk.
Yes, Dr. Mueller, I know everything.
I am sorry. There's not much more to say. But now I suppose you...
I'll be waiting for you to come back to help me. You're a brave man, Dr. Mueller.
Sure, and you outwitted the Green Hornet and kept those plans from his scheming hands.
And I am not to be arrested?
In America, we don't arrest people for what they can't help. Forget them spies, and we'll see that you're never bothered again. Well, Axford, now you have the whole story, and you have a hero in Dr. Mueller to go along with it. I hope you're satisfied.
Sure, and it'll be a scoop, all right. But I can hear Reed saying right now, Axford, you say, the police did a good job, all right. But why is it they're not smart enough to keep that Green Hornet from slipping through their fingers again?
That's the Lextree paper! Nazi spy ring caught! $25,000 given to war chest by unknown persons! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! That's the Lextree
The fighting men who make up our invasion forces don't ask very much from us here at home. But there's one thing that they want and need, and that's letters from home. When you write to the boys, be sure that your letters are sent V-mail. It's the safest and fastest method of communication with the boys that we have. V-mail is the only kind of mail that always goes by air. By using this method of writing, you're saving precious cargo space for supplies and war materials. You can get V-mail forms at nearly all department and stationery stores and at any post office. Write often and write V-mail. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet at this same time next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Short Circuit. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, I'd like to ask how long it's been since you've taken one of your old books down off the shelf to read. Quite a spell? Why don't you take some of those old-timers out, dust them off, and send them to the Merchant Marine Library? Our Merchant Marines have some pretty long hours to put in aboard the cargo ships, and reading an interesting book is about the only recreation they have. When these boys are off duty, a book to read will go a long way toward helping them forget the ever-present danger of torpedoes and bombs. The seamen report that the books they like best are biographies, westerns, novels, and mysteries. Now, you probably have a lot of books in your home that you've enjoyed reading and probably won't be reading again. How about wrapping them up and mailing them to the Merchant Marine Library, New York City? Or if you live west of the Mississippi, send them to the Merchant Marine Library, San Francisco. And now, the Green Hornet. Michael Axford, reporter for the Daily Sentinel, who was covering police headquarters for news, persuaded Sergeant Burke to allow him to go along when a call came for a police escort to the city airport for a civilian official. As the two men stood watching the plane warm up, Axford's curiosity reached the breaking point.
Look, Sarge, I know you said you didn't know who was going in that plane, but something tells me you just want to keep me guessing.
Listen, Axford, when I say I don't know, I mean just that. Must be some civilian big shot since Martin of the Federal Bureau rode out here with him.
Sure, maybe I'm missing the scoop for the Sentinel by not knowing. Me being the only reporter out here.
Well, if they wanted you reporters to know about it, they'd have called you. Looks like they're getting ready to take off.
Sure, and I'd like to be going with them.
I'll stick to my squad car, thanks.
There they go, picking up speed fast.
Starting to leave the ground. There, it's going up.
Rising like an eagle, that it is. Look, the wheels are folding up. Now, ain't that something?
Say, there's something going wrong. If that motor stops at that low altitude, it'll be too bad.
Hey, they ain't going to make it, Sarge. Holy smoke, it's coming down fast. Great St. Patrick, it's going to crash!
A short time later, two men were talking in a small apartment not far from the city airport.
You have done well, Crawford. And for what you have accomplished, you shall be paid as I promised. For that official and his pilot, the flight was short, eh? And for the rest, it was a successful end to the mission, huh?
Okay, never mind the gab. All I'm interested in is the payoff. I took a big risk going out there to the airport in a lieutenant's uniform and pulling that job.
We are both in the risky business, my friend. I shall pay you the $1,000 we agreed upon, though it's a lot of money for such small services.
Listen, you. Maybe you do the planning, but I do the dirty work. You and your Nazi gang were pretty anxious to keep that guy from going anywhere.
Of course, Crawford. He was on a diplomatic mission that would not be to our country's interest.
Your country's interest, you mean?
Yes, my country, since you are what we might call a man without a country, nicht wahr? But to get to business, we already have information that another messenger is to leave on a later plane tonight with the same information. He, too, must be stopped. So you see, our work is not yet finished.
You can count me out on that. Once was risky enough.
No, Crawford. I'm definitely counting you in. But if you are successful tonight, you will receive twice the amount of pay.
I suppose they're suspicious.
The plane that crashed a while ago exploded and burned. Evidence of sabotage was therefore destroyed.
Who are those guys they're sending anyway? Why don't some army men take the messages?
The men they are trying to send carry messages of diplomatic rather than military import, Crawford.
So that's it.
Yes, and if we can delay them from getting them for 24 hours, it'll be useless. And fortunately for us, civilian airports are not as well guarded as military ones.
There are 2 guards to each hangar. One at the front, one at the back. I got by the guard today by posing as lieutenant. If I should run into the same one, or if he's reported letting me go into the hangar, I'll run into trouble.
They do not suspect sabotage. And if they did, that guard would be afraid to talk for fear of the consequences to himself.
Oh, yeah? Don't forget I used to be in a ground crew once. I know those guys don't think of themselves when it comes to something like that.
Perhaps if you had had more of that fanatical loyalty, you would not have been thrown out, my friend.
And I wouldn't have been mixed up with the likes of you either. Skip the wisecracks. How about my dough?
Tonight, after you report back here to me, you should be paid for both jobs.
Okay, then I'll get in somehow. Once I'm inside, it doesn't take more than a couple of minutes to fix the plane if a guy knows how. And I'm one guy who does know how.
Very well. And remember this, Crawford. I do not pay if you fail. In fact, for your own good, you must not fail.
Hello there, Katie. And how are you feeling this fine and sunny day?
Well, up to a moment ago, I was feeling fine, Axford. Of course, my nerves will probably stop jumping in a few minutes.
Sure, you should be used to a little racket around here by now.
I expect it, but I'll never get used to it.
Someday, Casey, me darling, you might fall for me because of them very things that seem to get on your nerves right now. That's the way them romances get started sometimes.
Yeah, I guess you mean that I'll go crazy someday. Well, I'd have to be crazy to get romantic over you. And what's more, you can just forget about that me darling business, too.
Sure, that's an old Irish custom when a man talks to a pretty colleen.
Well, you'd better take your old Irish customs inside. Mr. Reed wants to see you.
Oh, he does he? Well, now,
what?
Well, now, I'll be going right in.
You'd better if you know what's good for you.
Say, now, Reed and me are just like that, I'll have you know.
You seem to have a little trouble getting your fingers together, Axford. I'll beat it before I tell Mr. Reed you're out here keeping him waiting.
No, Casey, don't be so hasty. I'm on me way.
Oh, you, Axford. Come on in.
Casey says you want to see me, Reed, so I came right in.
Yes. Gunnigan said you phoned in a story about a crash at the city airport a while ago. Didn't you get any details? Who was in the plane? Things like that?
Oh, sorry, Reed. Martin, the federal man, was out there, and he clamped down on letting any information like that getting out. He said I could report the crash, but that was all.
Must be something behind it, then.
Oh, sure there was. There was some civilian official in the plane going somewhere on a secret mission.
I see. According to your story, the plane crashed and burned.
Yeah, it exploded when it hit. There wasn't a bit of chance for the passenger or the pilot.
Did the plane have any trouble taking off?
Very a bit. Went down the runway smooth as you please and took to the air like a bird.
What happened then?
Well, it climbed into the air. The motor was humming along without a hitch. That the wheels began folding up. You know, they pull up into the wings like...
Yes, I know.
Well, just as the wheels got up into the holes they fit into, the motor began missing. Then it stopped altogether and the plane headed for the ground like a dead duck.
So that's the way it was.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Reed, it's a helpless feeling to stand and watch something like that. You know the plane's going to crack up, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I've experienced that feeling myself, Exford. I suppose the plane was well inspected before it went up?
Yes, I suppose so. I saw a lieutenant coming out of the hangar just before they wheeled the plane onto the field.
Well, he must have given the plane its final inspection.
Yeah, I guess so. He went over to a Packard place and got into a car. I guess he drove away. I didn't notice.
Yes? Oh, put the call through, please.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, this is Britt Reed. How are you, Inspector Martin?
Fine, thanks. Say, one of your reporters, Mike Axford, was at the airport this morning when that plane crashed.
Yes, he phoned in the story.
I want to make sure he didn't give in any details, that is, names or anything like that.
No, he didn't. He reported only that the plane crashed.
Good. We have our reasons for keeping the names out of it for the time being.
Well, do you think the crash, wasn't an accident?
So far, we've found nothing to indicate that it was otherwise.
I suppose that plane was well inspected before it left the hangar, wasn't it?
Of course. We had a sergeant out there for that purpose.
A sergeant, did you say?
Yes. By the way, if in any way the names of the man and the pilot in that plane should get to you, keep that information out of the news until you get an okay, will you?
Oh, you can count on us, Inspector Martin.
Thanks for your cooperation. Goodbye.
Goodbye. In case you ever get drafted, Axford, you'd better find out the difference between a sergeant and a lieutenant for your own good.
What makes you think I don't know the difference, Reed?
Well, you just told me the last one out of the hangar before that plane was wheeled out was a lieutenant.
Sure, that's what I said. That's what I saw. A lieutenant he was.
Well, Martin just told me the plane was inspected by a sergeant who was the last one in the hangar before it took off.
Well, begging Martin's pardon. He was a lieutenant, and I saw him with me own two eyes. That I did.
Well, what makes you so sure, Axford?
Listen. Do you think I'm dumb, Reed?
Let's not go into that now. What makes you so sure the man was a lieutenant?
He had a shiny little silver bars on his shoulders and an officer's peak cap with the gold thing in front.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Sure, I'm right. And he was the last one to come out of there before the ground crew came along to get out the plane.
Let's see. Tell me, how'd you get back to town?
Well, I rode back in the squad car with Sergeant Burke and Cassidy. They're going out there again tonight. I guess I'll go along.
Tonight?
Sure. It ain't supposed to be known, but another guy's going to take off to go where the poor chap who crashed was going. Sarge said for me not to mention it to anybody, but I can tell you, of course.
I'm glad you did tell me. And I hope there won't be a repetition tonight of what happened today.
Meanwhile, at the city airport, Mr. Martin was talking to the sergeant who had inspected the plane and to the two guards detailed to watch the hangar.
You say that plane was in good order when you made your inspection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Everything was in perfect order.
And you, soldier? You were guarding the back entrance?
Yes, sir. No one passed me at all, sir.
Let's see. How about you, Corporal?
I passed the sergeant in and out, sir. A short time later, the lieutenant came to check up on the inspection.
Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
You mean a lieutenant went into the hangar after the sergeant had made his inspection?
Yes, sir. I hope there was nothing wrong in that, sir.
Corporal, the sergeant here was detailed to inspect that plane. No one else. What did he look like?
About my height. A little heavier, maybe. Dark complected and dressed in regulation uniform, sir.
You'd know him again if you saw him?
I'm sure I would, sir. Holy smoke, Mr. Martin. That guy must have been a phony.
Exactly. Begins to look as if it weren't an accident after all.
What? You mean I let a saboteur through to that plane, sir?
Looks that way, Corporal. Though I suppose under the circumstances you can't be held responsible.
And I'm to blame.
No one's blaming you. Yet. I don't think we've seen the end of things. He may be back.
You think he'll try to get to that other plane tonight?
Perhaps.
Then I'll get a larger detail and surround the hangar.
No, I have a better plan that may trap him if he does make an attempt. I want these same two men to guard that hangar. No more, or he'll be frightened away.
I get it, sir. You want to catch him in the act.
That's it. A police car has been detailed to bring us out here tonight. I'll have those men with me out of sight beyond the next hangar.
If he shows up, what then?
Pass him through into the hangar. Then blow your whistle. We'll come on your signal and rush him inside the hangar. Let's hope he does show up. He'll be one saboteur who'll get the surprise of his life.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Perhaps some of you car owners are wondering why you aren't able to get as much gasoline as you're entitled to. The reason is the black market. It's been estimated that some 2.5 million gallons a day are lost because of illegal operations. The tremendous military requirements made it absolutely necessary to ration gasoline for civilian consumption. It's the only way that there'll possibly be enough gasoline for essential civilian needs. However, as long as black markets exist and are patronized, a great many car owners are just going to be out of luck. The black markets can be smashed, but only if every American will play square. There's just one simple rule to follow. Never buy gasoline without surrendering one of your own properly endorsed coupons. If you really want gasoline, comply with rationing. And now, back to our story. In his apartment that evening, Britt Reed was talking to his faithful valet, Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
You seem troubled, Mr. Britt.
I'm thinking about that plane crash at the city airport this morning.
You think it not accident, perhaps?
Well, that Lieutenant Axford spoke of bothers me, Cato.
Perhaps Axford make mistake. Since Mr. Martin says Sergeant inspect plane.
Martin's right, of course. But I'm convinced Axford did say a lieutenant, or someone disguised as a lieutenant.
Then you do suspect someone tamper with plane.
Yeah, maybe I do. But what they could do to make the plane suddenly choke off in midair stumps me.
Do something to fuel line, perhaps?
Well, in that case, the motor probably would have stopped before they took off. It was warming up for some time.
If motor not sound right before they took off, they sure to notice.
Yes, the pilots and ground crew were used to noticing things like that. Axford said the plane seemed to be running all right. It wasn't until the wheels retracted after the plane was in air that... Wait.
What do you think of, Mr. Britt?
Something that could have been done to cause that motor to stop. Perhaps I'm wrong. But if I'm not, then the man in the lieutenant's uniform could have been a saboteur.
But if wreckage blow up and burn, no way to tell if anything be done to plane.
That's right. But tonight another official is leaving the same airport by special plane. If saboteurs are at work, they'll probably make an attempt to stop him, too. And probably in the same way.
Maybe if Green Hornet goes to city airport...
You're sure reading my mind, Cato.
Black Beauty all ready. I get gas gun and a mask.
All right. I'm playing a hunch this time, but if it turns out to be right, we may prevent another so-called accident. And put a saboteur or two in the hands of Uncle Sam. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Sitting here for some time in the shadows. The only cars in the parking space over there are the squad car and the one Martin and the official came in.
Perhaps man not come in own car this time. If he...
Wait. There's a car turning in there now.
Man getting out. He's not able to see us here in dark with the lights out.
When he passes under that entrance light, we can see... Cato, he's in an officer's uniform.
Yes. Maybe fake lieutenant, Mr. Britt.
Stay here and keep an eye on his car. If he comes back to it later, we'll follow him.
What you do now?
If he's the man we're looking for, he'll lead me to the hangar where the plane is. And what happens after that depends on him.
There, Sarge. we're here in plenty of time. They haven't brought out the plane yet. Is it in the same hangar the other one was?
Yes, that one over there.
What are you standing over here by this hangar for, then?
Mr. Martin's coming back here in a minute. And for reasons of his own, he wants us to meet him here. But he won't like you hanging around, so you better beat it to the waiting room till we're ready to go back to town.
Hey, now, what's going on here I shouldn't be in on, I'd like to know.
Martin will tell you all about it later, Axford.
Trying to get information from him is like pulling teeth.
Well, I'm telling you, he better not find you here.
Here comes Mr. Martin now, Sarge.
I think I'll take a look around while I'm waiting. No use making Martin sore.
If Axford knew we was looking for spies, he'd throw a fit because we chased him away.
Yeah, sure, he's got spies in the brain, if you ask me.
Now, Sergeant Burke, you and your 2 men come right over with me close to this hangar so we can't be seen from the other hangar.
How'll we know if we're needed, Mr. Martin?
The corporal will blow his whistle if the man we expect should make his appearance. We want to catch him in the act inside the hangar. Have your guns ready, and if that whistle blows, don't lose a second getting to that other hangar. He must not get away.
Halt! Who goes there?
I'm an officer.
Advance to be recognized, sir.
I'm checking up to make sure the sergeant made his final inspection tonight.
Yes, sir. The final inspection's been made, sir.
Good. He can't be too careful.
That's right, sir.
Say, aren't you the same guard who was here today?
Yes, sir. If you want to go in now, sir, there isn't much time.
Hold on a minute. Strange they haven't changed guards here since this morning.
It's a special detail, sir. I'll pass you in if you're ready to
Someone
go.
else is in there already. Who is it?
Someone else? No, sir, you must be mistaken.
Oh, look, in there by the plane.
Well, I don't see it.
So, I'm not to be fooled so easily, you chump. You were a little too anxious to pass me in. Well, now to drag him inside the door. There. Let's hope they take that plane out before they find you not at your post. I'll do my part to make one more accident happen.
Hey, Sarge. Sarge.
What's all the excitement, Axford?
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Martin. Listen, all of you. I saw that lieutenant again. The one I saw around here this morning.
So what?
Hold on, Sergeant Burke. That lieutenant's the man we're waiting for. The corporal should have blown that whistle by now.
To my way of thinking, there's something funny going on.
Where'd you see that man, Axford?
The lieutenant, you mean?
Yes. Where was he when you just saw him just now?
He went over toward the hangar where that plane is. I followed just for no reason at all. And when he got near to the doorway of the hangar, he was gone. And so was the guard.
The guard not there? Bring your men, quick, Burke. Our plan has slipped up somehow, and we've got to move fast. When a guy knows how, this is a cinch to fix. There. That does it. It'll work, too. They don't inspect the plane again when they find that dopey guard.
Neat job, Mug.
What the masked man?
Gosh, if you'd let the guard out so I could get in the watch, keep your hands up.
Oh, the Green Hornet.
Oh, what?
Listen, I guess you came to pull a job here yourself. Maybe we can make a deal with you. Hey, something's gone wrong. I'm getting out of here. Oh.
He thinks he took me off guard, but Kate will be watching. I've got to pull that wire loose.
There's a corporal. Knocked out, Brigoni. Look, somebody's over near the plane. Get after it, quick. Come on, men. He's running toward the back of the hangar. Holy cow, looks like the Green Hornet. Halt your spell, Green.
He was tampering with the plane here. Oh, so that's it. The other plane must have been fixed the same way.
Him and that fake officer must have been working together, the dirty spies.
Come on, we'll go after them. Hurry up.
Leave one of your men here to watch this plane. I don't want it to leave the hangar.
Cassidy, stay here with the plane. Come on, the rest of you, quick. There he goes. Make it snappy or get clean away. The guard at the back shooting at them, but he ain't got a chance of hitting that slippery Hornet.
Well, Cato, that phony officer's car's still in sight. He's probably too panicky to realize we're following him.
But we being followed too, Mr. Brick. Police car back there.
If they get too close before that fellow reaches his destination, we'll have to use the smoke screen.
It be necessary soon. Police car coming fast.
The car head's turning a corner. After him, Cato.
Nothing ever lose black beauty, Mr. Brick.
Good, he's still in sight.
Police getting too near. Just come around the corner.
Move up on that car ahead.
Police speed up too.
All right, open the jets, Cato. We'll give them a cloud of smoke.
smoke screen hide us from their view now.
Car ahead seems to be stopping. Turn into that side street before the smoke clears. The police ought to be able to handle this from now on. I think we've led them to the Ratsies' nest, so they ought to make a good haul.
Sure, and that sneaking Hornet will do anything to get away. That smoke was just another of his tricks.
It's clearing away now. Do you see them?
Look, that fake lieutenant just got out of that car to stop in front of the apartment house.
Yeah, he's going into that place and will maybe be leading us right to the Hornet's hideout. Stop here, Finnegan. All right, Mike. Come on. If we're not quick, they'll give us the slip again. We got to get them this time.
You're back so soon.
There's a devil to pay, Rudder. A Green Hornet busted into me while I was doing the job. The cops followed him and rushed the hangar. I just got away by a hair, believe me.
You fool. Why did you come here? Don't you know you may have been followed? That Green Hornet is too smart to let you get away without reason.
Hey, I didn't think of that. But if he does come here, we can make a deal with him to keep his mouth shut. He'll do anything for money, they say.
Speaking of money, get out of that uniform and be quick about it. You have bungled the whole thing, so you shall not be paid anything, do you hear?
Wait a minute, Tiny. If you figure on double-crossing me, you have another thing coming.
Is that so? Maybe this would keep you under control.
Put that gun down, Rudder. This is no time to be squaring off at each other. Take it easy.
You have served your purpose, Garford. The Nazi party knows how to deal with those who fail. So this is a time for me...
Nazi party, huh? Well, this is our party now. Grab him, Finnegan.
I got him. No, you...
Your shooting is a failure, too, Mr. Nazi. Thanks to Mr. Martin.
That one you slugged, Mr. Martin, is the same guy you saw this morning in the uniform.
He's the one we want, all right. And he led us right to his Nazi boss. These will be federal prisoners, Burke, but we'll take them down to headquarters for questioning.
Hey, I'm an American. You can't do this to me.
American.
You're worse than your boss. He's an enemy to your country, but you're a traitor to your country, which is worse.
That Hornet's too slick. He did show up here with his pal.
Well, at least by following the Green Hornet, we found this rat's nest and got these two.
Yes, and we know the Hornet had a part in the sabotage of those planes.
Just what was it he did to the planes?
By the simple process of stretching a fine bare wire under the wing of the plane and connecting it a certain way, a short circuit was caused when the wheels retracted after the plane took off. It would take only a few minutes for one who knew how to do it.
Well, I'll be switched. How did you know about it?
One end of the wire was hanging loose. That's how I noticed it. The trick has been pulled before elsewhere.
Holy crow, that Hornet is smarter than I thought.
The Green Hornet is a very ingenious man, Axford.
Sure, and I could think of worse things than that to call him, too.
Go on, Axford. Martin means the Hornet's clever.
Clever, is he? He was dumb enough to lead us here.
It was you, Rudder, and your loud mouth that brought him to this apartment.
When rats get to squealing at each other, they don't stop to think people may be listening outside their door. We heard enough from you two already to put the rope around your necks. Let's take him away.
Listen to that, will you? The Green Hornet leaving his pals to their fate, and him going off to plan more deviltry.
We'll start a hunt for him on a bigger scale than ever before.
Sure. And the day will come when that spalpeen will be sorry he ever tied up with Hitler and his pals. It'll be a great day for us when the Green Hornet is behind bars.
Nazi spy ring broken, Green Hornet found. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Central Extreme paper.
That March 15th tax date with the Collector of Internal Revenue is not far away. We have to pay for this war, and the bill is tremendous. Therefore, our taxes must necessarily be high. Here are those who must file a return. Any single person whose gross income in 1943 was $500 or more. Any husband or wife whose individual gross income was more than $624. Every husband and wife whose combined gross income was $1,200 or more. And every individual who paid or owed a tax on 1942 income. You may secure income tax forms and receive help free of charge from your local Collector of Internal Revenue, Remember, returns must be filed at the collector's office, and any tax must be paid not later than midnight of March 15th. Fill out your return now and find out where you stand. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet again next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, Murder Will Out. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, I want to remind you that our fighting forces will soon be starting down the highways that lead to Berlin and Tokyo. To make this journey a success, they're going to need more ships, planes, guns, ammunition, and every other conceivable kind of war material. It's our job on the home front to see that all of this equipment is in the hands of these men when they want it. The men on the battlefields and on the high seas are staking their lives on the jobs done by you war workers. They're calling for more and more equipment. Let's show them that we hear and heed that call. And now, the Green Hornet. Gregory Stewart, retired diplomat, was a strong-willed and determined man, not only in his reactions to national affairs, but also in handling his only son, Donald, whose playboy tactics had long found disfavor in his father's eyes. On a certain afternoon, Donald, his face flushed and his hands clenched in restrained anger, faced his father in the library of the Stewart home.
Regardless of what you say, Dad, I intend not only to continue to see Hazel Darnell, but to ask her to marry me. I'm over 21. You can't run my life for me. I won't let you. And that's final.
Stop it! Stop it! How dare you stand there and talk that way to me?
Because you're unreasonable, that's why.
Unreasonable? Why, you insolent young pup. You expect me to stand by and see you disgrace the name of Stewart by marrying that scheming showgirl? Look at that. And that and this.
So what?
Notorious publicity for a name that has stood high in the eyes of the nation for many years. That's what. Read that. Prominent young playboy Donald Stewart, rumored to be engaged to chorus girl. Have you no pride at all?
Sure. And believe me, Hazel's something to be proud of. See, there's her picture.
Frizzy-headed blonde. I'm warning you, Donald. You'll have to end this affair at once.
This affair, as you call it, is a serious matter to me. I love that girl. There's nothing to be done about it.
We'll see about that, my boy.
Listen, Dad. You were abroad when the war started. You saw a lot of things happen. Now, since the Jap atrocity stories have come out, you feel it's your duty to give a series of lectures on what the Germans did, how inhuman they were.
That has nothing to do with the matter we're discussing.
In a way it has. You yell about dictators, about the lack of freedom for other people.
But when it comes to me, your own son, you act just like one. I can't do this, I can't do that.
It's for your own good. You're impulsive and stubborn. You need a restraining hand.
I'll be called for service before long. I'll have plenty of restraint then.
We'll try to get you commissioned before that happens.
No, I'll go in just like anybody else. It's your constant fixing of things in my life that caused me to become what the papers call a playboy. As far as Hazel's concerned, it's all settled. So let's stop talking about it.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, young man.
So long, Dad. You're wasting your time.
Donald, come back here. Donald! Oh, that young whippersnapper. Since he won't listen to reason, I'll have to take other measures to bring this affair to an end. Oh, that frizzy-headed blonde, my daughter-in-law. Never.
Pardon, monsieur. Your son wishes me to say that he will not be home for dinner tonight.
Very well, Jules. And say...
Oui, monsieur.
I want you to find the telephone number of that Hazel Darnell. Call her and tell her I want to see her.
Oui, monsieur. She is at the Marquette Theater.
Tell her to come over here sometime tonight. I'll show that pig-headed son of mine that she's not his sort.
Very well, monsieur. I will call her.
Where's my secretary?
Monsieur Gordon went to post the mail, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. Jules, see that I'm not disturbed the rest of the afternoon. I want to go over my lectures and correct the manuscripts for release to the Daily Sentinel.
I will do my best.
And I'll go telephone Miss Darnell. I'm very anxious to tell her what I really think of her.
In the meantime, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, was in his office talking to Michael Axford, one of his reporters.
I called you in, Axford, because I want you to do something for me this afternoon.
Sure. What is it, Reed?
Go to the home of Gregory Stewart on Lake Boulevard and see if he's ready to release copies of the talks he's going to make. I've signed him to an exclusive agreement for our paper to run the articles in the city here before he makes his nationwide tour.
Say, isn't that the father of young Stewart who's running around with that actress, the playboy whose picture's in the Sentinel today?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I've seen young Donald Stewart around in some of the nightclub. Seems to be a nice young chap.
According to the Clarion story, the girl must be a gold digger from the chorus.
I don't know much about the girl, except that she's really understudy to the leading lady.
Sure, and that goes to show you can't believe all you read, even in your own paper.
Well, I think you'll find the Sentinel gave them a better break than the other papers, Axford. You better get going. I'd like to get the copy for his series of articles as soon as possible.
I'd get over there right away, Reed. That stuff ought to make hot reading coming right on top of the Jap Atrocity series. And from what I hear, Mr. Stewart is one guy who really knows what he's talking about. The Nazis will be sorry they let him come back.
Until those stories of his are in print and he started his tour, anything can happen. So do what you can to get that copy this afternoon.
And the Germans came to Warsaw before we diplomats had a chance to move out. Diplomatic immunity gave me the opportunity to observe at first hand the inhuman treatment of...
Pardon me, Mr. Stewart. There's a newspaper man from the Daily Sentinel here.
Gordon, you're my secretary. You handle that. While you were out, I told Jules I didn't want to be disturbed.
Oh, but, sir, this man is insistent. After what was in the papers today, I thought it better if you saw him personally.
All right. Show him in.
Very well, sir.
And by the way, I told Jules to make a phone call to that Darnell girl. Make sure he didn't forget it.
Mr. Stewart, I was wondering...
Well, what is it, Gordon? Speak up.
Since you're busy with your talks, would it inconvenience you if I were to leave for the balance of the day?
If you finish those letters, go ahead. Tell Jules to bring that newspaper man in here.
Yes, sir. And thank you.
Probably about Donald.
All right, Jules. Take me.
Drat that boy. For 2 pins, I disown.
Monsieur Axford from the Sentinel.
Hello, Mr. Stewart. Thanks for seeing me.
Have a chair, Mr. Axford. That'll be all, Jules.
Oui, monsieur.
Huh. Foreigner, isn't he?
My French houseman. What brings you here?
I came to pick up the copy for your articles.
Well, you'll have to come back tomorrow. I'm going over the articles now.
Well, Mr. Reed's anxious to get the series started.
Well, so am I. But I want the facts to be correct and the presentation forceful.
Yeah. What was that noise?
Oh, the automatic shut-off on the home recording machine.
Oh, one of them things, eh?
Yes, I play it back and study the effect of my talks. I forgot to shut it off when you came in.
Sorry to have interrupted you, Mr. Stewart. I'll tell Mr. Reed what you said about getting the stuff tomorrow. I'll come back then. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Axford. They'll be ready for you.
That night in her dressing room backstage, Hazel Darnell was talking to one of the other girls as she hurriedly changed into street clothes.
I hope I have time to make it over there and back before the finale. What time is it now?
9:45.
Say, Hazel, what does your boyfriend think of his father wanting you to come over?
I didn't tell Don. He'd be furious, of course. I want to get back for the finale and to meet Don after the show.
Sorry, you ought to told that butler or whoever it was called you to tell the old man to jump in the lake.
No. Frankly, Mary, I'm as anxious to see him as he is to see me. I have to face things sometimes. Might as well be right now.
He probably intends to buy you off if he can.
Mary, if he offered to do such a thing, I'd feel like murdering him on the spot. I don't want his money. All I want is to be with Don.
Oh, you better get on out of here. You won't make it back in time.
I'm on my way right now. Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. I think I'll be needing a little luck.
Oh, hello, Jules. Going out?
Oui, Monsieur Donald. I was just about to open the door when you came in. I'm going for a walk.
Is Dad still in the library?
Oui. He has been making and listening to echoes of his talks most of the evening.
I hate to interrupt him, but I'm still not satisfied with the outcome of our talk this afternoon. This will really be the showdown, Jules.
I sympathize with you, Monsieur. Your father is a strict man.
Well, I'm going in there and take the starch out of him. This is one time he's not going to stand in my way. I'll see you later, Jules. I have to hurry. Have a date after the show with my fiancée.
Good night, Monsieur.
Night.
Well, Sergeant Burke, this sure has been a dull evening here at Cobb's headquarters. I should have gone home long ago. It is well after midnight.
Dull is it, Expert? Sure, in the way you talk, you'd think this city was a Wild West town. You're always expecting things to be happening.
Well, now, if nothing ever happened, there'd be no need for newspapers.
Sure, and then we wouldn't have to put up with the likes of you around here all the time.
Is that so now?
Yes, that's so. Hello, police headquarters. What's that? Say, now, take it easy and don't talk so fast. Say that again. You're who? What's that? When? Where are you calling from? Well, stay right there till we get there. We'll be right over.
What's up, Sarge?
Plenty. Come on, Expert. I'm taking the homicide squad. Mr. Gregory Stewart has been murdered.
Next morning at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed was discussing the events of the preceding night with Axford.
Well, we got a scoop on that Stewart murder, all right, but it certainly was a shock to me, Axford.
Sure, it was a shock to everybody, Reed.
Gunnigan made a good story out of it. Say, you went out there with the police. How did that French houseman act?
Well, I rode out with the Sarge of the boys. We were let in by the Frenchman. We all went right to the library. That's where it happened. Stewart was shot, but there was no sign of a gun around. Sarge immediately started to question the houseman.
All right, now, pull yourself together and answer a few questions. When did you find him?
About 12:30, Monsieur. I came to see if he had finished with his speeches.
Who else is in the house?
No one. I had just come in. I had been out.
Did Mr. Stewart have any callers that you know of?
He had an appointment to see that Mademoiselle Darnell. He told me he would let her in when she arrived.
I see. Anybody else?
Monsieur Donald, his son, returned home just as I was leaving. They had quarreled this afternoon.
What happened when the son came in tonight?
I do not know, Monsieur. I left at that time, but he...
Well, go on. He what?
He said he was going in to have a showdown with his father. He said this time he's not going to stand in my way.
What were they fighting about, anyway?
About Monsieur Donald's association with Mademoiselle Darnell.
So that's it, eh? Cassidy, send a couple of men out to pick up this Darnell girl and young Stewart. Since both of them are here tonight at different times, looks like one of them might know a lot about this murder. Have them taken in for questioning.
So they picked up the girl and young Stewart.
I see. Those two were in a tough spot then.
Sure. The cops grilled them for hours, but they both swear that the old man was alive when each of them left.
How about that other showgirl? I see where she made a statement concerning something Miss Darnell said just before she left to keep the appointment.
Yeah. One of the girls at the theater, Mary somebody, told that Hazel Darnell said something about she'd murder old Stewart if he tried to buy her off from going with the son. Sarge says maybe the two of them were in cahoots on the killing.
Well, that's bad, all right. According to our story, young Stewart's lawyer bailed them both out.
Yeah, but there'll be an indictment out for one or both of them before morning, I'm thinking. The cops are still looking for the gun. Sure is funny. And me talking to the old man only yesterday.
Gunnigan told me you didn't get anything out of him.
That's right. He was to have the copy ready for us today. He was reading the stuff into one of them recording things when I got there. A secretary of his, a guy named Gordon, didn't want to interrupt the old man at first.
Hey, what about that secretary? Was he there last night?
Oh, he came in after we got there. Had an alibi. He was off all afternoon and went to a late movie. The Frenchie had an alibi, too. Walked for a while, then sat in a cafe until after midnight. Sarge checked on both of them.
I see. And that left Mr. Stewart all alone in the house.
Oh, part of the time, I guess. But Frenchie said he wanted to be alone. He was making more of them records so he could hear himself talk back at himself.
Well, keep me posted if anything new develops at headquarters, Axford. It's a very interesting case. Very interesting.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. But perhaps some of you car owners are wondering why you aren't able to get as much gasoline as you're entitled to. The reason is the black market. It has been estimated that some 2.5 million gallons a day are lost because of illegal operations. There's just one simple rule to follow to stamp out the black market. Never buy gasoline without surrendering one of your own properly endorsed coupons. If you really want gasoline, comply with rationing. Otherwise, a few will have plenty, while the rest of us have none. And now, back to the Green Hornet. That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed was talking to his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
And that Stewart murder's developed into a very puzzling case, Cato.
You think girl or son commit murder, Mr. Britt?
They both had motives, and they both made threats before they went to see Mr. Stewart.
French houseman's there when police arrived.
Yes, but the coroner reported Stewart had been dead at least an hour, maybe longer, and the houseman got in at 12:30. He was in a cafe until midnight.
Perhaps murderer leaves some clue police overlook.
Maybe so. If either of those young people did the killing, he or she deserves punishment. But if they're both innocent as they claim, I'd like to help them prove it.
I have idea you like to have Green Hornet look into matter, Mr. Britt.
I have the same idea, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty and run over to Stewart's place. The Green Hornet's going to have a look around the room in which they found the body of Mr. Stewart.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. In the Stewart home, Cassidy, the police guard, left his post in the entrance hall and went into the kitchen for coffee. Jules, who had waited for the opportunity, quickly crossed the hall and with flashlight in hand, quietly entered the library, closing the door after him.
I must work fast. I must be sure to get all of them. It would not do for them to fall into the wrong hands. Wait. A figure outside the window. Good thing I have this gun in my pocket. I will hide and surprise Monsieur Intruder.
Let's see. I have to use my flashlight. Yeah, over there. Now, if I can find what I hope to find.
This is a gun in your back, Monsieur?
Raise your hands and keep quiet.
So, you're looking for something too, huh?
Perhaps we came for the same thing, monsieur. But I got here first, you see.
Evidently you're afraid of being heard. If I should call out...
You forget the gun, monsieur. Turn around.
Okay, Frenchie.
A masked man.
Take that light out of my eyes.
Yeah, I lower it a little. Monsieur Green Hornet.
I see you know me.
Who doesn't know the ace of criminals? That is why you do not dare to call out. The police long for your capture, mon ami.
I came here for something. I intend to get it.
And I am here to prevent you. I will really use this gun if you try.
Frenchie, did you ever see a kickoff?
Kickoff?
Yes, in football.
Like this!
Oh. Soldiers learn that, too.
For that trick, I'll shoot. Oh.
Now to get what I came after and clear out fast. If he was recording when the murder took place, I may get a real clue. Good. Maybe I've really got something.
What's going on in here? Where's the bloomin' light switch? Who's that? Speak up. There's the light switch.
Hey, what is this?
Oh,
so it's you, is it? What are you doing in here? Gun on the floor, huh? Get up, you.
I heard a noise in here, monsieur. I came in to investigate. It was a Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? Now, wait a minute, you. Don't hand me that stuff. From my way of thinking, you came in here snooping around to get your gun back and fell over something. Come on. I'm calling a squad car to take you to headquarters. Maybe you're the murderer.
Meanwhile, Britt Reed, for reasons of his own, directed Cato to drive back to his apartment. After spending a short time there, they were soon speeding in the Black Beauty on a return visit to the Stewart home.
Well, Cato, my hunch proved correct. We found evidence that'll convict the murderer.
Why we go back to Stewart's house, Mr. Britt?
Because the killer is there.
Perhaps more police there also.
Yes, I think you're right. That guard probably called headquarters. We haven't been gone long, and they're likely to be there drilling that Frenchie right now. I hope they aren't in the library.
Must be very careful this time, Mr. Britt.
I'll be on guard. Keep the Black Beauty out of sight in the back and keep the lights out. There'll be a squad car in front of the house if they're there, and I certainly hope they are.
So you were sneaking around in that library, were you?
But, monsieur, if you will let me explain...
You'll do plenty of explaining, all right. Cassidy, bring those other two into the hall here.
Okay, Sarge. Hey, you two, come out here in the hall.
Say, Sergeant Burke, do you really think that Frenchie did it, the old man?
That ain't for me to say yet, Axford. He was acting mighty suspicious, and Cassidy found that gun on the floor by him.
Is it the murder gun?
How do I know? The ballistic expert will find that out.
Here they are, Sarge.
Haven't I been questioned enough, Sergeant?
Now, take it easy, son. From the looks of things, you ain't having much to worry about.
Why don't you take Jules to police headquarters and be done with it? His actions a while ago proved he had at least something to do with the murder.
I'm running this show, Mr. Gordon. I'll do things my way. Now, Jules, where was it in the library you had that gun hidden? We searched there last night.
I took that gun in with me just a while ago, monsieur.
Then what were you after in there?
Please, monsieur, I would rather not say. Unless I can speak to you in private.
What is this? Some sort of a trick?
Them foreigners are tricky, Sarge. Better not let him pull a fast one on you.
Shut up, Axford. All right, Frenchie, I'll give you 5 minutes of my time. Cassidy, have Stewart and Gordon go back in the library while I talk to this guy here. All right, you two. You heard what the Sarge said.
I'm getting tired of being herded about like cattle.
Well, go in and rest yourself then. I'll be right outside the door here. Okay, Jules, start talking. You can talk in front of these men, and what you have to say better be good.
As young Stewart and Gordon went into the library, Britt Reed approached the window of that room. He carefully and silently raised the window and pulled himself over the sill. The two men inside had their backs to the window and were talking.
There's no doubt in my mind, Donald, that Jules killed your father.
But what about his alibi?
Now that the police have reason to suspect him, they'll probably find a hole in that.
I can't believe Jules would do such a thing.
Don't be a fool. I notice he hasn't wasted any sympathy on you since they had you under suspicion. Yeah. Don't suppose the police will object if I get some of your father's things together. Might as well be doing something. I'll start with the stuff in that cabinet.
Stay away from that cabinet, you.
What? A masked man. You must be the Green Hornet. Jules said you came here before.
I'll take what's in that cabinet.
Oh, no, you won't.
Take it, Lug.
Yes. Gordon, you sneak. You can't come here like this. I'll show
I
you.
hate to do this, fellow, but... Now to pull the trump card. They heard the commotion. I gotta get out quick.
What's going on here? Which guy went out the window?
Either one, Sarge. Look on the floor.
Hey, there's two fellas lying there on the floor.
Conditions as I have stated
that?
them have not been one bit exaggerated.
That's Stewart's voice,
For I saw
man.
these
Shut that
atrocities
thing
with my
off.
own eyes.
Wait.
The Nazis didn't stop
Very
it.
well done, Mr.
That's Gordon's
What are you
voice.
interrupting me for? I thought you were out for the evening.
I knew you'd be alone. I slipped away from
Listen to
friends
that, Sarge.
Quiet.
Go away, you bother me.
I came to tell you that you will never make those talks. See?
A gun.
Glory be.
What's the meaning of this? Have you gone out of your mind?
I'm keeping you from slurring my country. Germany.
You, a Nazi. Get out.
This is my answer.
Gordon's the killer.
No, you will not.
I can't believe my ears. Get the handcuffs on him.
Then Jules was speaking the truth when he said he came in to get the written copies of the talks so they wouldn't get in the wrong hands.
Sure, he knew how careful the old man was of them papers. And to think this guy on the floor was a Nazi working for Stewart all the time.
He didn't even have an accent, Sarge.
They send spies over here, Axford, that can speak and act like us Americans. He sure succeeded in keeping Stewart from telling folks about what the Germans did. Germany couldn't keep a diplomat from coming back, but Gordon was planted to see that he didn't talk.
Well, if the young guy's willing, we'll print the whole story in the Daily Sentinel.
Oh.
Hey, look, he's coming too.
Boy, what a sock I took.
So that killer hit you when you found that record and put it on, eh? But what'd you do to him? He's still out cold.
You kidding, Sergeant? He was gassed by the Green Hornet, who knocked me out.
The Green Hornet? Where is he? Give me that gun, Sarge, quick.
Take it easy, Axford. He ain't hiding behind any of the chairs. Donald, you and your lady friend are in the clear. That guy Gordon is the murderer. We got the goods on him.
Gordon? I never did like that guy. Gee, Sergeant, I don't know how you did it, but you sure took a load off my mind by catching him. And I'll meet Hazel tonight.
Sure, I know, son. I'm sorry about your dad, but I know you and your little lady will find happy days ahead. Don't thank me. 'Twas that record over there did the trick.
Record?
Sure, you know. The one your father was making last night. It recorded the whole business when Gordon interrupted him.
Oh, who found the record?
Sure, and I think the Hornet was in cahoots with that mug there. They found out the record was on the photograph. The Hornet tried to grab it off and accidentally set the machine going when we scared him away.
If we'd gotten here in a minute or two sooner, we could caught the spalpeen red-handed.
If you'd have got in here sooner, Sarge, you'd probably be lying right there beside that murderer.
Axford, if the Green Hornet ever stuck that gas gun into his in your face, he wouldn't have to pull the trigger. You'd faint from sheer fright.
Oh, great St. Patrick. The Green Hornet himself. He must have been looking in the window at us all the time. And me standing right near it. I think I need a little water, Sarge. I do feel a little faint.
Central XP, paper! Stewart murder solved, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large, Central XP, paper!
We know that receiving letters from home is about the most important item in the lives of our boys overseas. For this reason, we should see that our letters get there just as fast as possible. The safest and fastest method of communication with the boys who've gone across is the V-mail service. It always goes by air, and it's always delivered. V-mail has priority over all other types of personal mail, and every important Army and Navy installation the world over has V-mail equipment. And here's another important item to remember. Be sure that all of your overseas mail is properly and completely addressed. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet at this same time next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Haidt speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, A Case of Honor. The Green Hornet strikes again. Figures don't often make interesting reading, but sometimes they tell a story. Field commanders in the Army have asked for 600,000 WACs, and there are but 66,000 now in service. The story is pretty apparent. More women are needed to enlist in the WACs, and they're needed immediately to help win this war. They're needed in the Army Ground Forces, the Army Air Forces, and the Army Service Forces. There are 239 different types of Army jobs open to WACs, and each girl may choose her own branch of service. The coming invasion of Europe is going to take every ounce of fighting manpower available. That's why it's essential that American women fill these behind-the-line jobs. If you're eligible for service in the WACs, call today at your nearest U.S. Army Recruiting and Induction Center. And now, the Green Hornet. Two men sat in a black sedan, which had been parked on a byroad just off the main highway leading to the milling factory out at the edge of the city. For some time, they silently watched the highway. Then, after looking at his wristwatch, one of them spoke.
That guy ought to be along any minute now, Spike.
Yeah, but listen, Slick, how do you know he brings out the payroll?
I've been tailing him for a couple of weeks. Every Friday afternoon, he goes into the bank and brings out the payroll. And always at the same time.
Sure, but maybe he's got a guard with him.
No, I don't. I made sure of that. This guy's a manager out there, and he's been doing it that way for a long time. It isn't a very big factory.
Well, I hope there ain't any slip-up. All looks too easy to me.
Well, it will be easy. And I have a scheme to lay the blame on someone else right from the start. Yeah, put this on.
Oh, a mask, huh?
Sure, I made it. I'm going to wear this mask.
Hey, now I get it. Slick, you sure got what it takes.
Hey, look, that's the car we're waiting for. Get ready to start after him as soon as he passes. All right, get going, Spike.
Okay.
Good. There's no other cars in the highway. Step out and crowd him over to the side of the road so he'll have to stop.
We're almost alongside, Slick. I'll crowd him over.
Pull over and stop.
What's the meaning of this?
You'll find out, mister.
Oh, your mask. The Green Hornet.
Good guessing. Go on, get out and be quick about it.
That gun. Be careful. I'll get out.
Keep your gun in this mug while I grab the bag out of the back of his car.
I'll watch him. Go and get it.
Oh, no, you can't take that. I won't let you.
Oh, you... Had to knock him out, Slick.
Serves him right. Now I'll get the dough. Ah, here it is.
Hurry up, Slick. I think there's a car coming.
All right, come on, let's scram out of here fast.
What about that jerk laying there in the road?
Never mind him. Get this crate going and fast. That guy'll spread the alarm that the Green Hornet took his dough. Spike, I think we can pull a lot of stunts with these masks. And the cops will get red hot on the trail of the Green Hornet. Let's go.
A few hours later, Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office talking to Michael Axford, one of his reporters.
So the manager of the factory claims the holdup was staged by the Green Hornet, eh?
Sure, he swears it was the Hornet. He saw him face to face, he says. Reed, imagine the nerve of that spalpeen pulling a stunt like that right in broad daylight.
It was nervy, all right. No doubt about that.
That it was. And that factory guy was lucky he wasn't shot down in cold blood, too.
From all previous reports on the Hornet, he usually gasses his victims with a special kind of gas gun.
Well, he didn't use it on this guy. There was another masked guy with the Hornet, they say. And he popped the factory manager in the back of his head with the gun butt, then left him lying in the road.
See.
Believe me, Reed, that Hornet is getting to be a menace to the city. The cops are really out to get him this time.
Hello? Axford? Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. For you, Axford.
Thanks. Hello, Axford speaking. Oh, it's you, Sergeant Burke. What's up? He did? Glory be. I'm coming down to headquarters right away. Goodbye.
What's happened?
That was Burke. He says a gas station was held up a little while ago down on East Highway.
Is that so? Seems to be a minor crime wave taking place in the city today.
Sure, and it's a one-man crime wave at that. Sarge says the gas station robbery was done by none other than the Green Hornet.
After scouting around the city in a squad car for some time, in a vain search for clues to the whereabouts of the Green Hornet, Sergeant Burke and Axford returned to police headquarters where they were talking.
Well, Sarge, looks like you cops are stumped. That Hornet always was too slick for you.
That's enough of your ribbon, Axford. If the newspapers in this city would cooperate instead of lambasting us every time that spalpeen pulls a job, maybe we'd get someplace.
Sure, no, Sarge. We can't stop printing the paper and send the whole office force out hunting the Hornet.
No. But if you all publicize what a menace he is to the community and get the public to be on the lookout, we might have a chance to catch him once and for all.
Now, is that any way to talk when everybody knows Reed and the Daily Sentinel have a standing reward of $25,000 for the capture of the Hornet?
Well, just in case some people have forgotten it, you might tell Reed to headline that offer in the morning edition.
That's an idea, Sarge. I'll put it up to Reed when I go back to the office. Reed's as anxious to see him caught as you are.
The next afternoon, in their hideout down in the waterfront section of the city, Slick and Spike were making plans for committing another crime in the disguise of the Green Hornet.
This will be the biggest job of them all, Spike.
What is it this time, Slick?
We're going to bust into the City National Bank. I've been casing it for some time.
Hey, what about the guard there?
I got that all figured out. He makes the same rounds every night. I know just where he'll be at a certain time, 10 o'clock. He opens a side door to take in a night deposit from the drug company. We'll be there to follow him in.
Oh, why not just grab the drug company deposit and beat it?
We'll get that and whatever we can get from inside the bank, too.
Say, Slick, how about divvying up what we already got on those other two jobs?
Okay, if you want it that way. I hid the dough under some loose boards over in the corner. I'll get it. Now that you've seen where I hid this, I'll have to find a new place.
What's the idea? Don't you trust me?
Sure, I trust you, Spike. But not with my dough.
Well, half of it's mine, you know.
Half?
Well, sure, we split 50-50, don't we?
Where'd you get that idea? I do all the figuring, find the jobs to do. All you do is trail around after me and get gravy.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, that's so. I'm giving you 1/4 the take. You're lucky to get that. There you are. Take it or leave it.
Now, hold on a minute, Slick. You ain't getting away with that.
Look, Head. I said take it or leave it. Of course, if you want to argue about it...
Now, hold on, Slick. Put that rod away. I'll take it. But it ain't being fair.
Now you're coming to your senses. As to it being fair, listen, Piker. Anything's fair to my way of thinking if you can get away with it.
And I'm getting away with this, see?
Okay. I ain't arguing with you. Taking the dough, ain't I?
Sure you're taking it. Small-timers like you, Spike, can't resist the sight of greenbacks. I knew you'd settle easy.
Someday, Slick, you're going to meet up with someone who won't settle so easy.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just calm down, Slick. I was just beating my gums to hear myself talk, that's all.
Yeah, well, after this, wait till you're all alone, or those gums of yours are liable to be pasted together permanent. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Let's forget it. We can't be dogging at each other if we got a job to do tonight.
Yeah, that's right. You play along with Papa, and maybe this time I'll toss a few more extra bucks your way when I make the split. And if you don't play along right, brother, you won't only get nothing, but I might take the notion to see that you don't squeal about it later.
Oh, cut it out, Slick. We're friends, and I'm playing along. No need for you to threaten me.
Well, since we're friends, just consider that I just gave you a friendly warning. I'm going out for a while. Meet you here later.
Okay, Slick. I'll be here. So long.
So long, sucker.
Sucker is right for trusting a router like that. Do me out of my share, will he? I'll find a way to get even. Say, that headline in that paper gives me an idea. 25,000 for the capture of the Hornet, eh? Of course, Slick ain't really the Green Hornet, but who'd believe him? Maybe I'll get my cut after all, Slick. You sneaking double-crosser. Yeah, and get it at the expense of your own hide.
Hello?
Mr. Reed, there's a man calling. He won't say who he is, but he wants to speak to you. He says it's about something very important.
I see. Well, connect me with him. And Miss Case, see if the operator can check on who's calling.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
You the publisher of the Daily Sentinel?
That's right. I'm Brett Reed.
Look, that stuff in your paper really on the level? About giving all that dough for the Green Hornet?
Yes. $25,000 will be paid to anyone who gives information leading to the capture of the Hornet. Why?
Got a tip-off on a job he's going to pull tonight.
Oh. Where?
Not so fast, mister. How do I know I'll really get that dough if he's caught?
Now, this is a reliable paper. All you have to do is to identify yourself, and it'll be paid. Who are you?
I'll just come in and say Spike sent me. That ought to be enough.
All right. Now, what's the tip-off you have to give?
Just this. Green Hornet is planning to bust into the City National Bank at 10 o'clock tonight through the side door. That ought to be a cinch to grab him.
But how do you know this? How do I know that you... Hello? Hello?
He hung up, Mr. Reed.
Oh, I see. Thank you. I could call the police and let them handle it. They might scare the guy off. And as the real Green Hornet, it's a case of honor with me to have a showdown with a fellow who's been cashing in on the Hornet's name. Yes, I think I'd better handle this myself. And to be certain that crook gets what's coming to him. Now that I made sure the reward's on the level, I better call the coppers and tip them off.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Parks speaking.
Listen, copper, I'm calling from a booth. There's a tip-off on the Green Hornet.
What's that? Say that again.
Here's a tip for you on the Hornet. Are you listening?
Sure, I'm listening. Say whatever you have to say and hurry up about it. Now, what's that about the Green Hornet?
He's going to try to crack the City National tonight at 10 o'clock through the side door. You better be there.
Holy smoke, are you sure? Who are you and how did you...
Now, Slick will find out who's the sucker.
Is that so, Squealer?
Slick.
Sure. I followed you here and listened to those calls you made. Get moving, Lug. I have some unfinished business with you. This rod will get a little use after all when we get to the spot I'm taking you.
No, Slick. I didn't mean
Get going. Guess I'll have to change my time on that little job tonight. After I get rid of you. Go on, sucker. You beat your gums for the last time.
We'll continue our adventure in just a minute. Suppose you were an American prisoner of war. Can you imagine just how happy and grateful you'd be to receive a package of food or clothing from home? Well, getting these things together and delivering them to all our boys who are being held as prisoners is one of the many tasks being undertaken by the Red Cross. In Europe, American prisoners are sent a standard Red Cross food package every week. The story in Japan, of course, is another matter, but the Red Cross has never ceased trying to establish regular contacts with American prisoners in Japanese hands. Now, the Red Cross, as most of us know, is supported entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. This month, we're asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross workers come to your home, give as generously as you can. And now, back to our story. After hearing from Spike, Britt Reed decided to go to the bank at 10 o'clock as the real Green Hornet, to have a showdown with a man who has misused the Hornet's name. But he doesn't realize he'll be going into a police trap. Meantime, he arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You come home late tonight, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato, I was busy at the office. My night's work isn't finished yet.
Oh, you go back to Sentinel office tonight?
No, Cato, there's a certain party in the city whom I'd like to meet. And the sooner the better.
Oh, when you talk like that, I know you're worried about crook who used Hornet's name.
Exactly. The honor of the real Hornet is at stake. That man must be stopped before he goes any further. And I hope to have a showdown with him tonight.
You have clue to his identity, Mr. Britt?
No, but I have a tip-off that he'll commit another crime, a bank robbery, at 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to be there, Cato.
Black Beauty's ready.
Good. It's 20 minutes to 10 now, so there's no time to lose. Come on, we'll get the gas gun and masks and be on our way to meet the fake Green Hornet.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the secret hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. As the hour of 10 approached, Sergeant Burke and a couple of policemen stood with Axford in the shadows of the building opposite the bank, waiting.
Say, Sarge, suppose he goes up the back way while we're standing here watching the front?
Do you think I'm stupid, Axford?
Well, now, if that's a direct question, I'll...
For your information, Cassidy's round back watching with one of the men. Others are planted on the side in the alley. We're going to let the Hornet actually get inside. Then we'll close in and get him when he won't have that speedy car of his handy.
Oh. Hey, look. There's a man with the handbag going toward the bank.
That must be the guy from the drug company. He makes a late deposit every night. He's pushing the night bell on that side door now.
If anything's going to happen, it ought to be now. Say, ain't somebody supposed to open the door for him?
Sure. There's a guard inside. He's taking long enough to open up.
Look, he's coming to the front.
Yeah. Now he's trying to look in the front window. Come on, I want to speak to him. Maybe something's wrong with that guard.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to try to get in here at the back so as to be inside when that imposter gets there.
Back door over there, Mr. Britt. But it must be very strong.
Yes. Well, I'll find some way. You wait here. Well, if I could manage to... What's this? The door's unlocked. Huh. Strange. Well, here goes. Dark. I have to use my flashlight. What? Guard. Lying just inside the door. Let's see. Oh. He's dead.
Don't make a move, Hornet. I've got a gun on you.
A trap, huh?
Sure, and you walked right into it. I caught you with the goods, too, leaning over the guard you murdered. Keep your hands up and turn around.
All right. Take that light out of my eyes.
Your goose is cooked this time. Joe!
Here I am, Cassidy.
Step outside that door and blow your whistle for the Sarge. He's around front. Hurry it up.
Right. Don't let him trick you.
I'm watching. Go on. You make one little move, I'll drill you, so help me.
I believe you would at that.
Try it and see. Joe! Why the devil don't you blow that whistle?
So sorry. Man with whistle indisposed at moment. Drop gun, please.
What the...
Drop it. That's a real gun in your back.
Trick. I might have known it. But gun or no gun, I won't let you get away with it.
Take it, fellow.
Gas coming.
Quick, Cato. Make a run for the Black Beauty. Good thing you followed me.
And watch from shadows. Saw two men sneak after you.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Looks like two of them running away from the bank. Hey, there's somebody lying here. Where? Turn the light over there, somebody.
Here you are.
Say, it's one of your men. Here, you men. Look after him and find Cassidy.
Hey,
come on, expert. That's the Hornet getting away. I'm going to follow him and track him down if it takes all night.
That was a narrow escape, Cato. Evidently that man who's posing as the Hornet heard about the tip-off and came earlier. The fellow who called me must have tipped off the police.
Men now add murder to crimes.
Yes, he's a very clever chap and a dangerous one. There must be some way to find him. They've got to find him and get him into the hands of the police.
That is, if police not get us first. They're very hard to lose.
Well, we've lost him for the moment at any rate. Turn on the shortwave radio for the police calls.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Attention all cars. City National Bank robbed by Green Hornet. Guard killed. Hornet last seen in neighborhood of 1st and Wood Streets. Keep lookout for Hornet car. Keep lookout for Hornet car.
We're well away from there now.
Attention car 46. Attention car 46. Body of murdered man found earlier tonight in alley near River Street, off West Avenue. Identified as that of an underworld character known as Spike. Pick up all suspicious characters in waterfront neighborhood for questioning. That is all.
Cato, now I begin to see. The man who tipped me off today was named Spike. That's why he was murdered. And the one who killed him is the man we're looking for. It's a big risk for us, but we're going to River Avenue and West Avenue right now. Step on it.
Alley very dark. Neighborhood very bad, Mr. Britt. Why we come here?
That phone call to me late this afternoon was made from a drugstore at the next corner. I had the call traced. That fellow Spike probably lived near here. He and the other man had a hideout here.
This alley where he was murdered?
It must be.
What do we look for?
Well, there aren't many cars in this neighborhood. No private garages. What cars there are parked either on the street or in the alley.
Men who make believe to be Hornet said to use black sedan.
Yeah. The light of this flash. Look, there are a few cars here. Two black sedans. Now, let's have a look at them. This one isn't what we're looking for. Let's see that one over there.
What you doing, Mr. Britt?
Feel this hood, Cato. It's still warm. We'll have a look inside. It's not locked. That means the owner's probably coming back soon. Now, look in that glove compartment. Cato, look here.
Mask. Like Green Hornet.
Right. The driver of this car's our man. I expect he'll be back soon to make a getaway. I'll get in the back of his car and wait. When he drives away, you follow. If the police sight us, use the smoke screen and catch up to us. I'll be ready for you by then.
Someone come. I leave now.
I'll sure be glad to shake the dust of this burg off my feet. Cop's squad car stopped at the corner. Better take it easy so they won't be suspicious and follow me. And give me the once-over. They're not starting up. Guess I'm in a clear. But I'll watch in a mirror to make sure. Yeah, they're not following, but that other car seems to be. I better step on it. Hey, what the? Now the cops are pulling out. What is this?
Pull over, Mug. I'll tell you all about it.
Hey, where did you come from? Get that gun out of my back.
Stop this car. Hurry up. Stop it.
Okay. Now, if you'll tell me what this is, a mask. You must be the real Green Hornet.
Right, killer, and I don't like guys who use my name.
That was just a gag. I didn't mean
Shut up. Open that glove compartment and put that mask on. Hurry.
Why do you want me to
put it on, Mug?
All right. Yeah, there.
Well, I guess that bag on the seat there contains the swag you stole.
Hey, you're not taking that out, so...
Kiss me, sucker. Now you take it.
Oh, don't. I'll divide with you. Gas.
There. With that mask on and the stolen money beside him, the cops will take him in. His fingerprints will show who he is, no doubt. Just a small-time crook who turned killer. Now to get to Cato and the Black Beauty. But I'll leave this little token first.
Police come fast, Mr. Britt. It's necessary to use smoke to delay them.
Get going, Cato, quick, before they spot us.
That looks like a car, all right. Yeah. Glory be, look on the front seat. By the saints in heaven, it's the Green Hornet himself. It doesn't seem possible, Ashford. Say, there's a bag. We'll have a look. Packed with dough. Just look at that. Ashford, we've struck a whole parcel of scoops for you and promotions for me.
Hey, Sarge, what's that on the guy's forehead?
Holy crow, the seal of the Green Hornet. Now, why should he go putting his own seal on his own head? Get that mask off him. I have a hunch. Do I dare now? Well, there. Just as I suspected. That's a crook who was paroled a couple of weeks ago. He couldn't be the Hornet. I bet he was using the Hornet's name and the real one caught up with him. That's the answer. You mean we haven't got the Green Hornet, then? No. But as soon as we can make this mug talk, I'll bet we find we have the killer and robber we were after. Though he may have been working with the Hornet.
Oh, Sarge. Then there goes my biggest scoop.
Sure. And there goes all them promotions for me.
And there goes the real Green Hornet.
That March 15th tax date with the Collector of Internal Revenue is not far away. We have to pay for this war, and the bill is tremendous. Therefore, our taxes must necessarily be high. Here are those who must file a return. Any single person whose gross income in 1943 was $500 or more. Every husband or wife whose individual gross income was more than $624. Every husband and wife whose combined gross income was $1,200 or more. And every individual who paid or owed a tax on 1942 income. You may secure income tax forms and receive help free of charge from your local Collector of Internal Revenue. Remember, returns must be filed at the Collector's office, and any tax due must be paid not later than midnight of March 15th. Fill out your return now and find out where you stand. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Fog in the Night. The Green Hornet strikes again. How long has it been since you've taken one of your old books down off the shelf to read? Why don't you take some of those old-timers out, dust them off, and send them to the Merchant Marine Library? Our Merchant Marines have some pretty long hours to put in aboard the cargo ships, and reading an interesting book is about the only recreation they have. When these boys are off duty, a book to read will go a long way toward helping them forget the ever-present danger of torpedoes. The seamen report that the books they like best are biographies, westerns, novels, and mysteries. Now, you probably have a lot of books in your home that you've enjoyed reading and probably won't be reading again. How about wrapping them up and mailing them to the Merchant Marine Library, New York City? Or if you live west of the Mississippi, send them to the Merchant Marine Library, San Francisco. And now, the Green Hornet. A large truck of the semi-trailer type, heavily loaded with parts for one of the war factories, pulled slowly over the crest of a hill to the west of the city. The weather was cold and the road inclined to be icy in spots. In the cab of the truck, the driver was talking to his helper.
This night driving ain't all it's cracked up to be, especially in weather like this. You gotta watch out for bad spots in the road. Now, take this hill we're going down now, for instance. Halfway down here, there's a hairpin turn that's slippery as the devil. You gotta go into creep gear to get around it without going over into the gulch.
I ain't been on this route before. It's a good thing you're doing the driving.
Yeah, but even at that, I don't feel safe till I get past that turn. Especially with 10-ton like this shoving us along. Well, we're almost there now. I guess I better slow her down.
Any trucks ever go over there?
Nah. Believe you me, that's one place we all watch our step. After we get around that, the road's fairly straight. Oh, there's the beginning of the turn coming up ahead of us.
Hey, what's that? Look.
What the... Thick fog rolling across the road.
Hey, we're getting right in it. Watch out. Use the brakes.
I can't see. We're sliding.
Well, do something quick. We'll go through the rail.
I'm driving blind. That fog...
They're skidding. Look out!
The following morning, in the office of Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, Lowry, one of the reporters, was discussing the accident of the night before.
Oh, sure was a rotten break for the two men on that truck, Chief. Neither one of them lived to tell about it.
Yeah, Lowry, it's too bad. I guess the driver of the truck was a little careless in taking that turn. Some of them get that way after they've been over the same road a lot.
Yeah. Funny, though. It was a nice, clear night. You know, Chief, that sure was a long drop into that gully after the truck went through the guardrail.
Oh, did you see the wreckage?
Oh, sure. I was out there this morning. Some mess.
I noticed your story in the Sentinel said the truck was carrying parts for one of the local war factories.
Yeah, that's right. Some sort of steel rods that are used in making tanks. Well, they were all bent up and scattered all over the gully.
Well, that's the kind of thing that'd cheer up the Nazis.
Yeah. That's a break for them without them having to do anything to make it happen.
I don't suppose the brakes on that truck would have been tampered with or anything like that.
No. It was near the end of their run. No, they'd have noticed if anything was wrong with the brakes long before they got to that curve. Well, like you said, they just got careless, I guess. Once too often.
Well, to use a trite phrase, accidents will happen. But too many accidents like that one would result in a serious slowdown in production at that war factory. And let's hope that accident will make other drivers along that route more careful in the future.
Meanwhile, in a deserted-looking house well back from the road on the west side, just outside the city, A tall, blond man stood with glass in hand, smiling down at his sober-faced companion who sat nearby.
So, I drink to the success of your ingenious little invention, Hans. Just to think, by its use, we have kept 20 tons of vital steel rods from reaching that factory.
I'm glad our plans have been so successful, Fritz. The simple little device we use is not such an ingenious invention as you think, but it has served the purpose. However, I think it prudent not to use it again for a week or so, especially at the same point in the road.
You're overly cautious, Hans. That is the only logical place along the highway to use it. The turns are so sharp that drivers have no chance to avoid having, well, shall we say, an accident when they are momentarily blinded by our fog in the night. Huh?
You're the one who gives the orders, of course.
Yes, my dear Hans, I do give the orders.
Of course. And I, a person of education and breeding, have to take them. Because you are a member of the elite guard of the Nazi party.
Stop it! You would dare to insinuate that I, your superior, am not educated and well-bred. Why, you...
Wait. Be careful what you say, Fritz. And for splattering me with wine from that broken glass, I won't forget. The only common bond between us is that we're both Nazis.
Come, Hansi. We will overlook our differences, huh? We have work to do here in America. Tomorrow night, we will go to promote another accident. Then we will lay low for a while.
You'll learn someday that there are smart men even in this country. One of them may see through our so-called accidents.
Perhaps you do have a good brain, Hans, but you lack what these Americans call nerve. Now then, tomorrow night, another load of vital war material will crash into that gully. And the Allies will be that much farther from the victory they are so anxious to achieve.
Hello, Casey. How's our little ray of sunshine this fine morning?
If you don't ease up on your noisy entrances around here, Axford, this little ray of sunshine will turn into a thundercloud.
Which now? Is that any way to return a cheery greeting from a fellow worker?
Fellow workers are like relatives. We have to put up with them, but we don't pick them.
Isn't that something now when a girl can't get along with her relatives and fellow workers either? 'Tis sorry I am for you.
Get out of here.
Hold on now. Don't go throwing that paperweight. I'm going right now. I'll go and see Reed.
What's going on, Axford? Somebody chasing you?
Oh, glory be. That Casey gets worse by the minute. What little Irish she might have in her all went into her temper.
Someday you'll learn to let Miss Case alone. Anything new on those accidents?
Well, I guess you saw the story in the morning edition about the accident last night.
Yes, it was just about the same as the other one, except that one of the men on the truck was still alive.
Yeah. I went over to the hospital this morning with Sergeant Burke. I phoned Gunnigan from there a while ago. The poor guy didn't pull through.
It's too bad. And he wasn't able to give any light on the accident, I suppose?
Nope, he was unconscious all night. This morning he began mumbling, sort of delirious, you know. Kept saying something about not being able to see because of the fog. Just said the same thing over and over for a while, and then he just passed on.
I guess his injuries affected his eyesight in some way.
The doc said the guy didn't know what he was talking about at all. Just raving on, as you might say.
It's strange that those heavy trailer trucks have been using that road right along without any trouble.
Well, of course, that curve is pretty icy in weather like this.
Well, we've had this kind of weather for over a month. The last time I drove over that road, I noticed some sand had been put on the curve.
Sure. But with a big, heavy truck, it takes more than a little sand to keep it from slipping if it's moving too fast.
Oh, that's true. Oh, hello, Laurie. Come right on in.
Hi, Chief. Hi, Axford.
Hi yourself, Lowry. You got a scoop, I suppose?
If we came in to see the chief only when we had a scoop, you'd never be in here.
Say, now, I'll have you know
Take it easy, you two. Have you been in to see Gunnigan this morning, Lowry? He was looking for you.
Oh, yeah, I just came from the city room, Chief. I gave in the details on a takeoff crash at the airport.
Crash at the airport, huh? Anybody hurt?
Well, the two guys in it were shaken up a bit, but that's all. I got away from the plane just in time, though. It caught fire.
So the plane was lost, huh?
Well, they managed to save it so it can be repaired. Boy, those fellows on that fire wagon out there sure know their stuff.
Where did they get water way out there in the field, I'd like to know?
That shows what you know, Axford. They didn't need water.
I suppose they just beat the fire out with their hatchet, have us believe. Is that it?
Don't keep him in suspense, Lowry.
Well, they used an extinguisher that shot out a big cloud of stuff. You know,
vapor?
Yeah, like a big cloud of white fog, you might say. Oh, it snuffed out that fire in no time.
I see. Yes, I've seen that used before. It's very effective for putting out fires. Very effective. Well, you two'd better get out and dig up some more news. We've got a paper to keep going, you know. Anyway, I've got a lot to think about this morning. A lot to think about.
That evening, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
I have a feeling something worry you, Mr. Britt.
What gives you that idea, Cato?
You not act calm and rest easy like Britt Reed, young man about town. You're restless, have gleam of Green Hornet in eyes.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about those truck accidents on the West Highway.
You suspect they're not accidents, perhaps?
I don't really know, but I'd like to find out. All we have to do is to decide just where and how to start.
If I may suggest, perhaps best place to start is where trucks have fatal ending.
We agree on that. Get the mask and the gas gun, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty and see what we can turn up. I've had a thought in my mind all day. Perhaps we can find some proof that what I've been thinking of would be feasible. And in that case, you and the Green Hornet may run into some real trouble before the night's over.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
This back road to the top of that hill is pretty rough, but it affords a good hiding place for our cars so that we can reach it easily by that footpath on the highway.
Why do we come so early? Those trucks seem to run past there about the same time every night.
Your caution is contagious, my dear Hans. I want to make sure the way is clear. If they should get the idea of posting a guard at that point to warn the trucks of danger, we could not do what we have set out to do. That is, without disposing of the guard first.
The moonlight's very bright tonight. You can already see where we leave the car.
Yes, that's the place. We'll stop now. Come. Be quiet as we move down the path toward the highway.
I can see the gleam of the highway down there. It's too cold to have to wait so long, Fritz. We needn't have
Quiet.
come...
Wait.
What is it?
Look, are you blind? Down near that clump of evergreens we used to hide behind, see?
Yes. Yes, I see them now. Looks like two men.
There are two men. And they're looking around behind those bushes in which we have hidden in the past.
And the authorities have become suspicious after all. Come, Fritz, let's get away from here while there's yet time.
No, wait. I see the outline of a car on the inside of the curve. Very familiar outline it is, too. Come, move quietly with your gun handy. We are about to pay a surprise visit to one of the cleverest men in the country. The notorious Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. The uniform of the Waves is a familiar sight now to all of us. We know that these young women are performing a real and important service by releasing fighting sailors for active combat duty. Right now, there's a new kind of job that's being turned over to the Waves, that of a chaplain's assistant. In this capacity, the Wave will not only assist the chaplain with divine services, but she'll also aid him in planning and carrying out recreational activities for the enlisted personnel. Another important task the Waves are doing is that of teaching sailors to identify planes and ships. These are only two of a great many important jobs being done by the Waves. There's an urgent need right this minute for eligible young women to help win this war by enlisting in the Waves. Why not inquire today at your nearest Navy recruiting station? And now, back to our story. Having recognized the outline of the Black Beauty, the Green Hornet's streamlined car, the two foreign agents moved cautiously down the narrow path toward the highway. Meantime, masked as the Green Hornet, Britt Reed and Cato, with the aid of a flashlight, were making a close investigation in the vicinity of the evergreens.
And this clump of evergreens would be the logical hiding place for anyone waiting for those trucks, Cato.
But what do you expect to find here, Mr. Britt?
I'm not exactly sure. Hold that flash up there a minute.
Something there?
You notice anything peculiar, Cato?
Yes. Needles on branches seem withered right there. Slightly discolored.
Caused by what, do you think?
Perhaps a chemical reaction would cause such change. Like litmus paper change in laboratory, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I think. If someone stood here and released a vapor under pressure from something like a fire extinguisher, perhaps, holding it close to those branches.
Yes, that would have such effect, I think. But what put such thought in your mind, Mr. Britt?
The man who was in the hospital mumbled about a fog. And then when Lowry mentioned the vapor used to put out fires at the airport, it set me thinking.
You think perhaps someone create synthetic fog here at Curve?
Could be, Cato. If they had, it would account for those accidents. Of course, the vapor used would have to be an improvement over the type used on fires.
Oh, yes. Vapor used to extinguish fires leaves slight crystal sediment. But improved vapor, such as you think of, would blow away without trace.
Exactly. The vapor of that sort would have some acid reaction at the point of pressure. So that if the nozzle of the container were close to those branches, it would cause those needles to wither and change.
Very clever deduction, Mr. Hornet. We have you both covered with very efficient guns. Don't move.
Well, this is a surprise.
I meant it to be.
Mr. Britt, what do we do? Quiet, Cato.
You see, we are also clever.
Never mind that. These two must be eliminated before that truck comes along.
I don't like that word, Nazi. We're not the kind that eliminates so easily.
See, Hans? That is the American nerve I spoke to you about.
This delay is dangerous, Fritz. We must act quickly.
Hey, what's the matter with you? You think I've been trying to find a clue to your hideout just to turn you over to the police?
That's exactly what I do think. I trust no one.
And you're crazy. The police want me more than they do people like you. Get some sense in that Nazi head.
Come to think of it, Hans, the Hornet is right. He dare not deal with the authorities. Tell me, why were you interested in trying to get to us?
When I figured out you were using a synthetic fog to pull these sabotage stunts on the trucks, I wanted to make a deal with you, that's all.
What kind of a deal?
Sabotage on a really large scale. None of this puny one truck at a time business. Of course, I have my price.
So, you would work with us, is that it?
Sure, why not? I'm out for dough, and I don't care who it is that pays it to me. Provided it's my price.
Don't trust him, Fritz. You may be sorry.
Who is there I can trust, even among those in our own Gestapo? Put away that gun, Hans. I'm going to make a deal with the Hornet.
Now you're talking sense.
Hans, you will stay here with the vapor pump until that truck comes along.
Where can we make our plans?
At the old deserted house, 2 miles back up the highway. Be there in a half an hour.
Okay. And be sure to have plenty of dough there for my payoff. My plan will be worth it.
That remains to be seen. My car's at the top of the hill. I will drive around the other way and meet you there after I have a few words with my friend here.
Right. Come on, let's get going.
I'd be very glad to go.
Fritz, you're mad to trust such a man. I don't like what you're doing. I won't stay here alone.
Yes, Hans, you will stay here and do a good job on that truck if you know what's good for you. I'm more clever than you think. Meeting that criminal has put a very good plan in my head. A very good plan. As you will find out before the night is over. I'll go now. So my friend Hans doesn't trust me, huh? First, I'll put in a call to the police before I go to the deserted house. Little do Hans and that Hornet suspect that tonight they will be in the hands of the authorities.
For a few minutes, we're in a tight spot, Mr. Britt.
Yes, kid, and we may get in a tighter one before we're through, but we'll risk it.
You'll really go to a deserted house, Mr. Britt?
Yes, drive me there. Then I want you to leave and phone the police. Have them stop that truck before it gets to that curve and then have them pick up hounds with that vapor pump. I'll deal with the other one, but not the way he expects. Turn in here.
Other car in back of house.
Oh, that Nazi's already here. The other way must have been a shortcut road. Well, here we are. Okay, I'm going on in. You have that truck stopped and direct the police to that saboteur as I told you. By the time you get back here, kiddo, I expect to have a lot of money for the Red Cross for you and the Nazi saboteur to boot. Get going and be careful.
Say, am I tired now? Guess I'd call it a day, Sarge.
Well, call it anything you like, Axford. Whatever you make it, you didn't do much with it.
What kind of a crack is that coming from you, I'd like to know?
You're too dumb to know what anything means the first time. You always have to be asking...
Hey, Sarge, things are really popping and no kidding.
Don't stand there with your jaw hanging loose. Speak up. What's happened?
Well, 2 different people phoned in. One call says there's a sabotager hiding in the bushes at the hairpin turn, waiting for one of those trucks.
Glory be to St. Patrick.
Wait. What's the other call about?
Well, some guy phoned in that we should send some men out to a deserted house 3 miles from here, out the West Highway.
What for?
Well, to pick up the Green Hornet.
What? And you stand there dribbling away as though it was just to pick up a drunk or something. Get out the boys. Get out the squad car. Get out, you dimwit. Hurry. Come on, Axford. It's saboteurs. It's the Hornet. It's all the devils in the city breaking loose at once. Let's get going.
Meantime, in a room at the deserted house, Britt Reed and Fritz sat facing each other across a bare table.
Now that we more or less understand each other here, Hornet, suppose you tell me what your plans are for this big-scale sabotage to help Nazi Germany. Hmm?
Don't get ahead of yourself, Fritzy. I don't talk until I see the dough. And plenty of it right on this table here. Get it, and then we'll talk.
Very well. I will get all that is available. $5,000.
Only $5,000?
To me, that is a lot of money.
Huh. Well, to me, it's just chicken feed. Bring it out.
Yes. How do I know this plan of yours will be worth anything, Hornet?
Come on, quit stalling.
All right. There's the money.
I'd better put that...
Not so fast, Hornet.
Why the gun? You sure change your mind quickly.
Keep your hands up. Yeah, that's better. You conceited, overrated crook. Did you really think I would make a deal with you? I would not stoop so low.
Disregarding your insults for the moment, Fritzy, I'll simply ask, why did you have me come here?
I'm more clever than you are. I will get rid of you and at the same time replenish my shrinking bankroll. After I finish with you, I shall see to it that Hans is also properly taken care of. Who's clever, is it not?
Double-crossing your pal, too, huh? So you can have all the dough for yourself.
Of course. Hans is getting out of hand anyway. The short time the police will arrive here. I've called them. I turn you over for the reward, and I will send them to pick up Hans as a saboteur. They will not suspect me, since I will be helping in his capture.
You have a little of that thing called nerve yourself. A Nazi saboteur, and bringing the police right to your hideout. Imagine, a skunk with nerve.
Then I will be a good American citizen who has captured the notorious Green Hornet and one of his saboteur helpers. They will not believe your word.
That's true, Fritzy. So in that case, I really should get out of this predicament. Of course, I might be able to turn the tables on you.
Like this? You tricked me, but I will
Drop that gun or I'll break your wrist.
Oh.
Take it, Lug. I think Hans will bring the police to you.
No, don't use that. Gas.
Mr. Britt, this way, quick. Police out front.
I'm glad you got here, kiddo. Grab that money. $5,000 for the Red Cross. How about Hans?
Police stop truck. Pick up Hans at highway curve.
Good. He'll implicate this rat then, so we can clear out now. Let's go.
Yes.
Something's sure been going on here. The place is a mess.
Look, a guy on the floor, out cold, sir.
I see him, Axford. You think I'm blind? I wonder who he is.
He must be the guy who was holding the Green Hornet, but the Hornet must have tricked him in some way.
Hey, Sarge, this other guy, the sabotager. He wants to say something.
All right, you. Come on here and have your say.
That man on the floor. He's the one who planned about the trucks. He's in this as well as I am.
A squealer, eh? And that's your Nazi pal. Now I'm beginning to see the light of the whole thing.
What do you mean, Sarge?
I mean about those phone calls and all. The Green Hornet must have been working with these rats in their fog-making apparatus. They had a falling out, and each one tipped us off about the other, not knowing we'd catch up with all of them.
Say, is that thing Cassidy's carrying the fog thing they were using?
That's the contraption, all right.
Let's see, Cassidy.
I hear. Now be careful of it.
Looks like a fire putter outer to me. Got a little pump handle on it and all. No, ain't that something?
It's something, all right. Because of that, these guys will hang for murder. Get that guy up off the floor, boys.
Yes.
He'll be surprised to know his pal double-crossed him.
I can't believe this little gadget caused all that trouble. I suppose you turn the handle or something like this now.
Hey, shut it off! Shut it off! You're fogging up the whole place. Watch those spies, Cassidy!
Hey, I can't see anybody. How do you shut this off? Help me, somebody.
Come here, you. Trying to get away.
Expert, here, give me that, quick. There. Open that other door and let this stuff blow out of here. Axford, for 2 pins, I'd run you in for aiding and abetting those spies. That one almost got away just now.
Sure, no, Sarge. I didn't know it would work so quick. Glory be, we're in a real fog, all right.
If you ask me, you've never been out of it. Come on, get these Nazi mugs back to headquarters.
Listen to that. I know it, I know it. Sarge, you yell about me being in a fog when you can't ever catch up with that Green Hornet, even though he's within 10 feet of you. There he goes again. Freeze the air while you stand here in a fog.
West Electric, baseball! Truck sabotaged on West Highway! Spies caught, Green Hornet involved! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! West Electric, baseball!
At this very moment, at a remote and isolated airfield somewhere overseas, there's probably a tired crew coming in from a bombing mission. And standing ready to welcome those flyers home is a Red Cross Clubmobile manned by young Red Cross recreation workers. Clubmobiles aren't the only type of service clubs run by the Red Cross. Right now, there are 350 service clubs and recreation centers in operation overseas, and it's their sole purpose to provide recreation and comfort for our armed forces. Now, during the month of March, you're going to receive a call from a Red Cross worker who'll be collecting money for the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. This tremendous organization is supported entirely by volunteer contributions. The goal for this year is a minimum of $200 million. Please give as generously as you can. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The State versus Chester Canby. The Green Hornet strikes again. It's time for all of us to pitch in and help. That's what we're asked to do to help solve the food problem for 1944. Farm production goals for this year are higher than ever before, but the military and civilian demands are higher, too. One solution to the problem can be summed up in 2 words: Victory Gardens. The Victory Gardens planted last year produced 8 million tons of food. This year, the call is for 22 million Victory Gardens of all types and sizes. Even if you have but a small sunny space in your backyard, you can grow a limited supply for your own use. And you can get helpful information on the care of your garden by writing to your state agricultural college or to Victory Gardens, Washington 25, D.C. And now, the Green Hornet. The city criminal court was crowded with onlookers. A sensational murder trial was drawing to a close. And the prisoner, a young man, his face pale and haggard because of the ordeal through which he was passing, leaned forward and listened intently as the prosecuting attorney brought his summary of the case to a close.
And all the evidence presented to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, proves beyond a doubt that the accused, Chester Canby, went to the office of one of our city's most outstanding and respected physicians, the worthy Dr. Clausen, and shot him down in cold blood. Will you, who are intelligent, law-abiding citizens of our city, allow such an unwarranted act of violence by this hot-headed youth to go unpunished? Of course you won't. Look at him cringing before this court of law and order, with fear of the consequences for his act written on his face. Look at him again, I say. See the admission of guilt in his shifty eyes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, he's just the type. He looks like a murderer.
I object, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. The prosecuting attorney will hereafter confine himself to the facts in the case and refrain from expressing his personal opinions. Unless we can have quiet in this courtroom, I shall instruct the marshal to clear the court. Prosecution will proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who has brought many lives into the world, who has, by his great skill, saved many lives, a man whom we could ill afford to lose because of his great medical achievements. Such a man is today gone from our midst, the pitiable victim of a ruthless killer. Shall the hot-headed, inexperienced youth of today be allowed to strike down those whose experience and skill have proven their worth to our community? 1,000 times no. All the evidence in this case points to the accused. The silent voice of Dr. Clausen cries out to you, ladies and gentlemen, for just retribution. It is up to you to see to it that the accused pay with his life for the great, noble life he has so wantonly taken. Your Honor, the prosecution rests its case.
It's a lie, do you hear? I didn't kill him, I tell you, I didn't!
I must ask the attorney for the defense to prevent any more outbursts on the part of the defendant, or I shall order him removed from the court.
As the attorney for the defense, Your Honor, I apologize to the court for the thoughtless outburst by the defendant, which, after all, was but the involuntary reaction of an innocent, tortured soul, crying out against...
Your Honor, I object.
Such remarks by the defense are out of order. This case has been summarized and closed. The defendant will now stand while the court charges the jury. Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence in this case as presented here in this court by both the prosecution and the defense. Weigh this evidence carefully in your minds. Furthermore, it is my duty to warn you that your decision must be based on facts, and facts alone. The life of an important and valued member of our community has been taken. The defendant who stands before you has been accused of having taken that life. If guilty, he must pay the supreme penalty. If innocent, he will leave this courtroom a free man. It is for you and you alone to decide. not hasty in your decision, but rather weigh each and every fact carefully. For upon your judgment, ladies and gentlemen, rests the fate of a human life. The jury will now proceed to the jury room until such time as they shall arrive at a just and definite decision. This court will recess until such a decision has been reached.
Your Honor, wait. Please listen to me.
Yeah, hey, young lady, you can't go up there.
Let me go. You must listen to me. Oh, please. Please, Your Honor. No one knows the truth about all that happened. I want to tell you that...
Please, I asked you not to come here. Your Honor, she's my sister. She's upset about all this.
But why didn't you tell him the truth about Dr. Clausen? Why do you sit there and let that lawyer tell the jury what a fine man he was?
Your Honor, this girl should be held in contempt of court. This is outrageous.
It is not for the prosecution to instruct the bench. I'll make the decisions in this court. Young lady, what's the meaning of this? Have you any direct evidence that will have definite bearing on the outcome of this case?
Well, not exactly evidence, Your Honor, but... No matter what happened, no matter who did it, Dr. Clausen deserves to die.
Your Honor, this is unheard of. I must ask that you remove this young lady in the court.
If this is a ruse by which the defense is attempting to confuse the court, I shall deem it necessary
I
to...
assure the court that the defense had no idea the young lady was in the courtroom. With Your Honor's permission, I shall see to it that she leaves at once and that there are no further interruptions.
Permission granted.
Chester, it's all so unfair.
It's all right, sis. You'd better go now. For my sake.
The attendants will clear the courtroom until such time as the jury has reached the verdict.
A short time later, Michael Axford, a reporter on the Daily Sentinel who had been in the courtroom, was talking to Britt Reed in the young publisher's office.
I'm telling you, Reed, I never saw such excitement in my life as there was at that trial this afternoon.
Yeah, so Lowry told me. From all reports, there doesn't seem to be much hope for young Canby.
That's right. That prosecuting lawyer tore his evidence to bits, what little evidence he had, poor chap.
Why do you say that, Axford?
Now, what did I say?
Well, you just spoke as though you felt sorry for young Canby.
Did I now? Well, to tell the truth, that's just the way I do feel, Reed.
According to the evidence given at the trial, he was found at the scene of the crime with a murder weapon in his hand. And up to date, he's maintained a silence about the whole thing, except to declare that he's innocent.
Sure. And to my way of thinking, there's something funny about the whole thing. That girl, for instance, busted in this afternoon and raising a rumpus. Maybe she really knew something.
Evidently, the judge didn't think so. She was probably hysterical because of the way the trial was going against her brother.
Anyhow, I'd like to know what she'd had to say if they'd given her a chance to talk.
Well, maybe we'll know a little more when Lowry comes in. He said over the phone he was going to try to get an interview with Canby. So far, he hasn't met any of the press.
He likely won't see Lowry this time either.
He might now that the trial's about over. The boy's really on the spot if the jury's verdict is guilty, because in that case, he'll be sentenced to death.
In the meantime, in his office at the Club Premier, a roadhouse on the outskirts of the city, Chick Collins, the owner, was talking to one of his henchmen, a man known as Fingers.
Yep, it's just about reached the finish, Fingers. Canby hasn't got a chance.
I'll be glad when it's over. I'm getting tired of hanging out in that back room. Hey, what do you want to keep me hiding out there for anyway, Chick? Nobody knows nothing about it but you and me.
Look, I ain't taking any chances, see? Some dick might get to asking you questions.
Well, how come the dope ain't squealed about what he knew of Doc Clausen? I don't get it.
You wouldn't. That guy's kept his mouth shut because he didn't want to drag that kid sister of his into things. Now, I knew he was like that, and that's what I was counting on.
Ah, so that's it. What a sap.
Well, if he wasn't such a sap, maybe he would have had a chance. At least he'd have had a chance of getting a lighter sentence. As it is, he'll be done for.
Well, now, ain't that too bad? Sure nice of him to save our necks, eh, Chick?
Shut up. Don't open your trap about that again. Do you hear?
Okay. You needn't fly off the handle. Nobody can hear me.
Well, if anybody ever does, you'll take the rap alone. I'll see to that. You and your big mouth.
Listen, you. If I thought you'd really put the finger on me, I'd give you what old Doc got, but good.
I'm just warning you to keep your mouth shut, that's all. We can't afford to have somebody getting suspicious. And you know it.
Let's forget it. Hey, what'd you do with them papers I swiped from the Doc's files that night?
Well, they're in that file cabinet in the back room there where you're hiding out. Believe me, that stuff's dynamite.
It's a good thing Doc tipped you off that Canby was going to blow his mouth off to the cops about selling dope to his sister. And lucky for us, the saps stopped here at the club before going to town.
It wasn't so lucky for Doc, though. Well, you better stick in the back room for another day or two until after this thing blows over. Then we'll be in the clear. And if things go the way I think they will, Canby will be out of our hair once and for all.
Hi, Chief. Hello, Lowry. I've been waiting to hear how you made out with Canby.
No luck. I saw him, but he said he didn't have anything to add to what was said at the trial.
I see. Now, you followed the trial. What was his story?
Well, I remember the other day when, because of lack of defense witnesses, Canby's lawyer decided to put him on the stand. Well, that gave the prosecution the chance he was waiting for. And before he got through, the defense attorney must have been sorry he let Canby testify.
And furthermore, it has been brought out at this trial that before you stopped in at the club premiere, you went to Dr. Clausen's office and threatened him. Isn't that so?
I did stop in there to see Dr. Clausen.
Of course you did. And then you went to the club premiere where you proceeded to become intoxicated. Isn't that true?
No, it isn't. I did stop to have a drink. Then Collins came by and offered me another. After that, I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember. Then let me refresh your memory. You left the club in a state of intoxication, as witnesses have testified. Got into your car and returned to Dr. Clausen's. There, in a drunken rage, you deliberately drew a gun and killed him.
It's a lie. I didn't do it, I tell you.
Witness must refrain from such language in this courtroom and answer the questions of the prosecuting attorney. Proceed with the witness.
The cleaning woman has testified that upon hearing the shot, she called the police. When they arrived, they found you alone in the office with the victim, holding the murder weapon in your hand. Do you admit that to be true?
I tell you, I
Answer
didn't.
the question, yes or no?
Well, yes,
Oh,
but...
you do admit it. I'm through with the witness, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I object.
Objection overruled. Next witness.
I don't admit it. I didn't kill him. But he deserved what he got. He deserved to be shot.
Order in the court. Order. Order, I say. Order in the court. Order. Order.
And that was about as much as Canby got to say during the whole trial. Believe me, those outbursts he made didn't do his case any good.
Yeah, I can readily understand that, Lowry. From what you've told me, looks as though there is more to that case than they've brought out.
Yeah. Now, I can't help feeling sorry for the poor guy.
Huh. Strange you should say that.
Why, what's so strange about it, Chief?
Well, Axford said about the same thing a while ago. Did you find out anything about that sister of his, Canby's sister?
Well, all I know is the two of them live together in a small apartment over on West Street in the Marbell Apartments. Nobody's been able to get to see her either.
I see. I gather he seems to think a lot of her.
Yeah. You know, Chief, if everything didn't point so directly at Canby as a slayer, I'd have been inclined to think he was being framed somehow.
I suppose sometimes evidence can point too directly at a person. I'm rather sorry I didn't attend that trial myself, since Canby made such an impression on both you and Axford. It would take almost a miracle to get him out of the mess he's in now. And if he's really innocent as he claims, I'd most certainly like to see such a miracle happen.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. A tired and worn fighting unit landed in Australia after several months of fighting in the jungles of New Guinea. A group of people standing under the Red Cross emblem were waiting at the dock to meet these men. One of the youthful veterans saw these Red Cross workers and with relief in his voice said, "I knew they'd be on the job." The familiar sight of this emblem can be found all over the world. Wherever our fighting forces go, you can be sure the Red Cross will be there, too. The money needed to maintain the Red Cross comes entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. During the month of March, we're being asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross workers come to your home, give as generously as you can. And now, back to our story. A short time after talking to Lowry, Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment. After eating dinner, he sat in the living room talking to his faithful valet, Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
I can't get that Canby case out of my mind, Cato.
Radio reports say jury not yet come to agreement, Mr. Britt.
I know, but everyone takes the jury's final decision as a foregone conclusion that the chap will be found guilty.
Why are you disturbed about matter?
Because I can't get it out of my mind that there's something more to it than's been brought out at the trial. That Canby girl seemed to have something on her mind when she interrupted court proceedings today.
No doubt defense lawyer would determine its importance if girl really knew anything.
Yes, but according to Axford, he rushed her out of the courtroom as quickly as possible. I wonder what she was trying to disclose.
Perhaps Green Hornet have some success in finding out.
Perhaps. It's worth a try anyhow. Let's take a run over to her place in the Black Beauty.
If right in Black Beauty, that means use mask and take gas gun.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Come on, let's get going. If there is a chance of turning up anything more on the case, it has to be done in a hurry. And I have a hunch the Green Hornet will turn up something before the night's over.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We in back of Marbell apartment house now, Mr. Britt.
Yes. I'll find out which apartment she's in and then use that back fire escape. I haven't decided yet how I ought to approach the girl. She may be frightened when she sees the mask.
Green Hornet always find way.
Thanks, Cato. I'll try to live up to your good faith in me. Keep watch. Here goes. Now, don't move the Black Beauty unless you have to. I'll come back here as soon as I talk to the girl. And let's hope she'll talk to me.
Meantime, as Helen Canby waited anxiously for the news of her brother's fate, there was a sudden knock at her apartment door.
Oh, my brother's lawyer. Then the jury is...
No, not yet. May I come in?
Oh, yes, do. Please, tell me what's happening. I wanted to stay with my brother,
It's
but
better that you stay away from the court, Miss Canby, as both your brother and I suggested. I have only a few minutes. I must hurry back.
Well, why did you come here?
Because I promised your brother I would. He's worried for fear you may give way to your feelings and talk to newspaper men who are bound to hunt you out after the verdict is given.
Why have you persuaded Chester that I shouldn't tell my story? Why didn't you let me go on the stand in his defense?
We've done all we could for your brother.
I don't believe that. And you know it isn't so. You put him on the stand and let that other lawyer tear him to pieces. You never once brought out the fact that my brother rarely drank, that he threatened to expose that doctor to the police, and then stopped at the club premiere to think it over because he didn't want to involve me. You let that Mr. Collins testify that Chester left there intoxicated, and you never even cross-questioned him.
Collins' testimony was substantiated by others.
Oh, yes, by one of his own waiters.
You have no right to be bitter toward Collins. In fact, you owe him a lot for all he's done.
What do you mean, for what he's done?
He feels sorry for you. He's going to offer you a job in his club. Also, when your brother was in need of an attorney, it was Collins who suggested that I take the case and defend your brother.
Mr. Collins suggested that you... You mean he's paying you?
In a way, yes. You see, you misjudged him.
Oh, I don't know what to think. This whole thing is so terrible. Poor Chester. And it's all on my account.
No. After all, you didn't know that he'd, well, get into this mess.
What? Why, even you believe him guilty. That's why you've done so little to defend him.
You're too upset. I think I'd better... Someone's behind that window drape over there.
Oh.
Come out from behind that drape, you. I've got a gun pointed that way. Come out or I'll use it.
You win for the moment, mister.
Oh, a masked man.
You? Green Hornet.
Right. But if I get caught and need a lawyer, I won't hire you, shyster.
You'd better think of someone else quick, then. Because I'm turning you over to the police right now. This can be called the police, quick. I'll keep this notorious criminal covered until they arrive.
Operator, connect me with police headquarters. Yes, the police, and hurry!
Meantime, Cato waited patiently for the return of Britt Reed. As time went on and Reed didn't come back, he became anxious and decided to investigate. He climbed the fire escape and looked through the window, then went quickly to the door of the apartment.
Hope this door not locked.
So you think you're going to hand me over to the police, eh, shyster?
Soon I'll do the laughing, Hornet. And they put the cuffs on you and take you in.
But something tells me right now that they won't get that chance.
Look out behind you!
You drop gun, quick!
Oh, no, you don't. I'll get you first. Poor shooting glug you missed, but this won't. Somebody I want to see at the club premiere.
What a girl!
She's all right. Come on, down the fire escape.
Oh, they've hurt Chester's lawyer. Help! Police!
What's happened?
He got away just a minute ago.
Say, that's the lawyer for the defense in that Canby case.
Is that so? Well, what's he doing there on the floor?
The Green Hornet hit him. He came here to see me. I'm Helen Canby.
Sure, I remember you now.
Where did that sneaky criminal go?
He went down the fire escape. I heard him say something about going to the club premiere.
Why didn't you say so?
You've got to stop him.
Young lady, you stay here. Come on, the rest of you. That Hornet's gone out there for no good. You can depend on that. We're going to get there right behind him. Let's get going and quick.
In the back room, just off his office at the club premiere, Chick Collins was talking to Fingers.
Well, Fingers, guess we might as well get rid of those papers from Doc's files. I know those lists of names are valuable in a way, but they're too hot to keep around.
Yeah, especially having them on his letterheads. Heard anything from that mouthpiece yet?
Nope. Let me tell you, that lawyer ain't no punk. He sure went about putting that sap Canby on the hot seat with tears in his eyes.
I say he did. Yeah, what a pushover that guy turned out to be. A couple of drinks will put him to sleep. Now drive him up to Doc's in his own car. Do the job, and the dope wakes up with a gun in his mitt surrounded by coppers. What a laugh.
Say, now that I think of it, I'd better go into the office and phone down to see how things are coming.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Don't move, Morgan. Keep quiet.
Hey, how did you get... Green Hornet?
Keep your voice down or I'll use this gun.
Hey, okay. What's on your mind?
Just this, chump. That lawyer who's defending Canby and your friend Chick Collins are plotting to turn you in as the real killer of Doc Clausen.
Hey, what gives you the idea
Quiet.
that...
Suppose I were to tell you that I have a note here written by that lawyer to Collins telling about the plan.
Why, that dirty double-crossing rats. I'll find some way to get even if it takes
I'll
me
show
to
you how to
doomsday.
work it right now. Here's a paper and a fountain pen. I wrote down the whole deal as I saw it. Telling what they had to do with it. You show it to Collins when he comes back and say that you'll send it to the police if they pull a fast one on you.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do you come in on this thing?
With a confession like that around, I could probably do a little blackmailing. And maybe split with you. You get it?
Listen, you think I'm stupid enough to put the finger on myself by signing a confession?
Don't be a sap. I'm only interested in the guys with big money. I don't care about you. Anyway, I told you they're getting ready to put the finger on you as it is.
Hey, maybe you're as smart as they say after all. Let me see that paper.
You are?
That looks all right.
Good. Now sign it.
There it is. Now when Collins comes back,
I'll
show...
take that. Thanks,
Hey,
Morgan.
give me that. What's the idea?
I'll take it, you killer.
Gas. Hey, what goes on in here? A Hornet. Why, you
must be nervous, dope peddler. Now I'll show you something.
You're not so tough. I'll break your...
Can't wait. Have a taste of this.
No, don't use that. It's a gas gun. I can't breathe. I can't...
Police, I'll leave this confession on the table where they'll be sure to see it, along with those other papers. They can pick up that lawyer. So long, punks.
The shooting came from up here. In there, Sarge.
Holy smoke. Look at here. That Hornet must have been here and knocked these two around a bit.
Knocked him around, period, I'd say.
What's all this stuff on the table, I wonder? Great saints in heaven, look at this, will you?
Now, what are you so excited about, Sarge?
Doc Clausen, dope gang, and Chick Collins. Glory be, we've hooked a dope ring. And Doc Clausen was one of them. All them papers prove that. And this here paper's a confession to the Doc's murder, implicating Chick Collins, and believe it or not, that shyster lawyer who defended young Canby. It's signed by a guy called Fingers.
Well, that mug must be Fingers. I've seen him around here.
Sure, and that's Collins lying there. That lawyer went back to court. Glory, hallelujah. That means young Canby's innocent.
Yeah, Nitwit, of course he's innocent if these guys did the killing. If you want to see a real commotion in that courtroom, Oxford, come along and watch while we pick up that lawyer and tell Canby he's free.
I wouldn't miss it for the whole of County Cork. This'll be the biggest scoop of the year.
Almost.
What do you mean, almost?
Because the leader of them dope peddlers and the really biggest scoop of the year got away. That sneaking jackanapes, the Green Hornet.
Now's the time for all good Americans to come to the aid of that waste paper drive. Your country needs waste paper, more of it all the time. And one of the biggest sources, the American home, has fallen behind in its quotas. What do you say? Let's make saving and turning in waste paper a habit. When you finish reading your newspaper or magazine, put it in a definite spot along with all the others. Crush paper containers and cartons and grocery bags. Put them on the pile. And then when you've saved a sizable amount, get rid of it through your local collection agency. If you get together 100 pounds of waste paper, you've contributed 650 cartons for the Army's Field Ration K. That's a lot of paper, we'll agree. But to our soldiers, it means a lot of good, wholesome food. And be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Man Who Fooled the World. The Green Hornet strikes again. Now that we have the 1943 tax all taken care of, a lot of us are going to have to start working on the tax declaration for 44. On the 15th of April, it will be necessary for the following people to file a tax declaration of their estimated 1944 income. First, single people who earn more than $2,700 annually, and married people who earn more than $3,500 individually or together, and whose wages are subject to withholding. Second, everyone with a taxable income from sources not covered by withholding. Forms, as usual, can be secured from the local collector of Internal Revenue. These forms should be filled out not later than April 15th and 1/4 of the estimated tax is due at this time. Declarations and payments should be sent to your local collector of Internal Revenue. And now, the Green Hornet. Albert Patton was a personage of wealth and power in the world. One of those international figures of mystery who give allegiance to no flag, but who are adept at international politics, who manipulate their influence to further their own interests without regard to the results or effects on the world at large. It was a dark and cloudy night in the capital of a neutral country. Outside the Patton mansion, a sinister figure stood in the shadows, watching and waiting. Soon another figure emerged from a side door of the mansion and moved quickly and silently across the lawn toward the waiting man.
Hans. I am here, Hans.
I could not get away sooner. That Dummkopf Patton thinks a butler is nothing but a slave.
Little does he know that the shroud of mystery with which he cloaks his movements has long been removed by our Nazi Gestapo.
Uh-huh.
Have your report?
Yeah. In that report, I have shown that he visited another neutral country recently. There he met with certain leaders of the underground from one of the occupied countries, giving them unlimited means to carry on their work.
Not without certain agreements, no doubt.
Exactly. They made a trade pact with him to take effect in case their nation again becomes free after the war. Patton leaves for America tomorrow. Our agent Teplitz will make a deal with him to bring back certain plans.
From what we already know of Patton, he would sell out our plans to anyone who paid enough for them. We will get in touch with Wessel in America. Have him trick Patton into showing his two-hand. If he is double-dealing with Nazi Germany, his career will come to a sudden end. And in such a case, it will then be time to eliminate that self-styled diplomat of espionage, Herr Teplitz.
Later that night, Albert Patton carried on an earnest conversation with Teplitz in the study of his home.
You already know the terms under which I shall act to, shall we say, facilitate the work which your investigators are carrying on?
Don't be so reticent in saying that you'll carry messages to our foreign agents in America and bring back certain plans.
Well, that's putting it rather harshly, Teplitz. I'm merely doing a service for one of my former clients.
And since the war has caused us to cease being your client, as you put it, we are now buying your services. The money will be deposited to your account in a neutral bank. Half now, half when you return.
It's only as a favor that I agreed to do this. But I don't like the idea of carrying anything as tangible as plans on my person. I didn't...
Now, have no fear, Herr Patton. You're known to carry certain headache capsules which you take frequently. Miniature plans will be in such capsules for you to carry back with you. You run no risk.
Well, that's quite an ingenious method. In that case, I can handle the assignment for you.
One other thing, Herr Patton.
What's that?
I must warn you against talking out of turn when you get to America.
Teplitz, if you and my Nazi friends don't trust me...
We trust no one. We consider you our friend, yes. But you profess to be friendly with officials of other nations also. You come and go as you please, so you can be of help to us. But again, I warn you, be careful.
A few weeks later, in the Federal Bureau office of a certain American city, the chief of the Bureau was talking to one of his investigators.
I sent for you, Martin, because I want you to drop whatever you're on now and take up a special assignment.
Of course, sir. What is it?
Well, Albert Patton, that international mystery man, as the papers call him, is in town.
Yes, I read about his arrival in the Sentinel.
Well, he has a suite at the Maximum Hotel. I have a report here on Patton. He's been in and out of the capitals of the belligerent nations, going and coming as he pleased. Now, I'm suspicious of the fellow. I think he's more than phony. That's what you're to find out. Just what the man is really up to. Go about it in your own way, but keep a watch on him at all times. I have a hunch he's playing ball with the wrong team.
I get it, Chief. I'll get right on it and see what's going on. If Patton's here for any undercover stuff, I'll do my best to find it out.
That night, in front of the Maximum Hotel, a darkly clothed individual, after a furtive glance over his shoulder, entered a taxicab and drove away into the darkness. He failed to notice the black sedan which pulled quickly from the curb a short distance back and took up his trail. There were 2 men in the sedan. They sat with upturned coat collars and hats pulled down, intently watching their quarry as the cab ahead raced toward the less favored part of the city.
It is a good thing Herr Patton tipped you off that the Allied agent in the cab there has information detrimental to our country.
He will not get far with any such information, Carl. Does it not seem strange to you that Herr Patton should have the agent come to see him and then tip me off as he did?
What are you going to do about the Allied agent?
Exactly what Patton hoped we would do. There's no other way. Speed up, Carl. The street is dark and deserted. Get alongside that cab.
You will use the machine gun then?
Of course. Drive steady and close. I have the window down on my side here.
Hey, what's the idea?
Just this, my friend.
The following morning, Michael Axford, reporter and self-designated bodyguard to Britt Reed, entered the young publisher's office at the Daily Sentinel.
Hello, Axford. Thought I heard your voice out there.
Sure, I was having a little chat with Casey. You want to see me, Reed?
Yeah, sit down.
Thanks, I was going to anyway.
That's what I thought. Now, listen, Axford, I want you to try to get an interview with Albert Patton, that so-called international mystery man who's stopping at the Maximum Hotel.
Who, me?
Sure, why not? Patton won't bite you. He's a mystery only because nobody knows exactly what he's up to or where his allegiance stands. He lives in a neutral country and seems friendly with officials of all countries.
And I read in the Sentinel about how his dark influence was felt in every capital of the world. I was thinking then he must be in league with the devil, maybe.
Well, that means we don't know how he manipulates his international deals, Axford. He won't give you the evil eye or anything like that.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll go talk to him for you.
Well, up to now, he wouldn't see any reporters, but maybe with luck you'll get by somehow.
Luck is it? Say, now, it's my personality that gets me by. That it is, Reed.
Okay, have it your way. Go on over to his hotel and try that personality of yours. Maybe you'll turn up something that'll make a good story on that so-called man of mystery.
What is it, senor?
I've come to see Mr. Patton.
You have an appointment, perhaps?
Well, in a way I have.
Come right in, senor. I am Senor Patton's secretary. If you will tell me your name, I will let him know you are here.
From the cute way you talk, I can tell it isn't from Ireland you come. You're a foreigner, aren't you?
Yes, senor. My country is Senor Patton's home. You have not told me your name.
Michael Axford from the Daily Sentinel, and I've come to...
From a newspaper. You must leave at once, senor.
Well, wait now, miss, whatever your name is.
I am Senorita Requena. Please, you must leave now. Pardon me, senor.
I brought some capsules for Mr. Patton that you ordered from the drugstore.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I will take them. So many of these capsules Senor Patton takes. He's always having headaches.
Sure, they've sold lots of them pills lately with the people figuring their income taxes and all. Say, now, it keeps you busy running to the door all the time.
That is part of my work, senor.
Buenas tardes, Senorita Requena.
Buenas tardes, senor Wessel. Come in, please. Senor Patton did not expect you back until tonight at 9 o'clock.
I know. He said he had difficulty getting those certain capsules in the city, so I brought some.
But, senor, we have already managed to get some.
Oh, it's all right, Senorita. See that he gets these.
Si, senor Wessel, of course.
Good. Here they are.
Senor Patton is engaged right now.
But... Oh, then I will not wait. Be sure he gets the capsules, Senorita. Adios.
And buenos dias, senor.
Say, now, do you think your boss would miss a couple of them pills? Being a special kind, maybe they'll be handy next time I get a headache.
I'm sure it is all right for you to have them, senor. There's more than enough with 2 boxes.
And I've just helped myself then.
Shall I get some water, senor?
Oh, no, thanks. I Haven't got the headache yet. Just being prepared, that I am. Say now, that foreigner, does he come from your country, that Weasel guy?
Senor Wessel speaks several languages very fluently. Where he comes from, it is not easy to tell. But it is not from my country or from yours.
Later that afternoon, Axford returned to the Sentinel building and went to Britt Reed's office to report on his assignment.
So you see, Reed, after all me sitting around, that guy wouldn't talk to me. It was worse than sitting in the Union Station, the way people were running in and out of that place.
Well, who were all the callers? Did you get a line on any of them?
Well, he had an American official in there for a while, and some guy with a name like Weasel or something came in and left some pills. Capsules, he called them. Said he'd be back tonight at 9 o'clock.
What's so unusual about that?
Oh, did I say it was unusual? Say it, though. Come to think of it, it was funny in a way. A bellhop brought some capsules that he said Patton ordered from the drugstore. Then that Weasel guy comes along with some more. I'm thinking that man in mystery's one of them there hypochondriacs or something.
Hypochondriac is the word, Axford.
Sure, that's what I said. That Weasel guy looked like a big shot. Funny he should be running around delivering pills. Said he knew they were hard to get.
Well, they couldn't be so hard to get if Patton called the drugstore and got some.
That's right. Say now, you know when I came through the hotel lobby, who should be there but Martin from the Federal Bureau? He stopped me to ask what I was doing up in Patton's suite. That he did.
Well, how did he know where you were?
That's just what I'd like to know myself, Reed.
He must be watching Patton's place, then.
But that's what I thought, too. Oh, well, I guess I'd take one of them capsules I got at Patton's. Now I have got a headache. Here's one for you, Reed. Must be a special kind.
Well, I'll keep it in case I need it, Axford. I haven't a headache. Yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Reed. I was afraid you'd have one over me not getting a story from Patton.
Oh, if Martin's watching that suite, there must be a good story there. It's about time somebody unveiled the mystery surrounding Patton, but I'm afraid the routine investigation by Martin will prove very little.
Well, them Federals are good at catching up with people.
Yeah, I know that. But Patton's a very clever manipulator, and it'll take an unorthodox method to bring his manipulations to light. I have a hunch, though, that the mystery will be solved. And when it is, the world will be surprised to know the truth about the great Albert Patton.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. The tires that you have on your automobile today must last indefinitely. Tremendous demands for tires and other rubber products, plus manpower shortages, make it impossible to meet normal civilian requirements. The answer is simple. We can't get new ones, so we must make the tires we have last as long as possible. Here's what you can do to conserve your tires. Drive only when necessary and keep under 35 miles per hour. Have them inspected regularly and switch them every 5,000 miles. When the tread wears off, have them recapped. And share your car regularly so that the limited tire supply can serve more. The military requirements have to be met, and the civilian requirements can be met if we all observe strict conservation. And now, back to our story. That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, have you read the article about Mr. Patton?
Yes, Mr. Britt. He's a very mysterious character.
Yeah, Inspector Martin's watching his place. He must be under suspicion for some reason.
You think Inspector arrest Mr. Patton?
Well, Patton seems too clever to give reason for his arrest. They have to move carefully with a man of his influence and importance. Of course, with a definite reason, they could take him into custody.
Sometimes complexities of laws interfere with the progress of justice, Mr. Britt.
Sad but true, Cato.
What's that you have in hand, Mr. Britt?
What? Oh, that. Well, that's a headache capsule Axford gave me. Got it at Patton's this afternoon. I didn't realize I'd taken it out of my pocket. Uh-oh. I crushed it. I guess
Oh, what is it, Mr. Britt? What you stare at?
Cato, here in my hands is the reason why Patton should be taken into custody. That is part of the reason. The rest of the proof is still in his possession. Inside this was part of a plan in miniature.
Someone not bound by complexities of law might get rest of proof.
Such as the Green Hornet, is that it?
You have quick perception, Mr. Britt.
I'm sure now I have something tangible to go on. And Mr. Patton is one mystery I'd like to solve.
Black Beauty is ready. Also gas gun and mask.
Yeah, we're on the way right now. Patton will have a visitor at 9 o'clock, Exford said. I want to get there earlier. Come on, Cato. The Green Hornet's going against big game this time, and we don't dare miss our shots.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, Sergeant Burke.
Speaking.
This is Inspector Martin. I'm calling to ask that you assign a couple of men to come over to the Maximum Hotel.
Sure, Inspector. What's going on?
Well, we found out from Washington that Patton once took out citizenship papers in the country. Since he's under suspicion, that gives me the right to get a search warrant issued. I'm going up and question him. At the same time, look over his files.
So that's it.
Yes, I want your men to watch for any visitors that may come for him and hold them until I can question them, too, unless they're properly identified.
Okay, Inspector. I'll come myself and bring another man with me. We'll come over right away.
Good. I'll meet you just outside and tell you what to do. Goodbye.
So long, Inspector.
What is it, Sarge?
None of your business. Cassidy, get the squad car out. We're going to the...
Well, why don't you finish what you started to say?
What's the use? When you get that hangdog look on your mug, I always give in. Come on, Axford. Maybe a scoop will fall on your lap in spite of your clumsiness. And you better move fast or you'll miss what may be the pinch of the year.
Carl, that car's been following us too long now. I don't like it.
What are you going to do to get rid of him, Herr Wess?
I will get rid of him. It may be that our car will be smashed in doing so.
But I do not understand.
Listen, it is important that I finish what we have begun with Herr Patton. I'm not due there until 9 o'clock. But I will change the time and go as soon as I stop that man from following us. I should be there by 8 o'clock.
That man behind is not easy to lose, Herr Wess.
Then we will stop him forcibly. You will turn quickly into the next street. Then start the car in reverse and we will jump out. Time it so that his car will smash into it. We will continue in a taxi. Turn here. All right, put it in reverse and then jump. I'll get out now.
Here it goes.
There goes the other car. Let us run, Carl. Find a taxi.
Meantime, Britt Reed and Cato arrived in the alley behind the Maximum Hotel, not knowing that Wessel had arrived early and that the federal man and police were on the way to Patton's place.
I found out the location of the suite from Axford so I can reach it from the fire escape.
Mr. Patton in for a big surprise tonight. He not expect Green Hornet to pay visit.
I'm hoping to find him alone, Cato. And I hope what I'm after will turn out to be what I suspect.
You not say what you look for, Mr. Britt?
More capsules with the other parts of the plan in miniature. Each of many capsules probably contain a part of one big plan.
Use of headache capsules very clever.
Yes. But this time I think Patton is in for a headache he won't forget because of those capsules.
My dear Wessel, I didn't expect you until 9 o'clock. My secretary must have made a mistake.
Where is your secretary, Herr Patton?
She's retired to a room on another floor.
Good. It is best we be alone. She made no mistake. I decided to come earlier.
You're fortunate I received you before 9. Who is that man out in the anteroom?
Carl is one of my associates. He will see to it that we are not disturbed.
What's the meaning of this sudden high-handedness?
You had a visitor this afternoon. An American official, did you not?
Yes, but I had to establish such contacts to allay suspicion.
We expected that you should. But you have overplayed your hand, Herr Patton. As Americans say, you've been talking out of both sides of your mouth.
What do you mean by that? How dare you
I have
insinuate...
been followed all day. Why? The Federal Bureau has a man in the lobby all day. Why? Because you talked a little too freely. That's why. I also know you sold certain information here.
Don't try to bluff me, Wessel. Your superiors should know your nerves are too shaky for this job. I'm used to being watched. It's nothing new. As for trying to bluff me into admitting anything, you don't know me very well.
Patton, one of the so-called American officials who came here with credentials and to whom you offered to sell information was one of my clever operators, a Nazi agent in disguise.
Impossible. You're still trying...
Look, the same papers he showed you today, forged, of course. But you wouldn't know that. Look.
So, you tried to trick me, Wessel?
I did trick you, Herr Patton.
Oh, no, you didn't. I knew all the time he was your man. I'd let him on just to make you show your hand, Wessel. I shall most certainly report this when I return.
But you will not return, my friend.
Put away that gun, you fool.
Patton, you are a man of steel nerve. I have to give you credit for that. But it will do you no good. Herr Patton, I am really going to shoot.
No, you're not, Nazi. Hold it.
The masked man.
You are smarter than I thought, Patton. You have hired the notorious Green Hornet as a bodyguard.
I'm not hired yet. But if it pays enough, it might be a good idea.
I'm hiring you then at your own price.
I always like my pay in advance.
I have money in a drawer right here. Plenty of money on hand.
Yes, I suppose you have a lot of payoffs in cash to put across your deals. Get the money out.
Yes. $20,000.
Thanks. Now, what do you want me to do? Eliminate this Nazi weasel?
No, wait. I have money, too. I will pay you. Look, all this I have.
Banknight. Thanks, I'll take it. Nice little haul. Okay, Patton, I'll stand by while you finish your business.
As my bodyguard, why not? Now, Wessel, those plans you gave me in the capsule, I have here in my pocket. I shall go back and turn them over, not to your representative, but to the highest bidder among the officials in the neutral capital where I reside. You've been stupid.
You are the stupid one. I still have the capsule with the plans right here, Herr Patton. I did not trust you, you see.
I'll take that.
Good work, Hornet. You should be worth what I paid you.
Get him, Carl.
I've got him.
Good for you, Carl. You caught him unawares. Now we'll get through with Patton, and then we'll...
Somebody shut out the lights?
Yes, but that will not save you, my friend.
Play with gun in dark, weasel.
Swine, you will not get away. I'll find you.
Here I am. See?
There's my chance to get out of here.
Not so fast, fella.
Oh, good. Glad you were able to trip him.
I've got you, though. You take this lug.
Here's a flashlight. They all knocked out. Police coming, sound like. What you do?
Opening these capsules, kiddo. There. We'll put these in Patton's hand. That'll convict a lot of them. And there's a lot of money to give to the Red Cross. All right, come on. Let's get away. That shooting must have come from in here. But the lights are out.
I've got a flash. Glory be, look there. Say, that's the guy who was here this afternoon.
That one's Patton. I've seen him before.
Hey, here's another one.
Hold that light closer here. Patton has something in his hand. Several open capsules with tiny papers sticking out of them. Let's see.
What are they, Inspector Martin? Hey, that other guy brought in a box of them pills today.
These little papers are all parts of one plan in miniature. Sergeant, I'd have searched forever and never have turned up this if somebody hadn't planted those capsules in Patton's hand like that.
Planted, you say?
Look at the evidence around here. Can't you see who did all this? The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Say now, it could be at that.
I'm sure of it. He was probably working along with Patton. But Patton crossed up the wrong man when he crossed that fella. Yes, Sergeant, it took the Green Hornet to show up a man who has fooled the world for years.
Let Gillespie, Baseball, international banker convicted of treason. Green Hornet implicated in spying. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set Gillespie,
To many of our wounded fighting men, the blood plasma sent to them by the Red Cross means the difference between life and death. During the past 3 years, Americans have given 6 million pints of blood. The quota for 1944 alone is 5 million pints. Now, it costs money to collect and deliver this plasma. New blood donor centers and mobile units will have to be established this year. The money needed to maintain this service and all the work done by the Red Cross comes entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. During the month of March, we Americans are going to be asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross worker calls at your home, please give as generously as you can. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.